Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Ghost Deku Had a Cat? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya was dead, to begin with. There is no doubt whatsoever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the doctors, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Inko signed it, and Inko's name was good upon change for anything she chose to put her hand to. Izuku was as dead as a doornail. Mind, I don't mean to say that I know, of my own knowledge, what there is particularly dead about a doornail. I might have been inclined, myself, to regard a coffin nail as the deadest piece of ironmongery in the trade, but the wisdom of our ancestors is in the simile, and my unhallowed hands shall not disturb it, or the country's done for. You will therefore permit me to repeat, emphatically, that Izuku was as dead as a doornail. So, the question remained, why in the name of anything and everything holy was he still here? He didn't want to be here anymore. That's the whole reason he did it. Did he do something to piss the universe off so much that it forced him to continue on after he took his own life? The body of a 14, almost 15-year-old boy lay in front of him. The body was broken and battered and well, pretty much wrecked. The boy's green hair was matted with blood from a wound where his head had hit the pavement. His middle school blazer was missing, the long-sleeved white shirt stained red with blood from a nasty-looking gash in his shoulder and his right elbow where the bone was peeking through and blood was spilling everywhere. Those absolutely weren't the only wounds on the body, though they were the most severe. His left wrist was obviously broken along with a few of his fingers. His right arm was broken in multiple places as well as the elbow, and his right leg was in pretty much the same state. All in all, it looked like he'd been beaten up and then thrown off a building. Being completely honest, that's pretty accurate. The body belonged to Izuku Midoriya. Absolutely no question about it. He was dead. He'd never have been able to survive that fall, let alone the injuries he sustained from it. So why? Why was he here? Why was he here looking down at his own dead body? To anyone who came across it, this would look like a regular ending, which it was. He wasn't wearing any shoes. The bright red sneakers were left on the rooftop with his backpack. And a note for anyone who decided to suddenly care how he was gone, and it was pretty obvious he'd fallen from the apartment building above him. People always seem to find it in their hearts to care once someone was gone. He'd seen it on the internet. Someone was bullied into taking their own life and suddenly the bystanders cared. Suddenly now the person did the irreversible. People wanted to call out the bullies. Suddenly people wanted to help them. Maybe his mom would do that. Maybe now he was gone she'd decide to remember him. Maybe she'd even cry. Maybe Kaken would regret telling him to take a swan dive. Don't think about that. Why would he regret a thing he said anyway? He was right after all. More importantly, Izuku's body was on the ground and he was staring down at it. How the actual hell? This must be some sort of quirk, or is it? Have I run into anyone today? Someone with I'll make you come back to life if you decide to throw yourself off a building within 24 hours, and how unlucky did I have to be to run into them? Maybe it was my own quirk. No, I'm quirkless. This couldn't be my own quirk, could it? It could easily be natural. No one knows about the afterlife either, but it probably isn't. A door opened to his left, abruptly cutting off his mumbling. Wow, he still did that. And out came All Might. It really took him that long to get down. Did this place not have an elevator? The number one hero didn't notice his body at first. He seemed to be frantic to get wherever he was going. The police station, probably. He still needed to get rid of that villain after all. But he stopped dead. Haha, the irony of that when he saw Izuku's body. Izuku watched him worriedly, hovering over his own body. He didn't want this man anywhere near him. Respect the dead. It was his fault. He needed to stay away. The hero dropped his hands to his sides, a look of horror on his face. He stayed still for a second before rushing forwards towards Izuku's body. No, don't come close. Stay away. Izuku didn't know what to do. This man just crushed his dreams and left him on a rooftop. He didn't want him touching his body. He didn't want the hero to touch his dead self. He didn't want this man anywhere near him. No, he wailed, though it seemed to do nothing. No one could hear him. He tried to push All Might away, but his hands just went straight through the man's shoulders. He tripped forwards and fell through. All Might. The hero looked momentarily bewildered. All he felt was a freezing sensation where Izuku had fallen through him. Izuku ignored the horrible feeling that came with falling through someone and turned back around. All he could do was watch, sobbing as the man checked his pulse. He was dead. Leave him be. Before pulling out a phone and calling someone. All while Izuku simply sat and wailed. Loud, chest-racking sobs that made him curl in on himself. Pretty soon he was out of tears to cry, and instead his body, did he even have a body anymore? Tried to throw up anything that was inside it as he choked back dry sobs. What felt like hours passed before police cars arrived. The officers crowded around his corpse and started poking and prodding, lifting him carefully, all while Izuku yelled for them to stop, trying to tug back his body, but he couldn't get a grip. His hands just went straight through. The only one who seemed to acknowledge him was an officer with a cat head, who sent him a sad look whilst mouthing "I'm sorry." Izuku's eyes widened. This guy could see him. Maybe he could. Izuku quickly shut up, pointing to All Might, who was still standing there aimlessly, and making a shooing motion before giving the cat man a pleading look. Desperate. The man nodded, and that was the best feeling he'd felt since, well, this whole thing. "Excuse me, sir, I'll have to request that you leave," the cat man said after tapping All Might on the shoulder. "This will be handled from here by the police." He nodded. "I'd like to know what happens to him. Tell Tsukachi I asked," he said before turning and walking away quickly. Izuku backed off after sending in a thankful look the officer's way, a look that was met with one of concern. He probably looked awful, didn't he? And let the police do their job. There was nothing he could do. Besides, he didn't want to upset that cat man. He was just doing his job, after all, so he ran. He had no idea where he was going. Where could he go? Barely anyone could see him. It's not like he had anything to go back to. He was dead, and he was sure everyone who knew him would be happy he was gone. He wouldn't ruin their happiness. So, he set about aimlessly wandering the streets of Musutafu. Hours passed, and storm clouds began to build on the horizon. Izuku wondered if maybe he should find some kind of shelter. Yet that might be a good idea. It was getting dark too. He should probably sleep. Did he even need sleep? He was dead, wasn't he? Well, that's something he could find out when he was out of the way of the incoming rain. It was barely minutes after that the first raindrops began to fall. Instead of hitting him, though, they just fell straight through his body. He couldn't exactly feel it. It felt more like a chill every time a raindrop went through him. Eventually, he managed to find a sheltered alleyway, the only other occupant being a stray cat who had also taken shelter there. "Hey, cat," Izuku said sadly. "You don't have anywhere to go either, huh?" The cat just meowed back at him. Izuku sat down, trying to lean back against the wall and instead almost falling through it. He sighed and gave up, lying down on the ground instead. The cat meowed again and sat down next to him. It attempted to nudge his arm and shook its head when it went through him as if it had been dunked in cold water. People always said new beginnings were a great opportunity. Izuku would say differently. He didn't want this second chance that the universe had thrust upon him. He didn't need the world's pity allowing him to try again. All he wanted was for it to be over. Izuku guessed he was too useless even for that. Weeks went by from then. The days blurred together one after the other of aimless wandering as the time went by. Izuku barely left the area around the alleyway. The cat never left him. He wasn't sure why it had started bringing him dead mice. He assumed it was trying to feed him or something. Maybe it was an offering. He didn't know too much about cats. He appreciated its efforts regardless. Pretty quickly he'd learned that he didn't need to sleep or eat. He didn't exactly need to breathe either. But he still did it out of habit. Breathing wasn't just something you could unlearn after all. There were other habits he couldn't seem to break either, like how his hands itched for a notebook and pen to write down the things he was learning about his quirk, which he couldn't exactly do anymore. At least he could mutter without anyone calling him creepy. Occasionally he wondered how everyone was doing. Did Kaken go to his funeral? Did he even get one? Did Inko cry? Did his school say anything? Did the bullies have a new target? Some new kid with a villain quirk, or was there someone without a quirk, someone else like him? Did Kaken and the others realize what they were doing was wrong after he jumped? Probably not. That was stupid to even consider. Izuku turned the thoughts away. He'd never go back. He never had to see them again. He also found out that he could float, really float. Not just hover centimeters above the ground after being jump-scared by a teenager who'd stopped to take refuge in his alleyway. He'd jumped so high and found he just floated back down. Later Izuku worked out that he could control it. He'd had some fun with that, hovering above the ground and moving around without walking. It turned out to be quite fun to float around and roll over in the air. He did crazy tricks like he was an Olympic gymnast. Messing around and bouncing off the walls of the alley provided him the most enjoyment he'd felt in a long time. He'd figured out that he could draw energy from other things too. He wasn't entirely sure how exactly he'd come across this one. Working out that the streetlights flickering and his sudden increase in abilities were related took an hour of testing. Eventually he'd worked out what he could do with it for now. His favorite and the easiest to use source of energy he'd found was electricity. He could pull the energy from electric lights and other appliances and make himself go tangile for a short time. He could touch things and make noise by tapping on desks or other objects. He could even interact with things at a stretch. Izuku hoped he'd get better at that if he practiced more. It would be amazing to be able to properly interact with the world. Other beings' life sources were also energy Izuku found he could use. Stealing the life source from other people and animals was probably the most efficient energy he could get. But when he'd tested it on a random man who he'd found sat at a bus stop, he'd accidentally made the guy pass out. Izuku was worried he might accidentally kill someone, so ended up choosing not to use life energy from people at least. Maybe he could train the cat to bring him live mice instead of dead ones so he could use those or something. He found he could even pick things up without using stolen energy. Only small, light things like pencils if he concentrated hard enough without getting tired afterwards. Izuku realized it would probably take practice to go fully tangible if he even could at all, though he was sure any training would help as with any quirk. He'd come to the conclusion this must be a quirk, whether it was his or someone else's. It was probably his, though. He doubted someone else had the power to do something like this to someone. Plus, the coincidences that would go into the timings was such a slim chance he doubted it. Yet another thing he'd discovered, it had been completely by accident, and he wasn't sure exactly how to feel about it, was that anyone who was on the brink of death could see him. He'd sat with an old man as he died. It had probably been the saddest thing he'd experienced. The man had spoken to him. He could see him. Then doctors had rushed in as he died, and Izuku had left through the wall, crying silent tears. The hospital had slowly become his home over the next few months. Izuku was lonely. Of course, he'd had his cat who he'd named Spirit, but cats can't talk, and although Izuku loved her, he found he really wanted human contact. So hanging out with nearly dead people would have to be settled for. It wasn't exactly pleasant. Izuku often found himself wishing he could save the people who he saw coming into the hospital, those who wouldn't leave. He could sometimes talk to people in comas, which was a little better because at least they weren't dying. Mostly he found their spirits floating over their bodies. One of them, a beautiful young woman, even gave him a hug. Another group of people he'd found he was able to talk to were mainly those taken to the psychiatric ward, specifically after an ending act. Izuku wasn't sure what to feel when he first found out. He didn't go to the psych ward much anyway. He definitely hadn't come to terms with his death quite yet, and he really didn't want to be reminded, but now he knew he could talk to the patients. Part of him wanted to. He wanted to comfort them, convince them that ending isn't the best option. But that would just make him a hypocrite, wouldn't it? Besides, he wasn't a therapist. He couldn't help these people when he could barely help himself. He disappeared from the hospital for a few days after that, just thinking it over. He wouldn't go back to the psych ward after that. Despite some people talking to him, others were afraid he could still see himself in mirrors, and he fully understood why. His body was mostly covered with a swirling white sheet that moved in a non-existent breeze, but you could still clearly see blood trickling down his face. Somehow his red sneakers had been returned to him. It was the only color he held on his form, which was nice. Oh, and his blood was sparkly. He was sure of it. He had sparkly blood. It had only been faint when he looked, but Izuku was pretty sure he had a palish blue aura that swirled like fog too. All in all, creepy. His eyes glowed faintly, and even he could see the empty look they held, void of life. His fingers were broken just as they had been on his dead body, and blood trickled down his right arm to drip from his fingers. He checked to see if the other wounds were still there and discovered that yes, they were. He was glad for the sheet when he saw how horrendous his elbow looked. It was understandable that he creeped some people out. Some of those who could see him would scream or turn over. One man had even had a heart attack, and that was the final straw for him. Izuku felt awful for a week after that. The man might have been dying anyway, but seeing Izuku had been the final push. The worst part for Izuku, though, were the heroes that came in. Most of the time they were fine, just a few cuts or scratches, but some were worse. He'd watched 2 different heroes die, and it hurt Izuku as a compassionate person and a hero fan to the core to watch. Despite that, seeing all the heroes almost made Izuku want to break back into his old hero-watching habits, but then he remembered his final notebook. The note he'd written on the page after the one All Might signed before crushing his dreams. Izuku turned away from the wall. That's enough thinking for one day. Shaking his head furiously to rid himself of the thoughts, Izuku phased through the wall and back into the alleyway. If nothing interesting was going to happen, he may as well train his quirk to distract himself from the looming thoughts he knew he'd need to face sooner or later. It was a regular sunny day in November when it happened. Izuku hadn't exactly been expecting his life on life, death, afterlife, to be completely flipped on its head. He'd done as he did every morning, pet Spirit, and then wandered the hospital for most of the morning as he did every day. He was there so often that the doctors had begun noticing his presence and joking about the hospital being haunted. Even if it was a joke, Izuku still appreciated the recognition. It was around midday when a hero came in. Luckily, he wasn't in any critical condition. There were just a few nasty-looking cuts, and a lot of feathers were missing from his wings. What on earth was Pro Hero Hawks doing here in Musutafu anyway? Wasn't his agency based in Fukuoka? Well, he didn't look too beat up, so Izuku didn't expect to be noticed. Except he was. He'd followed Hawks and the doctor into a room where the hero had been nicely patched up. The wounds weren't bad, so he wouldn't need to stay for long, the doctor had said before he left. Izuku stayed for a second, watching the hero before preparing to move on. It only took him the second that he'd stayed to notice the hero's gaze was locked onto him in a way that reminded the ghost of a bird of prey. Could the hero really see him? What? But he wasn't dying. It didn't make sense. Izuku looked side to side, just to make sure the hero wasn't looking at anything else. He was floating in a pretty empty corner, and Hawk's eyes were too focused on his movements for the man to be staring into space. Tentatively, Izuku pointed at Hawks and then at his own chest with a broken finger, tilting his head in a question and eyeing the hero suspiciously. His cloak flowed with the movement of his arm, fanning out slowly to his side. He hadn't spoken louder than a whisper since he'd screamed at the police the day he died. Actually, even before that, the loudest he'd spoken in years was when he talked to All Might. Don't think about him. He was worried speaking up would get him in trouble even if no one was around to hear him. Old habits die hard. So until he knew the hero was trustworthy, he wouldn't speak. Yes, I'm looking at you, if that's what you're asking. Hawks answered him. Who are you, kid? Why are you here? Shouldn't you get help? Those injuries look. How can you see me? Izuku muttered aloud without realizing it. He'd been doing it more and more since no one could hear him. It was another thing he'd learned to hide over years. But since he'd died and no one had reprimanded him, he'd slipped back into the habit. Only dying people can see me, but you're not dying, so wait, I thought it might just be cats, but I saw a dog looking at me funny too once, so maybe it's all animals, and maybe that extends to animal-like mutation quirks too. I thought it was just cats since that cat officer could see me, but I guess it might be any animal mutation that's prominent enough. Hawks were staring wide-eyed at him, his head tilted to the side a little in confusion. It was weird to see. I'm sorry, Izuku squeaked when he realized he'd said that out loud, yanking the hood of his sheet down over his eyes. To answer your questions, I'm here because I have nowhere else to go and I'm a ghost. I've been like this for a while. People don't usually see me unless they're dying. I haven't had a proper conversation in months. Oh, Hawks was speechless. Well, I'm not dying, I hope. I don't think you are. You don't look like you're dying. Izuku nodded his assessment, throwing his idea not to talk out the window. He'd already done it now. If I was still able to properly interact with the world, I'd ask for an autograph. You're the best hero in Japan. But I'm number 3. Hawks asked him, did this kid mix things up? He definitely wasn't the best hero in Japan. Endeavor is scary, and I'd prefer not to talk about him. Izuku trailed off at the end, curling in on himself. Hawks shivered, wrapping his wings around himself as a cold chill enveloped him. Okay, kid, if you say so, Hawks shrugged, trying to ignore the cold as he offered the ghost a smile. Izuku sent a shaky one back. Hawks mentally added All Might as the first point on his new list of things not to say to this ghost boy. Despite his freaky appearance, Hawks felt a need to protect him. He doubted anyone else would. So, Hawks, call me Keigo. What? That was the loudest Izuku had spoken since he'd met Hawks, and it was still barely an inside voice. The hero wondered what could have happened to this kid. Keigo's my name. I'd like you to call me it. Hawks Keigo repeated. Izuku just stared at him wide-eyed. Really? He asked, unable to hide the astounded expression on his face. Yes, really, Hawks said. But you don't even know me. I haven't even told you my own name. Izuku literally floated up to the ceiling without even realizing. Keigo's golden eyes tracked him. The hero sighed, sitting up and leaning back on his hands. Why don't you come down from the ceiling and tell me then? Keigo said with a small smirk. Izuku jumped and let himself float down to the floor, not taking his eyes off of the hero. And my name's Izuku, Izuku whispered. No last name. It's irrelevant, and you didn't give me yours either. Izuku was back to looking wary as he gave the hero a shrug. Fair. Keigo shrugged back. So, you really don't have anywhere to go, Izuku? And no, I don't, Izuku replied after a second of processing his name said by someone other than himself. Everyone in his life before had just called him Deku. Hearing his given name was a little surprising. I stay in an alleyway nearby. It's fine though, it's not like I need sleep or food. Keigo considered this for a moment. He knew what he needed to do, what he wanted to do, but he wondered if Izuku would agree with him. The kid had barely shown anything on his face other than surprise and distrust after all. Hey, kid, Keigo said, wondering how he should phrase this. Izuku looked up at him. The kid was a ghost. He'd expected him to look hollow and empty, but his eyes still held light. It wasn't as if he was alive, but he didn't look empty either. The look he got was broken, yet hopeful. How did a look like that get on the face of someone so young? Keigo decided he should just go for it. No point dancing around. Do you want to come back to my apartment with me? It's okay if you don't. I can tell you don't trust me, but I hate to think of you living alone in an alleyway. Izuku just stared at him. He didn't move an inch, not even a twitch. Keigo realized after a second that the kid was studying him, trying to find the lie, trying to pick out the trick in his offer. It took Izuku a minute to recover from the shock. Keigo he'd asked for Izuku to come back to his apartment. No, he'd asked if Izuku wanted to. He couldn't remember ever being asked if he wanted to do something before. It was always commands. His mother mostly ignored him and left him to do his own thing. She'd tried to keep caring for him at first after he'd been diagnosed quirkless, but the hospital bills had racked up and she'd been stressed. It wasn't like she'd had a choice. She could barely pay for the apartment after her husband left after all. He'd slowly slipped into the shadows and tried his very best to stop being a burden, and she'd forgotten about him amidst her own misery. At school, he'd never even been given a chance. He'd been attacked day in, day out. A never-ending torrent of threats and insults. He'd never been given an option, let alone a choice. But now he had a choice. There was nothing to make him think the hero was lying. He'd made eye contact. He was completely calm, a small twitch in his feathers, but Izuku had been noticing that since Keigo had been left alone with him, either this man was a very good liar or he wasn't lying. This hero was offering him a home. He'd even said it was okay for Izuku to say no. I don't want to be a burden. Izuku found himself protesting despite wanting to reach out and grab hold of the opportunity with both hands and never let go. You wouldn't be a burden, Keigo said firmly. I'd be happy to have you around. My apartment is big enough for us both. I wouldn't offer if I didn't want you to be around. But I'm useless. Even more useless, and now I can barely interact with things, let alone do anything helpful. Izuku continued to protest. Why was he protesting? He wanted to go with the hero. You're not useless. Besides, the apartment gets lonely at the best of times. You'd definitely help with that, Hawks replied, shutting down Izuku's points. I have a cat. Izuku had raised his voice just enough to be considered an inside voice now. For him, he was practically shouting, I'm not leaving without her. Keigo was stumped. He hadn't been expecting that at all. The kid had a cat. Was it a ghost cat or an actual one? Would his apartment allow cats? He was pretty sure the building allowed pets. You have a cat? Keigo found himself asking. Izuku nodded, staring at the floor and fiddling with his broken fingers. Keigo wondered if the injuries hurt him at all. That was a question for later, along with how he had gotten them. She's called Spirit. She's alive. I met her on my first day of being like this, and she's stuck around ever since. I think she tries to take care of me by bringing me food. Dead mice but I'm not leaving without her. Izuku explained. I don't know if she'd want to come, but if she does, then I won't leave without her. Are you implying that you'd come with her? Keigo asked, tilting his head to the side a little. Izuku stared at him for a second, before slowly, warily, he realized, nodding his head. Hawks cheered, throwing up his hands in triumph. Izuku cowered a little at the sudden loud noise, and Keigo frowned. Another thing to add to his mental list: sudden loud noises. He decided to settle for a happy chirp instead. Just because the Hero Commission didn't like his bird noises didn't mean he wouldn't make them out of spite. He just wouldn't make them where they could be heard. The Hero Commission could go shove a running chainsaw up their arses for all he cared about them. The chirp had brought a small smile out of Izuku. It was only the second time he'd smiled since they'd met, so he did it again. Why you make bird sounds? Izuku asked quietly. His right hand flexed, almost as if he stopped himself from reaching to try and grab something. Keigo nodded, making a different noise. That's so cool. Do you do it involuntarily? I usually repress them, but they would come involuntarily if I didn't. Keigo shrugged. Oh, Izuku whispered, frowning but not pressing. Keigo was grateful for that. He wasn't sure he wanted to tell the kid about his life just yet. Izuku silently led Hawks around to the alleyway where he'd stayed for the past months. Keigo had been let out of the hospital not 10 minutes after Izuku had agreed to follow the hero home. Now it was time to get ready to head out. I don't know if she's going to be here, Izuku mumbled. She's a stray, so she kinda goes where she wants. Keigo nodded. Well, if she's not here, you can always come back for her tonight or tomorrow morning. Why, yeah. Izuku smiled, before calling out, speaking louder than he ever had inside the hospital. Spirit, are you here? I made a friend. There was a few seconds of silence before a shuffling sound and a black cat jumped down into the alleyway from a higher-up windowsill. The lights in the overhead windows of the office building next door flickered as Izuku reached down and petted her. Keigo could see the boy's ghostly fingers touching the cat's fur. He could touch things then. After a few pets, Izuku crouched down properly and started murmuring to the cat, occasionally glancing up in Keigo's direction. The hero was standing awkwardly. He couldn't properly hear what the boy was saying. The cat sat calmly and listened, glancing in Keigo's direction when Izuku mentioned him. A minute passed before the cat meowed. Both Izuku and Keigo watched as she trotted over to the hero, sniffed him and then headbutted his leg. The ghost gave a soft smile as Keigo reached down to pet her, only to be met with a happy purr. I think that means she approves, Izuku whispered, making Keigo chuckle quietly. Do you think she'll let me carry her? I don't exactly have a cat carrier, Keigo asked, looking down at the cat who was happily nudging his hand, demanding more pets. I am not sure. I think she kinda adopted me, so as long as I'm nearby it should be fine. Izuku replied. I think she has some intelligence quirk. She seems to understand me when I talk to her. Right, Keigo said. Well, here goes nothing. Keigo carefully picked up the cat. Spirit meowed, but made no move in an attempt to escape. Instead, she just curled up in the hero's arms, earning a soft awe from the ghost. She must really trust you. Izuku smiled, before his face fell again. Do you have a car or something? How are we going to get back to your apartment? Why, your agency is quite far away, and I'd assume your apartment is nearby. Why, you probably just fly usually but that would be dangerous with Spirit and I can't fly, so I'd have to walk. I'm sure we can just get the train, Keigo shrugged. You can get on public transport, right? I am maybe. I'm not as sure. You usually phase through things without anything on the other S side like walls. B, but there SH should be enough energy around F for me to stop myself from PH phasing through a T train. Izuku trailed off into incoherent muttering. Keigo smiled and waited for a second before interrupting. We may as well try it, kid, he said. If it doesn't work, you can meet me at the next stop, okay? Izuku stopped talking and nodded. Oh, okay. Why you probably shouldn't talk to me while we're in public. Most people can't see me. Why you'd look like why you're crazy. Keigo laughed. Thanks for the warning, kid. Now let's go. Riding the train was a lot easier than Izuku had first thought it would be. It probably helped that there was a kid with an electricity quirk in their car. He had been charging his phone using his quirk. It had given Izuku the perfect opportunity to slowly sap some of the electricity from the device without the stranger noticing anything odd. He'd just assume it was charging slower than normal. Stealing the energy from the kid's quirk had been enough to let Izuku stay tangible enough not to be left behind when the train started moving. Izuku had been smiling as they went, staring out of the window and watching the world go by. He was happy to leave Musutafu behind. There weren't exactly many good memories associated with that place. Keigo had gotten a couple of weird looks, most likely because he was the number 3 hero on a train in the middle of the afternoon carrying a cat. It would definitely be a strange sight, but other than a few people asking for autographs, no one questioned him. Soon enough, the train ride was over and he'd allowed Izuku to stumble off of the train before him. It wasn't like he usually got motion sick. The few times Izuku had needed to ride a train, he'd been fine. But right now he felt like he was about to lose his insides as he stumbled off the train and collapsed onto the floor. It was probably quirk exhaustion from keeping himself tangible for so long, he thought. The cat wriggled her way out of Keigo's arms and ran over to him, laying down next to his shoulder and attempting to nuzzle him. Even though her face went straight through his shoulder, he didn't have enough energy to allow her to touch him right now. People on the platform were looking at them weirdly, so Keigo went to scoop up the cat and whisper something to Izuku while he was doing so. You okay, Izuku? Can you follow me somewhere where we can talk properly? The ghost nodded and seemed to push himself up off the floor, allowing himself to float instead of walking properly. Keigo led them slowly out of the train station and headed towards the nearest alleyway. When they arrived, Izuku let himself collapse again and Keigo let spirit down. Are you sure you're all right, kid? Keigo asked him. You don't look good. I never look good, Izuku mumbled. I think staying tangible on the train tired me out. I feel sick. Rolling his eyes, Keigo gently set spirit down on the ground and sat down himself, leaning against the wall of the alleyway. We can stay here for a while, Keigo said. Then we'll head back to my apartment where you can rest properly. Izuku nodded and seemed to float off of the floor a little. Spirit swatted at his shoulder and Keigo couldn't hold back a laugh as she looked at her paw as if it had betrayed her after it went through Izuku's ghostly form. She gave up and padded to the entrance of the alleyway instead, sitting down and watching the street as if guarding them. It took around 5 minutes for Izuku to push himself back up again, assuring Keigo that he was fine even though the hero could see that the ghost boy was still tired. I'd rather get tea to your apartment than our rest here. Izuku trailed off, looking nervous. I am sorry, Our apartment, Keigo interrupted. You're going to be living there now too, so it'll be our apartment. Izuku started fiddling with his hands again. His mind was whirring. The hero was saying it was both of theirs even though Izuku hadn't proven any sort of worth. They hadn't even gotten there yet. How did Keigo already consider Izuku a flatmate? Izuku felt bad for even thinking that he was a flatmate. He was a weird little ghost who would be haunting Keigo's apartment. He'd probably just be a hindrance. Kid. Keigo wafted a hand through his arm to snap him back to the present. Izuku looked up at him with wide eyes. He'd spaced out, gotten lost in his thoughts. Are you okay? You spaced out. I am fine, Izuku muttered. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be space out. It happens to everyone. Keigo waved him off with a grin. Don't worry, come on, we should get going before it gets late. Izuku nodded and floated after him as he scooped up spirit once again. He made sure to stay behind Keigo. People always preferred it when he was behind them for some reason. Maybe it was just Kakin. He didn't like anyone being in front of him even if it was just walking to school. Together the three of them made their way to a high-end apartment building and made their way inside. Izuku took in every detail as they went. This would be his new home from now on. After all, Keigo had a penthouse apartment. It was big and bright and open with a view of the whole city from the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room that opened up onto a large balcony. Despite its size, it was surprisingly empty for a place where someone lived. There were no photos, no real decorations, just the bare furniture. The kitchen was sparkling and the living room looked like no one had ever lived in it. You could easily fool someone into thinking this place had never been used. It was so impersonal. And Izuku hated that. It was something Izuku found himself wondering as he floated around, exploring the apartment. Why hadn't Keigo decorated? Why was this place barely lived in? You'd expect at least some family photos or at least something with friends. Hawks was the number 3 hero. It was definitely no issue with money. You could tell he was loaded from the apartment itself. It was so different from his old apartment. Small and dingy. The curtains were always drawn and the lights were never on. It had always smelt vaguely of grease from all the cheap takeout his mother had started eating after fresh food got too expensive. That or alcohol, and Co didn't always drink, but when she did the apartment would stink of it for a week. His room itself had been cramped and messy. A shelving unit stored boxes of things that weren't his stuff that Co didn't want around. Mostly, it had been shoved in his room for convenience. There were a few boxes filled with packaged food he'd managed to steal from the school's cafeteria. The only area he'd ever kept clear was his desk. His old laptop that he'd managed to keep working for years had always sat there, along with his collection of notebooks that would forever be missing the 13th. Shaking the thoughts of his old apartment from his head, Izuku arrived at the arched entrance into Keigo's kitchen. He was tempted to break a glass or a plate just to scratch the pristine tiled floor. It unnerved him how clean this place was. It wasn't normal for an apartment, and Keigo didn't seem like the type to deep clean everything daily. He'd decided against giving in to that temptation though. Keigo was nice enough to let him in here. It would be rude to break his crockery. Instead, Izuku had pushed everything so it was just slightly out of place. He'd filled a glass with water, he'd almost dropped it, and had only managed to fill it a quarter of the way before it got too heavy for him to hold and put it out on the side. He'd make this place look lived in. It freaked him out otherwise. After sufficiently messing up the kitchen, he went into the living room and knocked a few of the cushions on the sofas out of place. Now they didn't look like they were rearranged mere seconds ago. Perfectly. Kid, what are you doing? Keigo asked, raising a confused eyebrow as he came out of his bedroom to see Izuku moving the TV remote so it looked like it had been used before. Izuku jumped at the voice and the remote fell through his shaking hands. It hit the floor with a bang and made Izuku jump again. I am so sorry, Izuku squeaked, picking up the remote and putting it back on the table. Why, your apartment is just so clean, it's unnerving. Yeah, Keigo scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. I'm not really here enough for it to get messy. Oh, Izuku started to fiddle with his fingers, suddenly feeling awkward. Hey, weren't you tired from the trip? Isn't moving all my stuff around tiring? Keigo had a look of realization and worry on his face. It just made Izuku feel even more awkward. I'm okay, he muttered, looking away. If you need a rest, you can have the spare bedroom. I don't have guests like ever, so it's yours if you want it, Keigo said, gesturing to a closed door with a firm nod. I need to go out on my night patrol, so I guess I'll see you later. MHM. Izuku hummed idly, floating over to mess with the blanket on the couch, making the lights flicker as he did so. Thank you. Get some rocks or something while you're out if you see can. This place needs some junk. Keigo barely contained a chuckle. I'll bring something back, sigh kid. Bye. Izuku smiled to himself as Keigo grabbed the jacket of his hero costume and left via the balcony. Izuku watched him fly off into the sunset before venturing into the guest bedroom that he'd mentioned before. It was just as empty as the rest of the apartment, if not more so. The bedsheets were plain white. There was a desk with nothing on it and a bookshelf in a similar state. Izuku wondered if he could ask Keigo to bring back some things for him, books or maybe a plant or something just to liven up the room, but he'd only been here a day. He couldn't go around asking Keigo to spend money on him, especially since he was, dead. So for now, he'd have to deal with the room being empty and blank. Izuku let himself flop down onto the bed, making himself just tangible enough to not fall through it. It was pretty easy to do at this point since he'd had a lot of practice. He could do it passively for a long period of time without being too tired afterward. Spirit had ambled into his room after spending most of the day exploring and curled up on the bed next to him, leaving him to fall into some semblance of sleep. He wasn't sleeping, not really. He just closed his eyes and shut out the rest of the world. In his head he knew he was awake. He was aware enough that he could react to a situation. But he liked to try to fool himself into believing he really was asleep. Besides, resting like this tended to get his energy back faster than anything else, so it was helpful. When he'd woken up, or more accurately, dragged himself out of a half-asleep haze he'd been in the entire time, he'd found sunshine in his eyes that definitely hadn't been there before. It had taken a second for him to remember where he was. He'd panicked a little at first before remembering the events of the day before. He'd floated off of the bed and glanced around, noticing a sizable pile of rocks and pebbles on the bedside table. Smiling to himself, Izuku picked one up and turned it over. It was quite pretty. Quickly he pushed through the pile and found his favorite rocks. He'd placed them nicely on the windowsill in the guest room before making his way out. Phasing through the door, he'd quickly surveyed the room. The first thing he noticed was that Keigo's jacket was on its hook, which Izuku assumed meant that he was here somewhere. There was a bouquet of flowers in a vase on the coffee table that hadn't been there the day before. The flowers were a range of assorted types and colors, and Izuku thought they were very pretty. They did well to make this place seem more alive. Spirit was curled up asleep on the back of the sofa on top of the fluffy blanket. Oh hey kid. Keigo emerged from the kitchen holding a frying pan. Good morning. Do you like the flowers? I got them on my morning patrol. I understand what you mean about this place being too clean, thought they'd help. Gee, good morning, Izuku squeaked, recovering from the initial shock of Keigo popping out of the room. The flowers are pretty. They definitely help. Thank you for the rocks tea too. They're really nice. You're welcome, Keigo beamed. Okay, so I know you said you don't need food, but I didn't know if that meant you can't have food or not, so I wanted to clarify. Well, I can consume stuff but it usually tastes bland or just doesn't taste of anything, Izuku said, slowly floating over to the hero. I stole a guy's chips once and there was so much salt on them that they just tasted like salt. Keigo laughed. It sounded like a mix of bird sounds and human laughter, not like how it always sounded when the hero had laughed during interviews. Izuku thought it sounded very nice and told the man so. Why, your laugh is so pretty. Why don't you laugh like that in public? Izuku asked hesitantly. Keigo stopped laughing and frowned. Izuku wondered if he'd crossed the line and immediately went to rectify his mistake. I am sorry, that's probably personal. I shouldn't have asked. Sorry. No, it's fine, kid. The people who manage my hero agency don't like it. They don't think it's marketable, so I'm not allowed to do it. Keigo sighed. Well, I think people would love it. Thanks, kid. That actually means a lot. Keigo smiled. They're kinda quirkist. Anyway, we don't need to talk about that. You think if I over-seasoned something you'd be able to taste it? Well, they're just mean. Izuku sighed, looking into the distance, before realizing Keigo had asked him a question. I don't know. We could try it. If you want to. I was in the middle of making breakfast anyway. It wouldn't hurt, Keigo grinned, before squawking when smoke started billowing out from the oven and running over to save his food. This actually doesn't taste that bad. Izuku smiled as he ate the burnt bacon that Keigo had accidentally dumped half the pepper pot over. It kinda just tastes a bit peppery than normal. Odd considering the amount of pepper I put on. That is probably enough to kill someone. Izuku found himself giggling, something he hadn't done in who knows how long, and Keigo stared at him, before breaking out in the same chirping laughter as before. The pair ate the rest of the food in silence. Keigo occasionally stopped to watch Izuku eating with his hands because utensils were still a little much for him to handle before going back to his own food. Silently, the hero wondered if the ghost would allow him to help him with his strange quirk. After breakfast, Izuku had offered Spirit some less burnt bacon since Keigo didn't have any cat food. She'd accepted happily, and Keigo had promised to buy some on his next patrol. Izuku offered to help Keigo with the dishes, but the hero had declined, and Izuku had decided instead to occupy himself with figuring out how high-quality expensive televisions work. So, kid, I have about an hour and a half until I need to go out on patrol today, Keigo said while washing up the plates and slightly charred frying pan. I was wondering if maybe you'd tell me about your quirk. I know it's only been a day, and I doubt you trust me enough for some things yet, but just the basics. I want to help you. Oh, okay, Izuku said with a gentle shrug of his shoulders as he floated away from the table. Keigo continued to blabber reasons until he'd realized Izuku had agreed and grinned. Oh, awesome. Can we start with who exactly can see you? I've been wondering since yesterday. Well, I've kinda worked out that people with certain animal mutations can see me, and mainly it's strong cat and dog mutation. As some birds and a few others I've noticed. Other than that, people in comas can sometimes see me. Their spirits sometimes float above their bodies and can interact with me. People who are about to die can too, Izuku mumbled, tripping over his words as he spoke. Is that all? Keigo pressed when he was pretty sure the ghost was done. I'm not sure, but I think people who. The ghost's sentence dropped off. He turned away, gripping the sheet tight in both hands. You don't have to tell me anything you're not comfortable with, kid, Keigo said, his face full of sympathy. The ghost had allowed him his privacy and secrets. He'd return the favor. And no, it's not. Oh, okay. But I think people who've attempted people who've tried to kill them themselves. Izuku visibly shook. Keigo shivered at the cold aura. He could tell that even saying those words hurt the boy, so he definitely wouldn't be pressing. They could unpack that later, when Izuku trusted him enough to open up, and only then. Okay, thanks, kid, Keigo said after a moment of tense silence. You want to move on? Yes, Izuku replied, his tone cold. Keigo shivered at the temperature. The hero quickly moved the conversation on. Right, can you tell me what you can do? Your abilities. Why, you've seen most of them, Izuku said, happy to have something different to talk about. But the chill didn't disappear from the air, nor did his grip loosen on the cloak. The temperature slowly began to return to normal as he went off on a tangent explaining his abilities. They'd come far from when he'd first discovered them, but not far enough. Makes sense, Keigo smiled. I wonder if I could record you talking or if you'd show up in photographs. I haven't tried it. Izuku tilted his head a little. I don't know. Keigo grabbed his phone from the counter and took a photo. Before looking at it, his face fell. What's wrong? Izuku asked tentatively. Keigo turned the phone so that Izuku could see. He wasn't in it. It looked as though he wasn't there at all and just showed the room around him. Well, that answered that question. You still want to try a voice recording? Keigo asked, turning the phone back around. Sure. Izuku smiled. Keigo opened an app on his phone and tapped a few things. Okay, go. Just say whatever. He grinned. Izuku thought for a second. Top 10 heroes in Japan. Number 1, Hawks, with the best public approval ratings and one of the lowest civilian death counts in Japan. Number 2, Best Genius. His quirk is super cool and the public like him a lot too. He can resolve incidents with minimal incident. Number 3, Gang Orca, a really good hero. He just has lower ratings because of his appearance. Number 4, Edshot. His ninja aesthetic is super cool and the public seem to love him despite his rare media presence. Number 5, Maruko. Her villain takedown score is extraordinary. She's very strong and a favorite by the public. She does do a lot of damage with her powerful attacks though. 6, Ryukyu. Her quirk is amazing. She doesn't get as much appreciation as she should. 7, Kamui Woods. I know he only debuted recently, but he's very powerful and has high public opinion. 8, The Wild Pussycats. We need more rescue heroes and hero teams in the charts. Besides, they're really popular. They just don't get enough recognition as a team. 9, sorry. I'll stop rambling in now. It's fine, kid. That was interesting to listen to. Keigo grinned, shutting off the recording. Right, let's listen to this. He pressed play on the screen. It was easy to hear Keigo's voice telling Izuku to go, then a pause, then the sound of grating static as if the file had been corrupted. Keigo winced and paused the recording. Okay, that obviously doesn't work. Oh. The hero laughed, rubbing gently at his ear. Sorry, Izuku muttered, sounding a little dejected. No, it's not your fault. Keigo quickly reassured, before sighing, and what else could we try? Izuku waited patiently for the hero to come up with something. Keigo's eyes widened and he perked up as he apparently had an idea. Can you interact with people? I know you said you can pick up objects and stuff, but can you interact with people? Why, I haven't tried B before. I always kinda worried about H hurting as someone. Izuku admitted, looking at the floor and fiddling with his fingers again. Keigo guessed it was a nervous habit. Again he found himself wanting to ask if they hurt him. You can try it on me if you're comfortable, Keigo said. I don't mind. I'd rather have an excuse not to go on patrol anyway. Izuku stared at him for a second, as if comprehending the statement before nodding. Oh, okay. What do you want me to do? Quickly, Keigo stuck out his arm. Just try to grab my wrist or my hand. I don't mind which. Nodding, Izuku reached out a hand his left. The less broken one, Keigo's mind supplied. The ghost hesitated, the eerie blue glow casting onto Keigo's wrist. Before Izuku attempted to grab it, only for his hand to go straight through the hero's arm. Oh, Izuku sighed. It didn't work. Does that feel weird to you? Keigo asked. It felt like my wrist had been dipped in ice water. It feels all tingly, Izuku said, in a bad way. Do you want to try again? Sure. Izuku glanced up at the lights as they began to flicker. And the blue shone stronger as he attempted again to grab the hero's wrist. His hand went through once again. I think it'll take him more energy than petting S spirit. How that's interesting, Keigo said, shaking off his hand. Again. This time the lights flickered more and Izuku managed to hold Keigo's wrist. It felt strange the hero could feel the ghost's fingers, small and broken, but at the same time it felt almost like a passing breeze. Nice, Keigo smiled. Izuku tentatively smiled back, before looking back at his hand. I should probably practice this if you don't mind of C course. B, but I'd like to get B better. Izuku trailed off, removing his hand and training his gaze back to the floor. Of course I don't mind, Keigo laughed. It'll be cool if you can interact with more stuff. Actually though, I've been meaning to ask you something since yesterday. What is it? Izuku tilted his head to the side in a questioning manner. Keigo contemplated leaving it for later. Izuku had enough heavy conversation for today, but the hero really needed to know, for his own well-being as much as Izuku's. Do those injuries hurt you? Instinctively, Izuku's hand went to his elbow. Keigo immediately found himself wondering how many more injuries there were that he couldn't see. And not really, he answered quietly. I think that they're mainly just their tea to remind me of everything. Oh, I guess that would make sense. Keigo sighed. As long as they don't cause problems for you at least. I've learned to ignore them. It's okay, Izuku nodded, thinking about what that could mean for him. Instead of voicing his thoughts though, he asked a question. What next? Well, I think we should see if we can figure out exactly who especially in this area can see you. But I think we should leave that until you're more settled here. Keigo smiled. Besides, I gotta go on patrol now. Oh, I am so sorry for wasting your tea time. Izuku mumbled. Don't be. I had fun. Do you want me to bring back anything? And more flowers. If you can. Izuku glanced up, a hopeful look in his eyes, and in food for spirit. Sure kid, Keigo grinned. walking over to grab his jacket and heading for the balcony. "I'll do my best, sigh. Bye." Izuku waved with a small quirk of his lips and floated off to find Spirit. 2 weeks passed quickly. Izuku had been practicing with his quirk, trying to lift heavier objects and keeping hold of Keigo's arm when he could, and now he found it was beginning to come naturally. Izuku found that the hero was nicer to him than anyone he'd known in his life, and despite everything that had happened to him, found himself able to trust the man more than he'd ever trusted the people he'd known his entire life. Granted, that didn't mean he trusted Keigo enough to tell him anything major, but it was still a good first step. He'd started to stutter less around the hero and even made jokes or initiated conversations sometimes. Keigo called it baby steps. Izuku knew he was still wary of just about everyone, even if they couldn't see him, which no one living in the apartment building could. Keigo had been bringing back things from his patrols almost every time. At first it was just more flowers and rocks and even a few crystals. Then he started bringing back bigger things, like fluffy cushions or mugs or candles, even little ornaments. The apartment was slowly being filled with little things, which made Izuku very happy. The hero must have noticed this, because he continued to bring back the things that seemed to make the ghost happiest. He'd even managed to find a picture of him and Maruko with their tongues stuck out at a hero ball to put on the wall. Izuku admired it for 10 whole minutes. Today Keigo didn't have to patrol until the afternoon, so they decided to venture outside, roam the streets and see if they could locate anyone who could see Izuku like Keigo could. Just as Keigo had suggested before, Izuku finally felt happy enough with the apartment to venture outside. On the way they stepped into a good number of random shops. Izuku liked the small corner shops that sold junk. He'd managed to gather an array of crystals and a couple of other bits and bobs he'd found and fallen in love with, like a glass jar filled with pastel-colored sand and pretty shells. Keigo was carrying his assortment of bits in a rainbow tote bag over his shoulder, since obviously Izuku couldn't carry them himself and had been buying his own things as they went. He'd bought some cute animal figurines that he could use to decorate his windowsills and a bunch of photo frames, even though he had no more photos to put in them. No photos yet, because Keigo was determined. He'd get himself some photos of him with his friends, not that he had many, and maybe he could commission some artist on the internet to draw Izuku if he provided a good enough description. After the first hour of wandering the streets and getting stopped by people asking Keigo for autographs, the pair decided to go into a small coffee shop. Izuku had decided to hide behind Keigo most of the way. There were a lot of people in the shop and he still found himself nervous around crowds. Hiding behind Keigo had turned out to be a good idea, because he'd been able to save the hero from the woman in the line behind him, who'd reached out to touch his wings. He hadn't exactly thought before the lights in the shop flickered dramatically and Izuku's hand had reached out to grab the stranger's wrist, holding it in place inches from Keigo's feathers. The stranger yelped at the sudden cold grip from a hand she couldn't see, and Keigo turned around. He glanced from the stranger, whose eyes were frantically searching the cafe for whoever had grabbed her, to Izuku, whose face was contorted in a menacing glare that Keigo wouldn't have believed the sweet little ghost could muster if you'd told him 10 seconds ago, who had his hand wrapped around the woman's outstretched wrist. "What happened?" Keigo asked simply. Izuku knew the question was directed at him. The woman thought he was addressing her, so they both answered. "She tried to touch your wings," Izuku said, at the same time as the woman cried, "Something grabbed me." "Maybe if you hadn't tried touching me, you wouldn't have been grabbed. Whoever grabbed you seems to have been protecting me," Keigo said, his tone indicating boredness, but his eyes easily gave away how serious he was. The woman went red and started stammering. "I am sorry, it's just your wings look so fluffy and I've seen you allow people to touch them before, so I just thought. I allow people to touch them when they politely ask for permission," Keigo said calmly. "And I make allowances for kids who don't know better. People like you, however, should know better than to touch someone without their consent. Did you know touching a bird's feathers can be incredibly sexual for them?" The woman behind the counter piped up, grabbing the attention of everyone in the bar. "I expect his wings are similar. I bet he could file a charge for sexual assault against you for that." "She's right," Keigo shrugged. The woman in question had gone bright red at this point. Izuku let go of her wrist. "I know from experience," the woman snapped. "I bet you're uncomfortable now, huh? You should probably thank the ghost for stopping you, and think before you do things in future, HM. The woman nodded, quickly stammered out an apology before turning and running from the shop, looking suitably flustered and uncomfortable. "Thanks for that." Keigo nodded to the woman behind the counter as he stepped up to order. "I appreciate it, and thanks for stopping her random ghost who I totally don't know." "No problem," she smiled, while Izuku just nodded with a smile. "I don't like people like that. No respect. Anyways, you want to order?" "I'll just have a regular latte." Keigo smiled. "What about your little friend?" she asked, tilting her head at Izuku, who was just peeking out from behind Keigo's wing. "You can see him?" Keigo asked, while Izuku moved to float next to the hero, looking hopeful. "MHM. She smiled. "Is that rare? I noticed the woman before didn't seem to know you were there." Why yeah, most people see can't do you have a bird quirk? Izuku asked, glancing up at the blue feathers that poked out from where her ears would be under the cap she wore as part of her uniform. Yup, she grinned. A peacock-based mutation quirk to be exact. Why? Do only bird people see you? Certain bee bird people and some other animal quirked pea people. Yeah, Izuku smiled back. Oh, that's pretty cool. I'm Aya Oishi. Nice to meet you. Izuku said quietly. Did you want to order something? She asked. Izuku glanced up at Keigo, who nodded before he turned back to Oishi. A decaf sea caramel latte with as much caramel as you can put in it, please. Sweet tooth. Oishi giggled, quickly turning around to tell the other staff member the order. The guy looked at her weirdly but nodded and turned to the coffee machine. Izuku bowed his head, embarrassed. I see can't taste things unless the flavor is really intense. Izuku muttered. The woman nodded. Your quirk is a weird one, you know. I've never seen anything like it. I didn't know I had it until kinda recently. Izuku mumbled, fiddling with his fingers under the sheet. He didn't want her to question his injuries. Why you might want to ask, stop talking to MEP people or staring at why you like your sea crazy. Don't worry about them. She waved him off. Most of them are regulars anyway. They already know I'm weird. Oh, here's your order, the other employee interrupted, putting the 2 drinks down in front of Keigo, who picked them up after handing over the cash. Thank you, he bowed. It was nice to meet you, Oishi. Why yeah, and nice to meet you, Izuku smiled. The woman grinned and waved before hurrying to serve the next customer in line. The pair headed for one of the empty tables in the cafe to drink their drinks, and by the time they were done, it was almost time for Keigo's patrol. Do you remember the way home, kid? Keigo asked as they walked away from the shop. Izuku nodded. He'd done his best to keep track of the way they'd come. Awesome, I'm kinda running low on time. So you mind if I leave you here and fly back so I can make my patrol on time? Keigo asked, stopping at the road corner. They'd gone pretty far in the few hours they'd been walking, but Izuku was pretty sure he remembered the way they'd come. He didn't exactly want to go alone. Not being alone on the streets was something that had already started to give him a lot of comfort. However, he wasn't about to make Hawks miss his patrol. Why you go, I'll be fine, Izuku said, forcing a smile onto his face for the first time since Keigo had found him. The man looked at him for a second or two before nodding. All right, I'll see you back at the apartment, Keigo said before quickly spreading his wings and taking off, the backdraft blowing Izuku backwards a bit. The ghost watched the hero fly off into the sky and then began to float off in a similar direction, absently wondering if he could explore a little as he went. Unfortunately, as Izuku now knew, trying to explore an unfamiliar city where everything looked the same and he had no way to ask for directions was a very bad idea. Izuku was lost, very lost. Pointlessly, he looked up at the street sign as he turned a corner. The words written on it meant nothing to him, other than that he didn't recognize it as one he'd passed earlier with Keigo. What was even better, Izuku thought bitterly, that he had no way to even contact Keigo to let him know he was lost. The hero would probably be really worried when he got back to the apartment after his patrol to find that Izuku wasn't there. Izuku kept walking. His only hope was to find somewhere familiar or find someone who could see him and would give him directions. Considering that the sun had started to go down, there weren't many people around. Option 1 was probably his best bet. Oh yeah, and the sun was going down. He'd been out here for a good 6 hours already. Izuku sighed and kept aimlessly floating along. When he rounded the next corner though, he stopped. There was another person walking down the road in front of him. Of course, he'd seen other people wandering the city on his journey, but this boy was different because Izuku recognized him. Not that he would recognize Izuku though. He'd only seen this boy before during one of his extensive hero research sessions. There weren't many pictures of his face out there, but his hair was incredibly recognizable. Not many people had hair split straight down the middle in such vibrant colors after all. What was Shoto Todoroki doing all the way out here? Izuku knew that Endeavor's agency was at least a good few districts across from here. Unless maybe the family lived here? But that didn't make sense. Why would Endeavor and his family live so far from his agency? The only thing that Izuku could think of was that Todoroki was here alone. Maybe if Izuku followed him he'd find out why. Izuku shrugged and set off floating after the boy. It was something to do, and besides, what harm could it cause? It wasn't like Todoroki could see him anyway. Shoto knew he was being followed. It really wasn't hard to work out when the person tailing him was making no effort to hide it at all. The person in the billowing white cloak stood out like a sore thumb after all, especially in the dark when he seemed to glow. Shoto had tried to ignore him for the best part of an hour. After that he continued attempting to avoid letting the boy know he knew he was being followed and tried to figure out why exactly. There were many reasons someone might follow him, the most obvious being an Endeavor fan who recognized him or a villain who wanted to use him as leverage against his father. Someone his father hired to follow him. A villain followed him because he was a teenager walking alone in the dark. They could just be interested in where he was going, as weird as that was. Shoto concluded that the person following him wasn't a villain. If they were, they'd be making much more of an effort to be stealthy. Similarly, he ruled out that they were sent by his father. He wouldn't waste his money on hiring such a shoddy spy. So he concluded they were either an Endeavor fan or just a weirdo. The guy was following him as if he didn't expect to be seen, which was weird given how much he stood out. The few small glances Shoto had dared make left him with a basic picture: a short figure in a white cloak with a hood that obscured their face minus the dimly glowing eyes in the dark. The figure didn't seem to actually be walking, more like floating, and they had a weird blue aura that slightly illuminated the path in the rising darkness. Their presence, even from this far away, sent a chill down his spine, not exactly cold, more like something abnormal. All in all, weird. Shoto couldn't find it in him to fault the guy for his appearance, though it was probably just his quirk. He could, however, fault the guy for following him for over an hour, which was weird as heck. If the guy was following him to find out where he was going, well, Shoto didn't know himself. He was sort of just wandering aimlessly. Endeavor had left him alone this afternoon. He decided to get away from the house. Fayumi said she'd cover for him. He'd proceeded to ride the bullet train and get off a few cities over and started wandering. He was lost in the sense that he didn't know where he was, but that was kind of the intention. So it was getting dark now, though. The sun had almost completely set, so he should probably start heading home. That in mind, Shoto turned off into a park and found a bench to sit on. Keeping an eye on the cloaked stranger, he pulled out his phone, opening up the Maps app and ignoring the messages from his father as he began to work out his way back to the station. Oh, Hawk's agency was here. Suddenly, the eerie blue light was right in front of him. Shoto looked up with a jolt to find the stranger peering down at his phone. Quickly, he shut it off. The stranger looked up only for them to lock eyes. From this close, Shoto could make out more of their features. He looked like a teenager, definitely no older than him, probably younger by a year or so. The boy had curly greenish-gray hair that was flecked with some silvery red stuff and floated in a non-existent breeze. The silvery stuff was also streaming down his left cheek. Wait, was that blood? It was, wasn't it? Was this boy injured? Was he following Shoto because he needed help? After not more than a few seconds, the boy jumped back, well, more like abruptly floated back, his eyes comically wide in surprise and maybe fear. Shoto said, realizing he really should address whatever situation this was. Who are you? What do you want? The boy looked from side to side before staring back at Shoto with a slight tilt of his head and pointing a shaky finger at himself. They looked like they were broken. What was up with this guy? Yes, you, Shoto answered the silent question. There's no one else here and you've been following me for almost 2 hours. The kid suddenly looked alarmed, jolting when he was directly addressed and floating an extra few centimeters from the ground. What is up with the guy's quirk anyway? The boy started fiddling with his hands and staring at the ground. Shoto waited with an expectant look. I am sorry, the kid whispered. Even in the silence of the park, Shoto barely heard it. His voice sounded like it had an echo, as if they were standing in a tunnel rather than a park. I didn't think why you'd be able to see me. People like why you usually don't. People like me. Shoto couldn't deny that he was confused and maybe a little curious. The boy was obviously nervous. Even Shoto could tell that, and well, he'd never been one for social interaction. All in all, he didn't seem like a threat, more like he was scared. Shoto wasn't sure yet if it was him, or maybe because of his father. Perhaps it was strangers in general. But then why would the boy talk to him in the first place? Maybe he really was hurt. But he said people couldn't see him, so maybe he just wasn't used to interaction. Just like Shoto was. And normal people. The boy pulled him out of his thoughts with his reply before abruptly waving his hands around in realization. I am so sorry for following you. It probably all looked really creepy. Shoto shook his head to clear his head of annoying thoughts. This kid was a stranger, a creepy one at that. It did. The boy deflated and curled in on himself in what looked like shame and fear, as if Shoto was about to attack him, and because of that Shoto couldn't help the sorry that immediately made its way to his lips. There was something weird about this kid. Did you want something? And no, and not from you, he whispered. What? I just wondered if following you would take me someplace I recognized. I am kinda lost. I thought maybe because you're the son of Endeavor maybe you were here to see Hawks or something. So I figured if I followed you might go to his agency, then I'd be able to find my way home. Oh, or something. Sorry, I am rambling. Shoto watched the boy mutter in confusion. If you're lost, why don't you just use a map? Don't you have a phone? I don't have one. And no SCIM. The boy floated forwards and went to take Shoto's phone from his hand, only for his hand to go straight through the device. I see really hold stuff. Oh, Shoto said, looking at his phone again with a puzzled look by his standards, then back up at the boy. Is it your quirk? Why, yeah, I'm a ghost, so I'm not really tangible most of the time. Sorry, I should go. Why, you probably have important things to do. No, and no, I don't have more important things to do. Shoto shrugged, standing up and brushing himself off. The ghost looked at him in vividly clear confusion. You said you wanted to get to Hawk's agency, right? An apartment B building and near there actually. The newly dubbed ghost shuffled his feet. But yes, I can get back from his agency. I could show you the way, Shoto basically asked. He wasn't sure why he wanted to help the ghost. Maybe it was his severe lack of contact with others that drove it, but whatever. The boy quickly went to protest, but Shoto cut him off. It'd just be another reason to avoid going home. I don't care. Oh, only if you want to IID, don't want to waste your time. The boy mumbled, bowing his head. Shoto should probably get a name. Why wouldn't you want to go home? Shoto shrugged. He wasn't about to spill his story to this stranger. The boy didn't look like he expected much of an answer anyway. When he didn't elaborate, the ghost continued. Well, then we can walk tea together. My name's Izuku by the way. The ghost Izuku floated backwards as Shoto stood up, giving him space. He seemed nervous to approach, which Shoto found nice. He wasn't a fan of people crowding his space, especially those he didn't know. Shoto Todoroki. But you knew that already. Shoto grimaced, pulling the map back up on his phone before pointing off down the path. That way. Hawk's agency wasn't actually too far from the park they'd been at. They'd walked the 10-minute walk in silence. The sun had fully set by the time they'd turned onto the main road. But Izuku's glow along with the streetlights was more than enough for Shoto to see where he was going. Where's the apartment building you want to get to? Shoto asked. Izuku jumped at the sound of his voice. Down the street. A few blocks over. I can make it from here though. If you don't want to come, why you can if you want though. It's okay, Shoto cut him off. I'll walk with you. Oh okay, Izuku said, and they lapsed back into silence as the pair continued to walk. Not 2 minutes later, Shoto thought of something else he'd noticed and decided, stupidly without thinking, to bring it up. Shouldn't you be in some sort of hospital? I noticed your fingers were broken and the blood on your face. Immediately, he regretted asking. The boy turned his face away and tugged the sheet down to hide his hands. Shoto found himself shivering from the startling drop in temperature. Apologies, Shoto said, bowing his head a little. I shouldn't ask personal questions like that. It's okay. Izuku whispered, they don't hurt me. A hospital wouldn't be able to do anything for me anyway. I don't think they can treat dead people. Oh, Shoto didn't say anything after that. So Izuku was actually dead and brought back by some ghost quirk. What a weird quirk, pretty powerful too, in its own right. They arrived at the apartment building within 5 minutes. It was a pretty high-end place, despite being the son of the number 2 hero. He felt out of place here in his t-shirt and shorts when the guy who'd just walked out of the pristine lift looked like some kind of lawyer in his sharp business suit and perfectly combed hair. Top floor, Izuku mumbled, glancing up at him with a look of slight concern. He must have noticed how uncomfortable Shoto looked. He nodded, heading for the lift with the ghost following behind him, and took a minute to wonder how a ghost boy ended up staying in a penthouse apartment. Shoto didn't hesitate to press the button for the top floor once they were both in the lift. At the 5th floor, the doors opened and a man and woman, both looking just as official as the man downstairs, walked in and obnoxiously took up most of the space with no regard to Shoto. Izuku had needed to hover close enough that Shoto felt the deathly chill to avoid them walking through him. Izuku hurriedly glided out of the lift as soon as they reached the top floor, and Shoto quickly followed, darting past the pair and into the corridor. Thankful to be out of the lift. That one, Izuku told him, pointing to one of the 4 doors on this floor as he glided over, stopping when he reached it and glancing back. Okay, Shoto said, walking over and knocking sharply on the door before standing back. There was a crash from inside before the door was flung open by a frazzled-looking Hawks. How was this the wrong place after all? Hawk's eyes widened when he saw them before the lights in the hallway flickered so much Shoto thought they might break, and Izuku darted forward and grabbed the hero's wrists in both hands, so he could touch things then. Izuku, the hero yelped, I thought I'd lost you. Shoto only felt slightly awkward standing here watching this exchange. Silently, he wondered if this was how Izuku felt when he was around people who couldn't see him. Keigo, Izuku squeaked back, looking like he was about to start crying as he explained, I was lost. I got sidetracked. See, coming back and then suddenly everything was unfamiliar and I had no idea where I was or how to get back. It's okay, kid. You're back now, Keigo sighed. I was really worried. Who's your friend anyways? This is Shoto, Izuku introduced him, bouncing backwards and putting a hand on Shoto's shoulder. He found himself recoiling instinctively at the touch, and Izuku recoiled as though he'd been struck himself. Shoto mentally shook himself for reacting in such a way. Sorry. I kinda creeped him out by following him for an hour without realizing he could see me. But then he showed me the way back. Nice to meet you, sir. Shoto nodded politely, ignoring these thoughts for now. Oh awesome, nice to meet you too. Feel free to call me Keigo. Hey Izuku, you said he can see you. Do you know why? He doesn't have a mutation quirk. Hawks, now dubbed Keigo, questioned. I am not sure. It told him it's you usually only mutation quirks and he's definitely not dying, so Izuku trailed off. Could it be, you know the other thing? Keigo asked quietly. Shoto shivered as the temperature in the hallway dropped almost immediately and Keigo began to look uneasy. Shoto was quickly beginning to feel like they didn't realize he was still here. He glanced at the ghost boy when he remained silent. He had this sad look in his eyes. There was an uncomfortable silence for a minute before Izuku finally replied, his voice quiet. It would be rude to ask. Keigo nodded in understanding and quickly put on an ammo. Well, Shoto, since you helped get my ghost friend home, what do you say about coming in and having some chicken nuggets? I was about to order 'em for myself, so. Sure, Shoto asked, glancing at Izuku for reassurance, but the ghost boy seemed unresponsive, that sad look still in his eyes. Keigo waved him in after that and backed up into the apartment, waving for them to follow, which Shoto did with Izuku floating in after him. The first thing he noticed was a smashed vase on the ground with flowers spilling out of it that must have been what had smashed earlier. Izuku silently floated over to it and sank down, his sheet billowing out around him, and began picking up the spilled flowers. Keigo started talking to someone on the phone, most likely ordering the food he'd offered, and Shoto just watched Izuku, unsure of what else to do. Once the ghost had finished with the flowers, he took them to the kitchen and placed them in an empty vase that had sat on the worktop. Without a glance to the other two in the apartment, he floated through the wall and disappeared into an adjoining room. Seconds later, something soft rubbed against his leg and Shoto looked down, his eyes meeting amber ones belonging to a black cat. A little startled, the boy reached down to pet her. Don't worry about him. Keigo's voice cut through his thoughts as he put the phone down on the table. I think I might have upset him, and he really liked those flowers. The cat's name is Spirit, by the way. She's Izuku's. Oh, Shoto said, looking up at the hero awkwardly. While still petting the cat, I'm sorry if I made this situation worse. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Hey, you're Endeavor's son, right? Keigo asked, sitting on the dining table. Yes, Shoto nodded, trying to hide the fact that he was a little upset the hero recognized him. The cat meowed and shoved her cheek into his palm in a gesture that was probably supposed to be comforting. Does Izuku know? Keigo tilted his head. Yes, why? Shoto asked, now a little confused. Why did it matter if Izuku knew? Oh, it's just that he doesn't like Endeavor much. He doesn't seem to have any issue with you though, so it's okay. And try not to bring up All Might, he'll get upset if you do. Haven't figured out why yet. Right, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Shoto said awkwardly, trying to keep being polite even though he'd rather just give one-word answers and be done with it. Keigo was about to say something else when the door to one of the rooms opened and Izuku came through. Shoto wondered why he hadn't just floated through the wall like he did before as he stood up, and the cat ran off towards the couch. The ghost silently floated over until he was face to face with Shoto before holding out one hand, palm up. Shoto looked between the ghost's hand and his face for a second, before hesitantly copying. He was unsure if that's what the ghost actually wanted him to do. His action was confirmed to be correct when the corners of the boy's mouth quirked up just a little and he pressed something, rather multiple somethings, into Shoto's open palm. The objects in question were smooth and cold to the touch. After a second, the ghost stood back, leaving Shoto to inspect the objects he'd been given, 3 small gemstones. Shoto wouldn't be able to identify them himself, let alone talk about their symbolism, but he still appreciated the offer. They looked nice, though he wasn't sure why the ghost had given them to him. They're crystals, Izuku whispered, coming to float next to him. Obviously noting his previous confusion, he continued. That's onyx. He pointed to the darkest one. It symbolizes protection and healing. He moved his finger to point to the reddish one. That's bloodstone. It symbolizes courage, healing again, strength and self-esteem. He glanced up at Shoto, who nodded along, trying to keep what the ghost was saying in mind. The boy pointed to the biggest of the 3 stones, a bluish-green one. That's turquoise. It's also a healing stone. I think the strongest. It also symbolizes communication and luck. I wanted to give these to you, if you wanted to have them. I am all right. Thank you. They're pretty, Shoto told him awkwardly, closing his fist around the stones and carefully putting them into his pocket. Izuku smiled at that, before Keigo interrupted. The hero had previously been watching with a sympathetic look on his face as Izuku explained the stone. Something in the back of his mind told him there was something that they hadn't told him or asked him if Izuku's comment earlier was anything to go by, but he dismissed it for now. Speaking of communication, would you like my phone number, Shoto? So you and Izuku can stay in touch. It had been 2 weeks and Shoto hadn't texted, not a single peep. The silence worried Izuku, of course it did, but he wasn't willing to bring it up with Keigo just yet. That was mainly because he didn't want to admit certain things to himself. For that reason he kept quiet about it, and so did Keigo. Hey Izuku. Keigo came through the door and hung his coat on the hook. The ghost shot up from where he'd been curled up with Spirit on the couch. The cat gave an annoyed meow before trotting off. Izuku knew something was wrong. Keigo never came through the door. What is it? Izuku asked, tilting his head with worry. On closer inspection, Keigo seemed rushed and a little frantic. His feathers were messed up too, as if he'd ran all the way here. Keigo started, obviously unsure on how to continue. Some people are coming over to visit me and they're not great people, and I'd rather you not be here when they visit in case one of them can see you. So I need you to take Spirit and find somewhere to hide for an hour or so, okay? Izuku contemplated for a moment. Whoever was coming over seemed to have Keigo in panic mode. If they were enough to make Keigo panic, they must be really bad people, so Izuku should do as Keigo says and make himself scarce for the evening. But of course, the hero might be in danger, so Izuku absolutely wasn't about to do that. Okay, Izuku nodded. I'll find somewhere. When will they get here? 5 minutes. Keigo ran a hand through his messy hair. I'll try not to let them touch your room, but I might not be able to stop them. So apologies in advance if anything gets broken. It's okay. Izuku floated towards the balcony where Spirit had gone. Why you should worry about yourself more than my stuff. Keigo buried his face in his hands and let out a quiet chirp. Right. Within 2 minutes, Izuku had managed to get Spirit to follow him into the next door apartment. He had floated through the door just in time for 3 people, a woman and 2 men, to step out of the elevator. The woman knocked harshly on Keigo's door. Izuku watched with his head poked through the wall as Keigo opened his door mere seconds after she'd knocked, and the 3 had pushed past him inside and the door slammed behind them, cutting off Izuku's observation. Instead, he floated up and phased through the ceiling until he located the ventilation system, quickly locating the grate that opened up into Keigo's apartment and watching the interaction through there instead. He'd kept himself hidden like Keigo asked, but he wasn't about to let him get hurt either. The woman started sifting through his things, glancing at the pile of pillows and blankets on the couch and saying something about sleeping on the job before moving on to the kitchen. Izuku heard every word she said when she opened the fridge and inspected the contents. Hawks, we've been doing everything for you and you can't even keep to a simple diet plan. Now you've fled the nest. The woman shook her head as she pulled a tub of ice cream from the fridge and threw it straight into the trash, following it with just about everything in the fridge. Did their diet plan include starvation? If you continue like this, we might have to bring you back home so we can keep a closer eye on you. Keigo visibly tensed, his feathers twitching as he said nothing. He kept his alert but still respectful posture in place, but Izuku could see the pure fear in his eyes. And what's all this junk? She asked, picking up and inspecting a small penguin statue that stood on the kitchen windowsill. You're a hero, Hawks. You don't have time for things like this. I thought we raised you better than this. She dropped the figurine on the floor, where it smashed into pieces before stepping over it, crushing the tiny head with the heel of her shoe. Izuku couldn't help a gasp. How dare she treat Keigo's things like that? Keigo's eyes darted around the apartment, focusing on all the little things he'd bought over the last 3 weeks at lightning speed before focusing back on the woman. Izuku noticed how a jolt ran through him when she stepped closer. Keigo was scared. He was scared of this woman. Izuku had never seen Keigo scared before. I hope you haven't been slacking on your training while you've been collecting junk. You're our dearest paragon, after all. We'd hate to see you fail to dodge ahead. After all, you are said to be the fastest hero, no? She raised an eyebrow at him and Hawks nodded obediently. Well, what do you have to say for yourself? Of course I've been keeping up, Handler-san, Keigo said. Izuku knew he was lying through his teeth, but Keigo was good at it. The title he gave her left a sour taste in Izuku's mouth, Handler, as though Keigo was an animal in a zoo. And I've noticed you've been slipping up with some of your undesirable traits recently, she said with a grimace. I noticed you let a few Yug sounds slip during your latest interview. That was right, he had. Keigo had grown used to being himself at home around Izuku to the point that he'd nearly forgotten to repress the bird-like sounds during his latest interview. The public were going crazy over it. Izuku stared at her with wide eyes through the slats in the vent. That was pure quirk discrimination. Suddenly he realized these must be the people who Keigo had mentioned in passing. Izuku scowled. I apologize. I'll do better next time, Keigo murmured. I should hope so. Embarrassing us like that after all we've done for you. Perhaps another lesson in respect will teach you not to slip up again, she threatened. Izuku gritted his teeth, using all his self-restraint not to whack her with the frying pan that was sat conveniently within reach on the drainer should he allow himself to fall through the ceiling. That's not necessary. Keigo backtracked, eyes widening slightly at the prospect. I won't slip up again, I swear. Stuttering, Hawks. Really, perhaps we've been giving you too long a leash. I think some lessons really are in order. She had an almost sadistic look on her face as she watched Hawks panic. Izuku couldn't stand this anymore. Izuku had always had a heroic heart. As a small child, before he'd been diagnosed quirkless and everything went to shit, he'd been told that over and over. By his mom, by Mitsuki and Masaru. Even Kaken had believed in him before got his diagnosis. His father had even said it 1 or twice, even after he'd gotten diagnosed and the comments stopped. Izuku still stood up for anyone he could. He'd stand between Kaken and his victims until his childhood friend had stopped bothering to go after others. After he'd faded into the shadows, he still did everything he could to help others. He even stooped to stealing from the school cafeteria so he wouldn't have to waste his mother's hard-earned money on himself. Now, even as a ghost, Izuku still had a strong will to protect those he cared about, which might only be Keigo in spirit right now, but that was irrelevant. For a moment he was back on the playground of their elementary school. Suddenly the woman had Kaken's face and Keigo was the defenseless kid the group of bullies had decided to target that day for no reason other than the fact that they were stronger. The only difference this time was that Izuku could do something about it. Izuku was able to help. As the woman pulled out what looked like a taser and Keigo stopped. Stiff as a board, Izuku dropped from the ceiling, snatched up the pan with both hands and swung it with all the force he could muster at the woman. The metal smacked the side of her head with a loud clang. Before dropping to the ground, the woman crumpled, out cold. Keigo was staring at him wide-eyed as he faced the two other men with his hands raised in a subconscious imitation of his childhood bully. The men stared at their co-worker with wide, frightened eyes, immediately losing their cool composure. "What the F?" one yelled, snapping out of his surprise. "I'm not seeing things right. That pan just moved by itself. You don't have a telekinesis quirk, right? You know my quirk is a memory quirk. Idiot. Of course I saw that, Hawks. What the F? My apartment is haunted," Hawks suggested awkwardly as Izuku zipped across the room, snatching pillow after pillow off of the couch and throwing them at the men as the light started to flicker more and more with each cushion. The men yelled and tried to defend themselves from the onslaught as they grabbed their unconscious coworker under her arms and made to run from the apartment. "Go away," Izuku shrieked as he grabbed a mug and flung it at them in rage. It hit one of the men's shoulders and smashed to pieces. "Go away and don't come back." The woman's stiletto was stolen and thrown at the men when they didn't leave fast enough. And as soon as they were over the threshold, the door was slammed hard enough to startle Keigo back to a proper thought process. Izuku glared at the door for a moment before turning abruptly and zipping back through the wall into the apartment next door before Keigo could even say a word. As soon as Izuku arrived back in the other apartment, he realized what he'd just done. He'd attacked people, bad people, but still people because they'd tried to hurt Keigo. The force Izuku used to hit the woman with the frying pan was surely enough to give her a concussion, and he'd definitely caused some kind of injury with the other objects he'd thrown. Keigo probably never wanted to see him again after that. Izuku curled in on himself and stuffed himself into the corner of the big room, burning his face in his knees and wishing he could still cry. "Meow, I'm okay," Izuku murmured, peeking over his knees at Spirit, who'd sat herself in front of him, her head tilted to the side. "I just Keigo P probably hates me now. I hurt people. MRO. I know I helped him but th hose people. I hurt them. I shouldn't have. I interfered. Keigo told me to stay out of it and I didn't listen. Meow. They were talking like they were going to hurt him. I couldn't just sit there and watch them take him away. As she had a taser. Mew. Why, you're right. I guess I did help. Muroa. Okay. I'll go talk to him. Mew. I just had a heart-to-heart with a cat. Didn't I? Meow. Okay, I'm going. Izuku uncurled himself from his corner and took a deep breath before slowly floating back through the wall. Izuku looked around the apartment for Keigo and found the man cleaning up the mess Izuku had made. Izuku hesitated before heading over and picking up a cushion, holding it in both his shaking hands as the hero turned to look up at him. The older's eyes were suddenly fixed on him, still wide with what he'd just experienced. Izuku almost backed out right then, but instead he stood his ground, even if he was clutching the pillow to his chest and shaking from anxiety while he did it. "Izuku," Keigo said in a tone that almost sounded like relief, "you're okay." "I hope." Izuku's eyes widened. He'd expected just about any response except that. Was Keigo really concerned for him after what he'd just done? "I was so worried when you flew off like that." Keigo jumped up, startling Izuku just a little. The hero took the pillow from his grasp. "I was scared you might have run to somewhere I wouldn't be able to find you." But I heard those people aren't. Why you mad?" Izuku asked, eyes wide. "You might have gone a bit far with the mug," Keigo admitted. Izuku hung his head. "But you saved me, right? She was going to hurt you. I couldn't just watch." Izuku confirmed without hesitation. I didn't mean to go so far. I'm so sorry for breaking your mug. But I'm not sorry for hitting her with the pan. She deserved that." "It's fine, kid. I can buy another one." Keigo shrugged. "Thank you for stepping in. Maybe this time they won't come back." Maybe." Izuku mumbled. "I'm sorry." "You have nothing to apologize for," Keigo told him firmly. "Now go rest while I clean this up." "Okay." Izuku didn't do that. He wordlessly moved to help Keigo clean up. When they were finally done, Keigo sat in silence on the couch. Izuku hovered awkwardly nearby, wondering what he should do now. Should he rest like Keigo said? But he didn't want to leave the hero when he still seemed so shaken, especially when Izuku was still recovering himself. After a moment of staring at the hero, he decided he should at least try to help. now just to figure out how. Keigo, why, you should probably eat something, Izuku said after some tense minutes of silence. At least drink as something. She threw away all my food, Keigo mumbled sadly, flopping back against the pillows and wrapping his wings around himself. Then we should go out and get him more, right? Izuku poked his wing. The hero looked over at him and Izuku tried to smile. We can just go to the store and buy us some. It might be fun. Keigo was still for a moment, before nodding slowly. Can you see if they're still hanging around downstairs? They like waiting around to see what I do. That's sure. Izuku jumped up and sank down through the floor. When he appeared on the first floor, he glanced around. No bad people in sight here, nor were they hanging around outside. After checking around the building, Izuku floated back up to Keigo's apartment. No one's around, Izuku announced, making Keigo jump in spirit, who'd made a home on his lap after returning to the apartment across the balcony in Izuku's absence, flail before running off. Ah, good, Keigo nodded, standing up. Izuku noted that the man was still a little shaky as he grabbed his wallet and headed for the balcony. Meet you down there. Izuku nodded and dropped through the floor once again. The trip to the nearest store wasn't exactly as fun as Izuku might have thought it would be, but Keigo still returned with 3 bags worth of food, most of which went against the Hero Commission's diet plan, which Izuku was probably a little too proud of. When time came for Keigo to go on his evening patrol, neither of them protested when he refused to leave the sofa. Instead, they booted up Netflix and watched a marathon of old Disney films while Keigo feasted on a tub of ice cream and ate a good 3 packets of biscuits. Eventually, after the clock had long passed midnight, the hero fell asleep with his wings curled around himself. Izuku smiled to himself as he settled on the couch near Keigo's feet. There wasn't much else he'd be able to do that day. He'd used a lot of energy. By the next morning, the events of the previous day were long since forgotten. Keigo made pancakes with the very same frying pan that Izuku had used to strike the woman. Izuku peered into the kitchen with interest, and when Keigo spotted him, the hero attempted to make a show of flipping the pancake he was currently making, only for it to fly way too high and then fall down right onto his head. The hero let out a surprised squawk and Izuku giggled before crouching down to pet Spirit, who'd trotted over to his hovering feet on his entry. The cat meowed up at him and Izuku nodded, his hand stilling in her fur. Hey Keigo, could you feed Spirit? She's hungry. Keigo gave him an odd look, but put down the pan and removed the failed pancake from his head, moving to grab one of the packs of cat food that was luckily hidden in the back of the cupboard when the evil lady and her cronies had come through the day before. Meowing back to Izuku, Spirit ran over to intercept the plate of food before it was set down on the tiled floor. The rest of the day Izuku spent mainly on his own, watching Keigo's phone, hoping for something from the friend he'd made almost 2 weeks ago now. I don't like this. It feels wrong, Izuku told Keigo as soon as the man flew back inside at the end of the day. The hero cocked his head to the side, confusion written across his features. Izuku floated up away from the chair and brushed non-existent dust from his translucent cloak. Shoto still hasn't texted. It's been 2 weeks. I don't like it, he reiterated. It just feels wrong. When you gave him your phone number, he seemed happy. And there's still the issue of why he can see me. I am starting to think that maybe he's not safe at home. We don't even know if he can see you because of that, Keigo answered. Even if it was because of a ending attempt like you think, we can't assume it's because of his home life. He's the son of the number 2 here. Endeavor wouldn't let something like that happen. I think that may be where you're wrong, Izuku mumbled. Some of the things he told or didn't tell me were concerning the way he deflected when I asked him why he didn't want to go home. And in that scar eye, Izuku took a deep breath, even though Keigo knew he didn't need to, and looked the hero in the eye. Keigo, when I was alive I was a massive hero fanboy, Izuku started, to the point where it could be considered stalking. What are you getting at? Keigo looked at Izuku skeptically, tilting his head. I had 13 notebooks, all of them filled with hero research. One of them was entirely dedicated to the top 10 heroes except all MI. Izuku shivered at the memory of the number 1 hero making an unwanted appearance in his mind. Rubbing his arm and looking away, his voice dropping to a whisper, he had his own book. Research on Endeavor took up 27 pages of that book. I know a lot. After Keigo got over his momentary surprise at the ghost saying the number 1 hero's name, he managed to answer, what do you know about Shoto? Barely anything. And that's what worries me, Izuku mumbles. All I know is that he's Endeavor's son and that the guy is training him to be a hero. Before today, all I knew about his appearance was his hair from a single blurry photograph on the internet. I don't even know his quirk, though I could probably guess. And why's that bothering you? Well, it's just that being the son of the number 2 hero, you'd expect him to have more of a media presence, especially when he's training to be a hero himself. Besides, he's handsome too. I'd expect a good few photos of him to be everywhere. I'd expect him to attend interviews and events with his dad. I guess I'd just expect way more information on him to be readily available. Maybe Endeavor just wants to keep his son a secret. It's dangerous to have loved ones as a pro, I know. I know it just feels wrong. Keijo Endeavor's the type to flaunt his attributes. I'd expect him to shove Shoto in the world's face and say, look what a great son I have. I have to show the world how amazing he is just because he's my son. Izuku sighed. The fact that he's kept Shoto hidden concerns me. The fact that Shoto has basically zero public sightings, the way he was so closed off and emotionless, the way he reacted when I said he was the son of Endeavor. The fact that he can see me. The fact that his siblings and his mother basically do not exist, they all concern me, Keigo. I'm worried. Alright kid, when you lay it all out like that I see what you mean. Keigo sighed. It's worrying me too. But what can we do, Keigo? Izuku sighed, curling himself into a ball. All we gave him was a phone number, and he hasn't texted. What if he never does? I'm sure he will. Keigo smiled warmly, trying his best to comfort the little ghost. Just give him more time. Izuku frowns, fidgeting with his hands as he looks at the floor. He felt restless, like there was something he needed to do. He wanted to move around, do something. After a minute of tense silence, he voiced his feelings to Keigo, who sighed. I'll try and figure something out, okay? The hero told him gently. For now you should go rest. I'm sure you're tired from being sat here all day. Izuku pouted, floating a little off the ground and floating towards the table, more like completely restless. I don't think I'll be able to stay still that long, Keigo. Then how about you watch something? Keigo suggested. You can continue the movie marathon. It ended up being 4 hours of watching even more Disney films. If he was asked, Izuku wouldn't be able to tell you half of what happened in any of them, but it had helped to settle his nerves regardless. Spirit had joined him on the couch too after a while, and her presence had managed to calm him even more. By the time 2 AM hit, Izuku found himself calm enough to head into the spare room and let himself flop completely weightless onto the sheets of the guest bed. When Izuku emerged from his room the next morning, Keigo was sitting at the dining table, focused on something on his laptop. The hero's eyes were narrowed and his face was scrunched up in concentration as he tapped a few keys and clicked a few times in quick succession. Izuku found himself curious, but not curious enough to break Keigo's concentration. Apparently he didn't need to though, because Keigo noticed him only moments later, snapping the laptop shut and staring as though he'd been caught in the act. Izuku simply tilted his head. I totally wasn't playing Stardew Valley while I'm supposed to be making plans. Nope, why would you accuse me of such a thing, Izuku? I thought we were friends. Keigo cried with an offended chirp, standing up with his hands splayed across the top of the laptop. I didn't say anything though. Izuku asked, confused. You were playing Stardew Valley. What plans? Keigo facepalmed with a groan. I was trying to figure out a plan to help with our Shoto problem, but I got distracted by the game. Oh, Izuku allowed himself a small smile. I get that. Did you manage to come up with anything? Well, you could, just haunt him. Keigo looked him up and down, like basic ghost stuff. Go to his house and chill there and see if anything's up. But I don't know where his house is, Izuku pointed out. And then what about Shoto? I can't just break into their house. That's against the law. Izuku, the law doesn't apply to dead people, Keigo told him gently. Izuku imagined Keigo would be patting his hair in a mock patronizing gesture if he was tangible. I'm sure Shoto wouldn't mind, and if he did, it'd be easy enough for you to stay hidden. Even then I still don't know his address or how to get there. That's where I come in, Keigo grinned, dramatically pointing a thumb at his own chest. Izuku stared at him blankly. Most heroes have access to a huge official database which contains basic information on basically all Japanese citizens. The Quirk database, Izuku interrupted, before looking down. Sorry, continue. Yeah, the Quirk database, don't worry kid, it's fine. Basically, we can search Endeavor or his kids up using their quirks and find their address from that. Keigo explained. Izuku brightened. Okay, he smiled. I guess we might as well look into it. Awesome, Keigo grinned, stretching his arms before yanking his laptop open again and closing out of his game. Izuku moved to float in place behind him. It didn't take very long to find Endeavor's address. In Izuku's opinion, it was way too easy. He thought it would be at least a little difficult to get into this database. What if a villain hacked it and used the information to plan a large-scale attack? But Izuku didn't voice his opinion. It wasn't his place to, and besides it really didn't matter right now. Misutafu, Izuku muttered, reading the name of the district labeled. He sighed. He'd hoped he'd never have to go near his home again. It's on the opposite side of the city to where I found you, Keigo pointed out kindly, seeing Izuku's hesitance. Closer to Yue. Yue? Izuku asked, and then nodded. How would I get there? I don't want to get lost again. I'd come with you. Keigo shrugged. We'll get the train and then I'll leave you a few streets over. You should be able to use Shoto's phone to text me to come grab you when you want to leave. All right, Izuku nodded firmly. I can do that. You sure, kid? I don't want you to do this if you're not comfortable. 100%? Okay, Keigo told him, leveling Izuku with a serious look. Plus ultra, Izuku said with a small smile and a fist in the air. Keigo couldn't keep up the serious expression and his face broke into a fond grin. That's the spirit, Keigo cheered. The cat meowed indignantly from across the room. PFF, spirit, why because I'm a ghost. You know what I mean, Izuku. The next day, Izuku found himself on a train once again. This time after just 4 weeks it was easier to stay in place, and once they disembarked again he didn't feel quite as sick. He just felt relieved to be off of the thing and back onto solid ground he wouldn't fall straight through. Do you not feel like there's anything wrong with doing this? Izuku asked softly as they made their way through quiet streets, following the map on Keigo's phone. Nah, Keigo shrugged. You said it yourself. This feels wrong, and I want to get to the bottom of it. Shoto hasn't texted, and it's not illegal if you literally can't be charged, so. Izuku looked down. I want to see what exactly is going on with Shotobi, but it just seems like I'm invading his privacy. What if he finds out and hates me? I don't know him that well, and well, then that's his loss, but I don't think he will. You're hard to hate, Keigo said, making a gesture to ruffle Izuku's hair fondly, only for his hand to slip through his form. Izuku sighed as they stopped on the corner of the street. All right, kid, I'm going to leave you here, you know the way. Nodding firmly, Izuku turned to face the direction he was to go. He'd spent an hour or so memorizing the map of the area. He didn't want to get lost again. I'm ready, he said firmly, giving Keigo the most confident look he could muster. Good luck, kid, Keigo smiled. See ya soon. With that, Keigo took off and left Izuku to continue the journey alone. He pushed the doubt from his mind as he quickly made his way towards the massive house that belonged to the Todoroki family. Floating through the gate when he arrived, Izuku found himself engrossed with the beautiful gardens that surrounded the house. He couldn't help himself as he veered from the main path to explore the gardens they were walled in. He couldn't get lost in here, stopping every few minutes to look at all the different flowers, stopping on a small wooden bridge to marvel at a pretty little stream, stopping to admire the way paths and arches lead the way around the swirling garden. It was so put together while still looking wild and natural. He figured it must have cost a lot of money. So caught up in admiring the garden, Izuku didn't notice that he'd intruded on a picnic until he was startled by the voice of a young woman. He'd whipped around to find she was addressing the young man next to her. Despite not knowing their names, he recognized their faces from one of the few blurry photos on the internet. These were Shoto's siblings. First order of business was to make sure that they couldn't see him. The second order of business would rely on the outcome of the first. Hello, Izuku said softly, floating forward. Both the Todorokis ignored him, instead continuing on with their conversation. So they couldn't see him. Good. Izuku allowed himself a smile. The pair in front of him seemed happy enough. Maybe he could listen in on their conversation for a while. Thanks for making this lunch, sis. The boy grinned. I'm glad you're back for the week. I suck at cooking. The girl laughed. Maybe you should learn then. Has Shoto been eating properly? The boy rolled his eyes. Father's still got him on that stupidly strict diet. I tried to give him one chocolate-covered raisin last week and father slapped the whole pack out of my hand and yelled at me before making me clean it up. The woman cringed. I wish he'd lighten up a little. I guess the training's not gotten better? Huh. Why do you think he isn't here right now? The pair were silent for a minute, both looking a little grim. Izuku wondered why they'd be so upset about training. Shoto needed to train to be a hero? Right. Something was definitely up there. Maybe training was code for something else for the family. Maybe he should see what that was about. Yeah, he should. Nodding to himself, Izuku left the siblings for their picnic and continued his mission towards the house. When he arrived at the main house, he was faced with a decking area that had the wide ornate traditional-style sliding panel doors cracked open. It was obvious to Izuku that someone had shut them in a rage, slammed them so hard that they bounced open again instead of shutting as they should. Izuku wondered what had happened. From the crack in the door, Izuku could see bright light spilling out onto the shaded wood. He recognized the red light dancing within fire. Having been tormented with it for so many years, of course he could identify it. This fire wasn't like Bakugo's though. It didn't smell like burning sugar. In fact, he thought he could faintly smell burning flesh. And he really didn't like the implications of that, and it wasn't igniting in bright pops. This fire was swirling and bright and full of rage. As he floated closer to the crack in the door, Izuku was able to see more of the room within. From his position, he could only see his back endeavors. The hero was wearing a shirt and trousers like one might wear for lounging around the house, but he looked anything but relaxed. The flame hero was rigid with rage, surrounded by a wreath of fire that illuminated his crimson hair and fists wrapped in his flames, one raised to throw a punch. Izuku might have thought it beautiful if this situation was entirely different. Yes, something was very wrong here. Now just to find out what. I thought I should add a little quirk page. It might solve any confusion about Izuku's quirk and save me from repeating myself in the comments. Thank you to that one person in the comments who gave me the description for Spirit's quirk. Spirit the cat. Quirk, man's best friend. Activation, intent. Category, mental. Uses. Quirk allows a connection with another person on an intellectual and, perhaps even, spiritual level. Can only work with one person at a time of the user's choosing. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, ghost. Activation activates after death. Category mutation emitter. Mutation locks the user in a spectral appearance based on how they died. Injuries from death will remain. Clothes from death will remain. Colors will be dulled or grayscale unless they have major significance. The user will gain a sheet or cloak. Emitter user can phase through walls or solid objects naturally. However, with use of energy from sources, life source, electrical source, or more minor sources, such as nature source, user will hover above the ground and can float up and down at will. Uses can interact with objects if energy is used, can move around undetected, can lift, move objects. User doesn't need sleep or nutrition. User is technically, medically dead. User can interact with other people and animals, but this takes much more energy. Drawbacks: using energy makes user tired. They will need to rest in a daze-like state to regain energy. The majority of the population cannot see the user. Exact limit is unknown, but there is a limit to how much mass the user can travel through at once, so they cannot fall all the way through the earth. Extra notes: the user can let themselves drop, which is more or less as fast as a normal person falling, except they can phase through basically anything that's not completely solid. When they float up, it takes more effort and acts more like the quirk, float, so it's more like a floaty, hover effect rather than flying. Technically, the user can fly, but the further away from the ground they are, the slower they can move, so after they get so high off the ground they can't really do anything but go back down. The flame hero was tall and broad and made Izuku feel almost like an ant just by being in the same room. The man's aura was dangerous, angry. Izuku felt a fear course through his veins that he hadn't felt since his last day in the living world. The hero looked almost like he was in the middle of fighting a villain. Izuku briefly wondered if someone had broken into his house, but that didn't make sense. It didn't explain the doors shut in rage. Endeavor had come in from outside and taken time to slam them. And besides, no criminal in their right minds would try to rob Endeavor's house while he was home. Izuku watched as Endeavor threw his fiery punch and heard the pain cry and a thud. Izuku flinched. Being on the receiving end of that must have hurt. He'd experienced so many explosion-powered punches to know that, and a punch from Endeavor could only be worse. Now just to work out who. Stand up. Shoto. Endeavor snarled and Izuku's eyes widened in horror as everything clicked into place. This was the training Shoto's siblings had talked about outside. No wonder they looked upset. It seemed that training was just another word for abuse in this household. Izuku couldn't let it stand. Not from anyone. Number 2 hero status be damned. Izuku watched for roughly 5 more seconds after that before he made the decision that helping his friend was far more important than maintaining the secrecy of his visit. Mission be damned. His new friend was in pain, and the man who called himself a hero and a father was the one inflicting it. Izuku felt the same protective rush rising in him, just as it had a few days before with the hero commission. He needed to do something, and he needed to do it now, before Endeavor gets to land another hit on his friend. Silently, Izuku slipped through the door and scanned the training room for something he could use. Having already concluded that it was unlikely Endeavor would see him, and even if he could, fire can't hurt him anymore, the hero wouldn't be able to do anything about it. There weren't many objects around except that full bucket of water in the corner. It took all of Izuku's strength to lift the bucket. The ceiling lights almost short-circuited from the amount of electricity he was drawing from them. Water was heavier than expected. From this angle, he had a better visual of the room. Shoto hadn't noticed him yet. Instead, his friend's wide eyes were fixed on his father. His friend was wearing training gear, if you could call it that. It was just a sporty pair of shorts and a loose t-shirt. His face was littered with bruises. Somehow his scar looked angrier than it had in the dark. Izuku could just pick out a thin glistening tear track on his right cheek. The number 2 hero had made Shoto cry, and Izuku would not let this continue. When Izuku neared the ceiling, he was finally noticed by his friend. Shoto's eyes widened just a fraction, but otherwise his face remained exactly the same, other than him pushing himself up onto his hands and knees as his father requested he did so angrily. Izuku smiled an almost sadistic smile as just as Endeavor was preparing another attack for the stumbling Shoto, he upturned the bucket over the flame hero's head, letting the bucket fall onto the man's head with a clang. Endeavor let loose a string of curses, now drenched and unable to use his quirk properly, and of course with a bucket on his head. Izuku cackled, rapped on the side bucket with his fist a good few times, the amplified sound ringing through the metal and making Endeavor shiver. Messing with the number 1 hero complete. Izuku bolted over to Shoto and used his remaining strength to help him up and drag him outside and into the garden. Where are we going? Shoto asked him as soon as he'd regained his composure enough to realize what had happened. What are you even doing here? I'm taking you to your siblings. As assuming one of them can help, and I'm here because you haven't texted at all in 2 weeks and I was getting worried. Oh, Shoto sighed sadly. Sorry for not texting. The bastard broke my phone and is refusing to pay for a new one until I pass the recommendation exam to UA. I am sorry, Shoto. Izuku sighed, glancing back at his friend as he continued to tug him through the gardens towards where the picnic was being held. When are the exams? Just after Christmas, Shoto answered, in around 3 more weeks. Oh, Izuku grinned, can I come along? I always dreamed of going to UA when I was well, not dead. Sure, I don't see why not, Shoto shrugged. Izuku grinned, spinning in a happy circle as he let go of Shoto's wrist. Your siblings were just over here, yes. They're still here. With that, Izuku gave Shoto a sharp shove and he stumbled into the small clearing where his siblings were just finishing up with their food. When Shoto stumbled in, his brother screamed like a full high-pitched scream and his sister accidentally snorted her apple juice in surprise. Shoto, his sister yelled after she recovered from the shock. What are you? Oh my gosh, your injuries. Hey Fayumi, Shoto sighed. Sorry for interrupting you guys' picnic. Don't worry about it, Sho. His brother grinned. You were always invited. What happened to the sperm donor? Natsuo, Fayumi hissed, elbowing him. He gave her a look. A ghost dropped a bucket of water on his head and then dragged me here. Shoto explained. Izuku snorted, doubling over with barely contained laughter nearby as the pair stared at Shoto in shock and confusion. Come on, Shoto, I'll sort out your injuries, then we can talk afterwards. Fayumi smiled, standing up and putting a hand on Shoto's back and began to lead him away. I'll be in my room, Natsuo called with a wave. Come chat after, K. Sure, Shoto nodded as he was led from the clearing. Izuku quickly followed, still muffling giggles. Fayumi took Shoto to the bathroom and began tending to his wounds with practiced ease. The way she knew exactly what to do, as though this was a regular routine, reminded Izuku a little too much of his past life, always having to tend to his own wounds in the same way Fayumi was doing to Shoto now. The only difference was that Shoto had someone to care for him. Izuku never did. So, Shoto. Fayumi leaned on the bathtub after finishing the last bandage. Izuku was almost relieved it was over, happy that Shoto got the medical attention he needed, and glad that the bad memories would leave. Yes, Shoto asked her. Did you hit your head during today's training or something? Why are you suddenly talking about ghosts? Are you concussed? Hallucinating? She asked. Izuku sighed. If only he could make himself visible to other people, he could save Shoto from whatever this was. No, Shoto answered. There is actually a ghost. His name is Izuku. He's here right now. He's hovering by the door. Shoto, are you sure you're okay? Shoto, you're making yourself look like you're crazy, Izuku pointed out, and instead of doing the sensible thing and ignoring the ghost, Shoto turned right to face him. Shut up, I know what I'm doing, Shoto answered him, and Izuku facepalmed as Fayumi started, distress clear on her face. Izuku, can't you, I don't know, do something to show her you're there? Izuku shrugged, glancing around the room before moving over to the sink, grabbing the discarded tube of toothpaste and writing a messy hi equals on the mirror. Fayumi squeaked in surprise, putting a hand over her mouth to muffle the yelp. Okay, so maybe there is a ghost. She stared at the mirror in shock. Our house is haunted. Why are we only just hearing about this? Oh, he actually lives with hawks, Shoto shrugged, as though this point was already clear. He came here because he was worried about me. I met him 2 weeks ago. Remember when I went wandering and Enji broke my phone afterwards? Fayumi grimaced. Yes, I remember. Izuku glanced between them before sighing, wiping the toothpaste off the mirror and writing a new message. This one just said Natsuo. Fayumi gasped. Oh yes, Natsuo was waiting for us. She stood up. He wanted to chat. Thanks for reminding me, ghost. Izuku smiled, zipping after Fayumi. Come on, Shoto. I want to talk to your brother. Shoto rolled his eyes, but followed after then anyway. All right, Fayumi smiled. I think I have a whiteboard in my room. I'll just grab it so the ghost can talk to us too. Cheering, Izuku followed her, giddy with excitement. How hadn't he thought about how he could communicate with people who couldn't see him through writing? Holding a pencil was one of the first things he figured out after all. Now he could talk to Shoto's siblings too. How could he not be excited? What's with the whiteboard? Natsuo asked as soon as his brother and sister entered his room along with an excited ghost, though Natsuo couldn't see him. Fayumi shrugged. For the ghost, so he can talk to us, she said nonchalantly as though that was a completely normal thing. Natsuo stared at her as though she'd grown another head. Yumi, has Shoto infected you with the crazy? Natsuo yelled, raising his hands in a melodramatic gesture of betrayal. No, there is actually a ghost. Fayumi hit him lightly over the head with the whiteboard as she sat down, propping the whiteboard up so they could all see it before placing down the pen. Unless there's some stalker with a telekinesis quirk messing with us. Izuku says he's a little tired from the stunt with Dad. Shoto piped up, so he probably won't write much. What stunt with Dad? Who the F is Izuku? Natsuo cried, beginning to feel incredibly left out. Izuku's the ghost. Shoto told him. He dropped a bucket of water on Dad's head, which is why he's so tired. Water's heavy, he says. How come we can't see him and Sho can? Natsuo asked. This time, Izuku decided to use the whiteboard. What the ghost wrote was a lie, but none of the Todoroki siblings had to know that. We're not sure yet. Appeared on the whiteboard courtesy of a floating pen that had Natsuo yelping. It could be many things. Holy shit. Natsuo screamed. There really is a ghost. Yeah, I thought we already established that. Fayumi shrugged while Natsuo stared at the whiteboard with wide eyes. Can you tell us what some of those things are, Izuku? Me and Natsuo could help you figure it out. There was a pause, and after a moment, Shoto began to look uneasy. Izuku had backed away at that question, dropping the pen in favor of wringing his hands as he hovered awkwardly. I don't think he wants to answer. Shoto spoke up after a minute. Izuku, are you okay? I am fine, I just don't want to make assumptions until I'm sure. Izuku mumbled quietly. Just give me a second. Shoto nodded and relayed what Izuku had said. Fayumi looked sympathetic and nodded. All right, well, Fayumi started. But they never found out what she was going to say. As the door to Natsuo's bedroom opened with a bang, all 4 of the room's occupants jumped and Fayumi moved instinctively to shield her younger brothers. Shotoo Endeavor screamed, being cut off when a whiteboard pen struck him right between the eyes. Izuku scowled at the man who had all 3 of his children cowering as he stared at the pen in surprise. Which one of you insolent brats threw that? His tone was calm, but Izuku recognized it as the angry kind of calm that occurred right before the person exploded in pure rage. He'd only seen Bakugo in that state a few times before. None of those times had ever ended well for Izuku. Izuku realized that he had to protect his new friends from this man's rage, especially when he was the one who'd caused him to become this angry. He needed to solve this before Endeavor's rage was taken out on his children. So, the ghost picked up the thrown pen and moved slowly over to the whiteboard. Everyone watched his movements, Fayumi, Natsuo and Endeavor staring intently at the pen while Shoto watched his face as he began to write on the whiteboard in big, bold but shaky letters. F off, Endeavor. There was silence for a moment, only broken by the sound of the pen hitting the desk, before Endeavor turned towards the door. I have no effing clue what you 3 have going on today, Endeavor practically growled, glaring back at his children as he gripped the doorframe hard enough for it to creak. But it needs to stop, right effing now. By Endeavor, Izuku yelled, making his hands tangible enough to shove the man. It hadn't done anything. Izuku, even when he was alive, was way too weak to do anything against the number 2 hero, but it still freaked him out sufficiently enough to make him leave, slamming the door behind him. Oh ho ho, Natsuo broke the silence with a fake laugh. The next few days are going to be fun. The next morning when Endeavor pulled Shoto away for training, Izuku was ready. Fayumi and Natsuo had helped him find a large array of old art supplies at the bottom of Fayumi's cupboard. After Endeavor had gone to sleep, Shoto had agreed not to take part in whatever they were doing since they needed someone ignorant in case Endeavor decided to interrogate him. Besides, then it could be a surprise. So, they took the paints into the training room and left Izuku to do his own thing. In the morning, when Endeavor opened the door to the training room, he stopped short. On the wall was roughly painted an image of Endeavor dying brutally to a hooded figure. It wasn't an amazing work of art. And then there were splotches of paint all over the ground as though the artist had dropped their brush. Izuku had already been tired. It took almost all his energy to finish that masterpiece. And Endeavor looked pretty freaked out and for that reason cancelled Shoto's training. Mission accomplished. That afternoon, Endeavor was working on his study. He seemed to be doing some important hero stuff, but Izuku figured it couldn't be that important, seeing as he was a terrible hero, and besides, any important work would be kept at his office, right? So, Izuku started tapping on the corner of his desk. Now, while trying to entertain himself during his life, Izuku had taught himself many different codes to write his notebooks in. Of course, one of the first codes he'd learned was Morse code, one many heroes also knew. Now you can see why Izuku's repetitive series of tapping enraged the hero so much. Because all he tapped was the word hi, over and over. Who are you? Endeavor smashed his fists on his desk within 2 minutes of tapping. Izuku giggled. What are you going in my house? Show yourself. Villain. Rude. Izuku tapped out, and the hero stared at the spot as though it had personally spat on his shoes. Begone, demon, Endeavor said, as he set his desk on fire. Izuku cackled before fleeing the room to locate Shoto or his siblings. Endeavor called me a demon and lit his desk on fire, Izuku yelled as he barreled into the living room, where Shoto and Fayumi were watching a movie. Shoto choked on his breath in surprise, and Fayumi, eyes wide in concern, had to help him out. Shoto, are you okay? Fayumi asked, as soon as he was done coughing. I'm fine, Todoroki nodded, before turning to Izuku. Izuku, what the hell? Izuku's here. Hi Izuku, Fayumi addressed with a wave, as she looked in the same direction as Shoto. What's going on? He says hi and that dad lit his desk on fire, Shoto recounted. Fayumi put her hand over her mouth in an attempt to muffle the giggle that escaped her. May I ask why, exactly, did dad set his desk on fire? Fayumi inquired after she composed herself, and Izuku launched into the story, leaving Shoto to attempt to retell it to Fayumi as he spoke. The next morning, as Endeavor prepared to leave for the office, he found that half of his socks had disappeared. Among these were all of the plain socks he would usually wear when he was at his agency, leaving the man to wear a disgustingly colored set of neon yellow and green socks instead. If one were to look outside Endeavor's window, they would find a still smoldering pile of burnt socks, courtesy of Shoto. After spending the day at the agency attempting to convince himself that demons didn't exist, Todoroki arrived home prepared to make himself an enjoyable cup of tea and sit down to file some papers. Unfortunately, the ghost currently haunting his house had other ideas. As he approached his front door, it swung open on its own. At first, he put this occurrence down to his children messing with him until he entered the house and found Fayumi and Shoto nowhere to be found. There was no string attached to the door handle, no way it could have opened by itself. Enji sneered, slamming the door shut behind him and heading for his study. He'd already ordered a new desk after he'd incinerated his old one yesterday. But once again, as he went to walk through the open door, it slammed hard enough to shake the floor. Once again, Enji looked around for springs or strings or some other contraption, but found nothing. Through the rest of the day, Izuku trailed Endeavor. He took it upon himself to slam or open any door that the man was approaching and relished in the obvious confusion and rage it was causing him. But by the third day, he seemed to be getting used to the random opening and closing of the doors. "What do I do, Shoto?" Izuku whined, hanging upside down in front of his friend. "He's getting complacent." "Keep doing what you're doing." Shoto shrugged, turning to face Izuku as he finished packing his bag. Endeavor was dragging him to some dumb event he didn't want to go to. "But once in a while, just don't open a door. You'll be okay here on your own, right?" Izuku nodded with a small smile that turned into a feral grin that Shoto couldn't quite bring himself to question. Endeavor returned to the house late that night, somewhat tipsy. By somewhat, Izuku means he was blackout drunk, with Shoto trailing behind him looking vaguely pleased with himself. "What did you do?" Izuku came to hover next to his friend as they watched Endeavor stumble towards his room. "Spiked his drink." Shoto near smirked, 4 times over. "What about you?" "Did some reorganizing." Izuku grinned, mixed up the papers in his files, swapped the mayonnaise for shampoo, the toothpaste for whipped cream, and the salt for sugar. You might want to be careful what you use. Good idea to warn Fayumi and Natsuo too." "I'll make sure to do that." Shoto nodded. "I should go to bed. Don't you need to rest too?" Izuku shrugged. I have more energy than usual. It's kinda strange. But hey, it means I can mess with Endeavor more." Nodding, Shoto headed off in the direction of his room and left Izuku to cause even more chaos. Endeavor discovered most of Izuku's pranks the next day, when he went to make a cup of coffee and found it incredibly salty. When he tried to brush his teeth only to end up with his mouth full of squirty cream. The man had screamed in frustration when he found the mess Izuku had made of his files. Throughout this whole time, he kept up the insistent tapping, spelling out half-finished sentences that Endeavor always rushed to write down. It was incredibly amusing. Or just repeating random words. He kept up with messing with the doors and continued to pull small irritating pranks, such as moving every item in the man's bedroom a few inches to the left, or just being generally annoying, usually by throwing stuff at Endeavor as he walked by. He'd been floating around the Todoroki household for just over a week when he realized something he hadn't been thinking about at all. It was only a few days until Christmas. And he needed to find a way to text Keigo, because he'd been gone for over a week now, and he really didn't want the hero to worry. Well, perhaps he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone and text Keigo about Christmas. He just needed to think of a way to text Keigo. The way he found came to him when Endeavor left his phone unlocked on the worktop in the kitchen. After changing his password to Endeavor sucks, Izuku searched the hero's phone for anything useful. Almost immediately, he'd found Keigo's number in his contacts. They had no texts, which Izuku found funny. He expected Endeavor didn't really like Keigo. Their personalities didn't work well. Well, at least Izuku could use this to text Keigo and then delete the messages. Maybe he could use this as a way to mess with Endeavor too. Endeavor, he Keigo. This is Izuku. Shoto s phone is b rocken. So heqldnttxt, so you sing Endeavor s. Typing hardy. Endeavor. Why you can komia ndg at me ewhen ver. Also ch ristama s suen. I am in by 10 gsh otoa and d hi s siblings over si hi si ken nu gg at s. Endeavor. Reply yth so nothing like low vu babi lesser than 3 whnuceths. D. Typing was hard, and the text looked a little glitchy, but it was still legible, so Izuku sent the messages anyway. After he was sure they had gone through, he deleted them from Endeavor's phone and placed it back where he had found it. It would be funny to see Endeavor struggle to unlock it. Keigo had replied to the message before Endeavor had located his phone. Unfortunately, he didn't get to see Endeavor's reaction, since he had more important things to do. Hey Shoto. Izuku had popped through the wall to startle Shoto into dropping his book. The ghost immediately apologized, waving his hands around with wide eyes as Shoto sighed and leaned over to pick it up. Hey Izuku, it's fine, that book was horribly boring anyway. Shoto shrugged. What is it? Well, I was wondering if maybe you and your siblings wanted to join me for Christmas. Izuku tilted his head. It's not gonna be a big celebration or anything. We could just chill at Keigo's apartment. I just feel like you all need a break. I'm sure Fayumi and Natsuo would love that. I'd like to as well, if you'll have me. Shoto nodded slowly. Yeah, Izuku cheered. Of course we'll have you. Keigo should be coming to get me as soon, so should I give you his number again? Since your phone. Yeah, Shoto nodded. I'll give it to Fayumi. Izuku grinned in excitement. He hadn't been allowed to celebrate Christmas since he'd turned 4, and how he'd be able to celebrate it with people he considered both friends and family. He couldn't wait, even if he had needed to die to find them, even if he had to experience it as a ghost, instead of a normal teen like Shoto. Izuku knew that this Christmas was going to be amazing. So you invited the Todorokis over for Christmas? Keigo asked him as they made their way back to his apartment. Izuku hadn't yet been able to catch him up on the events of the past week, just the kids Fayumi, Natsuo and Shoto, not Endeavor, Izuku corrected, his face twisting into a grimace at the mention of the other hero. Really? How come? Keigo asked, tilting his head. Izuku's grimace deepened. Don't they celebrate together anyway? As a family, Endeavor is abusive, Izuku blurted out after a moment of thought, shocking Keigo into silence. He abuses Shoto and neglects Fayumi and Natsuo. Their mother doesn't live at home, or worse, and something happened to their eldest child. They have a shrine for Toya in the kitchen. So no, I'm not inviting Endeavor, and they don't celebrate Christmas together. Keigo was stunned for a minute as he walked. Izuku floating all curled up into a ball just behind him. The ghost didn't speak again until they got back to the apartment. I can't believe Endeavor would do something like that. Keigo flopped onto the couch the moment they got back. I looked up to him. I've looked up to him all my life, and he turns out to be a domestic abuser. I hate to even think about what happened to his wife if that's how he treats his kids. Keigo, Izuku whispered. Snapping the hero out of his spiral, the hero looked up at him with a frown. Izuku, he said seriously. We're going to make this the best Christmas ever, okay? Izuku couldn't help a small smile, even though the underlying thought was still there. They were probably right about Shoto. When the Fayumi and her siblings arrived at Keigo's apartment, they found that the entire doorway was brightly decorated with blinking fairy lights and a pine wreath decorated with red ribbon and glittery pine cones. None of them had celebrated Christmas before, at least not properly. Their father had deemed it a waste of time, and since it wasn't so widely celebrated in Japan as it is in other countries, there were no festivals or parades they could attend together on their rare off days. When they were younger, Fayumi and Toya had always made sure to buy a present for Natsuo and Shoto and for each other too, but after Toya passed away, even that tradition had died out and they had stopped celebrating altogether. The inside of Hawk's apartment was even brighter than the doorway. There were strings of entwined tinsel and fairy lights pinned up all around the room in red, gold, and silver. The corner of the living room was home to a huge tree, adorned with tinsel in the same colors along with glittery baubles and other ornaments. Colorful paper chains hung in all the doorways, and paper snowflakes were hung randomly on the walls. There were random little ornaments everywhere. A mini snow-covered house, a snow globe, a candle shaped like a Christmas tree, tiny little snowmen. Along with the big one, there were 3 mini trees scattered around the apartment, each decorated to the same degree with little fake presents underneath. It took a moment for the siblings to notice that there were real presents under the big tree. Fayumi almost couldn't believe she was here. The apartment looked so homely, bright and decorated as it was. There was color and warmth everywhere, a great contrast to her own home at this time of year. "Io," Hawks called, emerging from the apartment's kitchen with a grin. Fayumi couldn't help but stare for a minute. The hero was wearing a strange hat shaped like turkey legs, along with a world's worst cook apron and Uggs. "Hi, Shoto." "Others, I'm Hawks, but you guys can call me Keigo. You must be Natsuo and Fayumi, right?" "Hello." Shoto nodded his greeting. "Hey, I'm Natsuo, nice hat." Her brother waved with a grin and Fayumi smiled. "Fayumi, it's lovely to meet you," she said with a polite bow. "I have more hats if you guys want some." Keigo pointed with the spatula he was holding towards a cardboard box next to the coffee table. "I went a little overboard with decorations and stuff." "Where's Izuku?" Shoto asked as Natsuo grinned and moved over to the box, beginning to rummage. Seconds later, Fayumi was scrambling to catch a Santa hat that had been thrown her way. "He went out," Keigo sighed. "He was really nervous this morning. I'm sure he'll be back soon, though." Shoto sighed, a little disheartened. Keigo seemed to notice and smiled encouragingly. "Would you 3 like to help me?" "I'm making cookies," Keigo suggested. "Christmassy cookies." Izuku was panicking, just a little. It was Christmas Day. Shoto and his siblings would probably have arrived by now, and he was curled up on his own in an alleyway that backed onto the apartment complex. He had left earlier that morning, told Keigo he was going out to clear his head, and found a quiet spot to loiter in. So much he wanted to go back up to the apartment and join them, watch them have fun and join in when he could, but his brain had him stuck here, playing a conversation over and over in his head that hadn't even happened yet, millions of future scenarios. What could happen if he was wrong, and what could happen if he was right? Izuku planned to confront Shoto at some point today. Though, confront wasn't the right word. That made it seem like a bad thing. He needed to talk to Shoto about his suspicions. The ghost needed to confirm the reason Shoto could see him, and now was the only chance he'd get. They'd be too busy at the recommendation exams, and then the school year at UA will start, and he might not be able to see Shoto much after that. Floating back and forth in the alleyway, Izuku tried his best to prepare himself. He knew this conversation was going to be difficult for both of them. Izuku hadn't faced his death yet, let alone come to terms with it, and he was sure Shoto wouldn't be enthusiastic in the slightest either. And he knew he should do it sooner rather than later so the day can still end on a high. What with the Christmas party? Taking a deep breath, Izuku pulled himself together and made his way back inside and up to Keigo's apartment, floating upwards to arrive in his own room. He took another moment to try and calm the jittering of his fingers, before giving up and simply pulling his sheet down to cover them and emerging from the room. Natsuko and Keigo were laughing their heads off in the kitchen, the loud sound simultaneously making Izuku more nervous. He never did like loud noise, and happy for the pair that they were able to have fun. The source of the laughter seemed to be the upturned bag of flour on Keigo's head, coating him in the stuff. On the counter near them was a tray of slightly burnt cookies cut into Christmas shapes. Natsuko must have helped Keigo finish making his cookies. On the other side of the room, sitting on the sofa, Fayumi was talking to Shoto. She was explaining some Christmas traditions to him. Izuku really didn't want to interrupt, but he needed to do this now or it would never happen. Hey Shoto, Izuku greeted. He was in it now, no backing out. Shoto turned to look over, and Izuku felt the urge to curl into himself, old instincts kicking, and he ignored the bad feelings as best he could. Oh, Izuku, Shoto said with what might just count as a smile. Fayumi turned around and greeted him too. Izuku liked that she put an effort to acknowledge even though she couldn't see him. I need to talk to you about something important, Izuku mumbled, fidgeting with his broken fingers and suppressing a shiver at the memories that were beginning to leak through the walls he'd built against them. Are you okay? Shoto asked him, standing up. You don't look that great. Is something wrong? Fayumi asked, tilting her head in confusion. I'm fine. Izuku looked away. Just please, can we talk somewhere private? Shoto looked confused by the ghost's request for a moment, before turning to Fayumi. Izuku wants to talk to me. You can go join Natsuko. Don't wait for me. All right, Fayumi nodded, glancing between Shoto and where she thought Izuku was with a worried look. You can talk to me if you need anything. Okay, I know, Shoto told her, before skirting around the sofa to follow Izuku towards his room. The ghost waited for Shoto to open the door before floating in out of courtesy, before checking the door was locked shut behind them. Why, you might want to sit down. Izuku nodded to the bed. I don't want to have this conversion, but I need to clear this up, and maybe it'll help you too. What is this about, Izuku? Shoto asked him as he sat down on the bed as instructed. Izuku shifted awkwardly, not quite knowing how to breach the topic at hand. Me and Keigo, we think we know how you can see me, Izuku announced, cringing at how loud and abrupt the words sounded. We have for a while. You know, Shoto asked him, keeping his distinct deadpan look intact. What is it? We think we know. Well, it's the only other variable, and with everything I've seen it's the most likely, but I still really hope it's not true, because Izuku paced as he spewed out words until he was gracelessly cut off. Izuku, Shoto told him, why do you think I can see you? I used to stay in a hospital, Izuku breathed out, before Keigo found me, and while I was there I found out that not only people who were dying could see me, but also people who had tried to commit ending too. And that was the only reason we could think of as to why you could see me, but if it isn't that then I'm sorry. Izuku broke off as Shoto stared at him, a mix of sadness and pain in his eyes. The other boy opened his mouth and began bluntly. It happened when I was 12, Shoto said, looking away from Izuku. The ghost gasped. Why, you don't need to tell me about it if you don't want me to. I am not going to pressure you, I just Izuku fretted, moving over to hover next to Shoto, who looked at him with barely concealed hope. Izuku found himself adding, but if you do want to, I'll listen. I'd like to, if that's okay. I haven't really talked about it to anyone. We just kind of avoided the subject after everything happened. Shoto sighed. I'd like to get it off my chest. I'm okay. Izuku forced what he hoped was a reassuring smile onto his face, pulling his knees up to his chest and resting his chin on them. He wasn't sure he was ready to hear someone else's story right now. He still had his own to deal with, but he'd happily listen if it would make his friend feel better. It happened when I was 12. Shoto started again a little more softly, letting out a breath. Dad had been testing me in my studies earlier that day. Every wrong answer in the tests had gotten me another slap. He said it would teach me to study harder in future, although I had been trying my best regardless. Izuku listened, taking in every word with an unreadable expression as Shoto spoke. The ghost tried hard not to let his inner turmoil affect his aura right now. He didn't want his friend to be affected by the chills his sadness caused. I hadn't been in a good mental place for a long time. But at that point I had gotten good at hiding how I was feeling. No one noticed. Shoto continued to recount the story. A painful look in his eyes, he tried not to think about most of his childhood. But those years were some of the hardest. That day, those tests, and then the brutal training right after had been the last straw. After staring for a moment, Izuku shifted a little closer to his friend, hoping to offer what little comfort he could despite his current state. It's all a haze. After that, I remember Dad leaving the house. I went into the bathroom, then I remember yelling Fayumi, I think. Shoto brought his hand up as if to wipe his face, but backed out of the motion at the last second and returned his hand to his lap. Fayumi is a really reckless driver, something I learned that day. She almost lost her license after she drove me to hospital. I think I passed out at some point on the drive, because the next thing I remembered was waking up in the hospital. Dad was there. When he realized I had woken up, Shoto paused, gripping his trouser legs tight enough for his knuckles to go white. The boy closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. He yelled at me, Shoto said as he let out a breath. Izuku's eyes widened. He yelled for 10 minutes, told me I was a selfish brat for doing what I did, said I just did it for attention. Fayumi started taking care of me again after that, though bandaging my injuries and stuff. She put in a lot more effort to get to know me, and so did Natsuo. Even Dad stopped going so hard on me, but I'm pretty sure he was just worried about losing his perfect tool like he lost Toya. That last comment was bitter and sad, and Izuku could easily figure out what had happened to Shoto's oldest brother from the implication. Without really thinking, Izuku threw his arms around his friend. Somehow his brain didn't even register the amount of strain he was putting on his quirk to do such a thing. He had never been able to go tangible enough to hug someone before. Shoto jumped at first, staring down at Izuku in surprise. Izuku hadn't even noticed he'd been silently sobbing until he tried to speak, and once he had realized, he found he couldn't stop. He hadn't cried this much since that day up on the rooftop. He took a minute to try and compose himself before speaking. That's horrible. You aren't selfish. And you're not an attention seeker. I saw what that man did to you. Why, you don't deserve any of it, Izuku whispered, his voice breaking halfway through his sentence. He still clung to Shoto, even though he was beginning to feel the strain of keeping himself there. I'm a hypocrite, but please don't ever do something like that again. Ending it isn't the best option. It's not. Shoto sat there, on the bed that had never really been used, as he watched the small ghost cry and plead with him. The boy could barely think about the spectral arms wrapped around him. Not quite a human touch. But somehow, despite the chill, it still felt safe and comforting. No, he didn't mind that the ghost was clinging to him and crying. All he could think was, do you regret it? He asked. The questions bouncing around his head all added up to one. Yes, Izuku replied with no hesitation, looking up at Shoto with wide, tearful eyes. I regret all of it. I regret meeting All Might. I regret listening to him. I regret not turning away and going home rather than staying on the rooftop. I regret trying so hard to be someone he could respect. Do you regret being here now? Shoto pressed. He wanted to ask questions, so many questions. But those details were for Izuku to share if and when he was comfortable. No, I regret dying. I regret leaving my life behind, as terrible as it was, but I don't regret this, Izuku said, his face now set firmly despite the still spilling tears. I was so lucky to get a second chance, and you're right. My life is so much better. I almost feel bad for regretting it, but I still do. I'm just so grateful my quirk manifested the way it did to give me a second chance. Most people don't get that. You wouldn't have gotten that. A moment passed in silence before Shoto nodded. I know. I regret it too. Well, at least I'm glad I survived. If I hadn't attempted, I guess I never would have gotten closer with my siblings. I never would have known you. It's like that sometimes. It's a horrible thing, but things have to be broken before they get fixed, right? He offered his friend a smile and got the smallest one in return. I was broken for way too long. I think I'm still being put back together. Me too, Shoto sighed. What exactly happened to you? Your injuries? I always thought you were hit by a car, or something like that. Izuku paused, looking away. It happened in May this year. I was bullied at school relentlessly. That's where these came from. As he spoke, Izuku pulled up the sheet on his less injured arm to reveal silvery-looking scars shaped like little explosions. Shoto stared at them. There were so many, way more than he had. They're burns. The main G guy who bullied me, he had an X-explosion quirk. Izuku broke off, wiping the tears from his eyes with more force than was necessary. I was falsely diagnosed quirkless, and the school I used to go to were really quirkless. They punished me when the others would beat me up for starting F fights, and in they all lowered my grades J just because they could. Izuku mumbled, trying to keep his words loud enough to be heard. The day at H happened Kak and the guy with the X explosions, he told me. Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He told me I should hope for a quirk in my next life and take a swan dive off the R roof. Oh, Shoto stared with his mouth slightly open. That wasn't why I did it though. Izuku glanced around the room, before floating up from the bed and moving over to his windowsill. When I was walking home that day I was attacked by a villain. I almost died them. But I was rescued. By All Might. What did All Might say to you? Shoto asked. Izuku flinched at the sound of his name, before turning slightly. I asked him if I could be a hero without my quirk. It was my dream since. Well, forever I've always loved heroes, but at that point it had been the only thing keeping me going. Izuku looked down. All Might said it wasn't possible for me to be a hero without a quirk. Then left me up there on the rooftop. I broke down after that. I think I was up there for hours. I can't remember. Just after a while I got up and went to the edge. I remembered what Kaken said before. I didn't even tell anyone. I left a note, but it had started raining that night, so I doubt it survived. Not that anyone really cared anyway. That's horrible, Shoto said firmly. I can't believe something like that would happen to you. Did you not have a family? Anyone? Izuku shook his head sadly. Not really. My dad left, divorced my mom and moved to America when I was diagnosed quirkless. My mom used to be nice. She would play with me and take care of me when I was little, but we were struggling. She didn't have a job, so my dad was our only source of income. But after he left, all we had was the apartment and some savings. Then I started getting so badly hurt from the bullying that I had to go to hospital often, and the bills racked up and she couldn't pay them, so she just stopped. After a while I was forgotten. She probably didn't even notice I had disappeared until the police showed up, if they even bother. Shoto glanced at the door to the room. Does Keigo know all of this? Shaking his head, Izuku sighed. I haven't been able to work up the courage to tell him any of it yet. Seiya, you haven't actually celebrated Christmas before, right? Not since Toya died. Shoto nodded. He and Fayumi used to get me and Natsuko presents when we were little. We'd sneak sweets and have our own little party, but after Toya died and Mum left, that kinda stopped. Though, Izuku said, trying to suppress more tears. That's kinda why I wanted to do this, invite you guys over. I haven't celebrated since I was 4, but I remember how fun it was when Dad used to dress up as a weird-looking Santa and give out presents to me. Mom and Kaken's family too, we were still friends then, so I wanted you and your siblings to get to have fun too. If that's the case, shouldn't we be out there? Shoto asked. Izuku let out a wet giggle. Why, yeah, we should stop dumping our trauma on each other. Izuku smiled, wiping the tears from his eyes. Somehow the blood on his face didn't rub off on his sleeve. Shoto guessed it must be part of the quirk. Let's go back to the party then. The rest of the evening was spent with everyone doing a multitude of Christmas-themed activities. Shoto was able to help with decorating the last few cookies, and then they ordered KFC for dinner. After all of them had eaten their fill, Keigo dragged out a bunch of board games that he'd bought just for this occasion, and they began to play their way through them. Pay up, Nat. You landed on my property, Fayumi yelled, standing up in triumph. Natsuko sighed, paying up as he had in fact landed on Regent Street, with 3 houses on it. Keigo had already gone bust, so it was only the Todoroki siblings. Go to jail, Shoto sighed, having landed on a chance card. Izuku giggled, looking over his shoulder. You still get rent in jail, Izuku pointed out, and it means you don't have a chance to land on Yumi's property either. Staying in jail is a pretty good strategy at this point. Keigo snickered from where he was watching the game, and Shoto actually smiled a little. Fayumi had the audacity to look worried. What did Izuku just tell you? Oh, nothing, Shoto shook his head, while Keigo chirped out a giggle. Nothing at all. And then Natsuko landed on Mayfair, and ended up having to give everything he had to Izuku and Shoto. F you both, Natsuko said with a playful glare. You shouldn't get rent in jail. Izuku stuck his tongue out at the elder Todoroki, and Keigo burst out laughing before reporting the occurrence dutifully. Natsuko smacked the hero over the head and told him to pass it on to Izuku, who giggled and zoomed away when Keigo tried to reach him. Hey Shoto, Izuku yelped, zooming to appear by his friend's side a few turns later after he'd rolled out of jail. You should buy that one. You have the other 2 from Natsuko, and I think your funds are good. Shoto nodded and bought Oxford Street, henceforth claiming the entire right side of the board to himself. Fayumi groaned, knowing her chances of winning now were next to impossible. When did you get so good at this game, Shoto? Fayumi laughed. I always won when we were little. I didn't have Izuku on my team then, Shoto answered with a shrug. Keigo whined. I want Izuku on my team next round. Keigo cried. We're not playing another game of this sit, Natsuko yelled, slapping his hands over his face. Fayumi laughed. Whatever you say. Oh, for goodness sake. Fayumi placed her character on Park Street before gathering up all her money and placing it in Shoto's waiting hands, not even bothering to count it. Yeah, Natsuko's right, I don't want to play this again, they're overpowered. How about we binge watch Christmas films? Izuku asked, tilting his head. Keigo repeated his words to the others, and they were met by a chorus of agreements, along with Natsuko flinging himself onto the couch with a cheer. Keigo laughed and flung himself next to Natsuko while Fayumi calmly moved to sit in an armchair. Keigo squawked in surprise before jumping up again, startling Shoto, who'd just been making his way to the other chair. We need snacks. And blankets, Keigo announced. I'll go grab us stuff. Keigo ran off towards his room, while the others got comfortable. Shoto sat down in the armchair opposite Fayumi, while Natsuo was sprawled out on the couch while Keigo had claimed the seat next to him. Izuku glanced around, seeing no place for him to sit. That didn't matter, though. He didn't really mind. Instead, he curled up on the floor next to Shoto's feet. The boy in question glanced down at him in surprise. You sure you want to lie there? Shoto asked. Izuku looked up and nodded before folding his arms in front of him and resting his chin on them. When Keigo came back, he didn't question the ghost, simply threw him and Shoto a pile of blankets before handing out the rest of the blankets and snacks and flopping down. The rest of the night was spent watching Christmas films together. At some point, Spirit had come and curled up on Shoto's lap. By the time the TV shut off by itself, everyone except Izuku was asleep. The conversation from before was far from Izuku's mind, and the ghost was able to settle down for a peaceful night. So, hero course exams, Keigo pointed out one morning. You said you wanted to follow Shoto and see how he did, right? Why, yeah. I know Shoto's dad isn't going to be supporting him, and he needs encouragement. Especially if he doesn't get in. Because if he doesn't get in, then I'm bringing him back here and we're kidnapping him. Awesome, good plan, Keigo nodded. I support it in its entirety. Gee, good. I'm gonna text Shoto and see if he wants to come over here. Izuku smiled, floating off to find the phone he had been given for Christmas. He couldn't use it often because interacting with technology without draining the electricity from it was incredibly difficult, but it was amazing that he could contact Shoto whenever he wanted. Keigo had given Shoto a phone for Christmas too, to replace the one Endeavor had broken. I'm going for a walk. Izuku, Keigo called from the main room of the apartment. You want to come? And no thank you. Izuku answered quietly, poking his head through the wall. Shoto's gonna come over. Oh great, Keigo smiled, giving Izuku a thumbs up. I'll see you later then. Bye. Izuku waved. Before retreating back through the wall, Keigo smiled to himself before grabbing one of his different coats and gliding down to the pavement from the balcony. From there, Keigo walked. Usually he would fly wherever he was going, but right now he felt like a good walk to stretch his legs. While he walked, the thought about nothing in particular. His mind wandered from his hero patrols to the lack of input from the Hero Commission recently, to Izuku's part in that, to Izuku in general, and then to Shoto and to what Izuku had told him the day before. What's got you looking so mopey-eyed, Keigo? Someone appeared at his side and Keigo jumped so badly he ended up flying. God, Rumi, don't sneak up on people like that, Keigo yelled, smoothing down his feathers with a disgruntled look. Rumi snorted, falling into place next to him. Whatever, but seriously, what's got you looking so down? I haven't seen you in ages. Something going on I don't know about. The bunny-themed hero waggled her eyebrows in a suggestive manner, and Keigo grimaced. Nothing like that, he quickly dismissed. I'm just thinking. I have a lot on my mind. Of course, Rumi huffed. What are you thinking about, then? Just wondering how I managed to become a brother figure to 3 kids and 1 adult within the span of 2 months, Keigo told her. Rumi stared with her eyes wide. Keigo, she said calmly, in the politest way possible. What the actual F? It's a long story, Keigo sighed. One of them is a ghost, the other 3 illegally belong to Endeavor. Keigo, Rumi said firmly. Keigo shivered. Explain. Keigo did explain. He told her the story as they walked, leaving out the more personal parts of course, and it ended with Rumi practically begging to meet Izuku and the others. Keigo tried to interrupt her, blabbing. Rumi, Jusike, yes. The hero stared at him, blinking at him with wide eyes. You can come with me back to my apartment, if you want, Keigo said. Rumi cheered, before he continued. But I'm warning you now, Izuku's quite timid with new people. If you scare him too much, you're not coming back. Yeah, I won't scare the kid. It'll be fine. And I'm pretty sure Shoto's going to be there too. He doesn't show his emotions much, but Izuku can read him like a book somehow, and if you upset him, Izuku will probably hit you with something. He's really protective of Shoto, Keigo explained. All right, okay. I won't scare your kids, I promise. Hey Izuku, I'm back. Keigo called into the apartment as he opened the door. I have someone here who wants to meet you. Merely seconds later, Izuku's door opened and out stepped Shoto, whom Izuku seemed to be using as a human shield. Hi Keigo, and oh my god, is that Maruko? Izuku squeaked, ducking to hide even more behind Shoto, who simply looked slightly awkward. Sup, Rumi grinned. You two must be Izuku and Shoto, right? Shoto, she can see me. Izuku squeaked. Shoto, Maruko is talking to me. Yes. Shoto looked back in confusion. She has a rabbit quirk. Are you okay? No, Izuku squeaked again, before shaking his head. You me hello. Hiya kid, how's this idiot even treating you? She asked, ruffling Keigo's hair. The man let out an indignant squawk of protest. I am okay, Izuku answered awkwardly, still hiding behind Shoto. What are you doing here, Maruko? Call me Rumi, kid. Rumi smiled. I'm Keigo's friend, ran into him on his walk and now I'm here. Izuku studied her for a few seconds before deciding she was okay and floating out from his hiding place behind Shoto. Sorry, I'm Izuku why you're a good hero. Oh, thanks kid, nice to meet ya. Maruko grinned ear to ear. So, Keigo told me a bunch about you both. You're trying for UA, right? Shoto, wait, you don't mind me calling you by your first names, right? Keigo didn't give me your last names. I don't know Izuku's last name, Keigo defended. He never told me. I'm fine with Izuku. Thank you, Izuku murmured, glancing at the floor. My first name is fine, Shoto answered flatly. I don't want to be associated with my father. That's some baggage we aren't unpacking right now, Rumi joked. Shoto didn't quite seem to get it but brushed it off. Izuku seemed fine, so it couldn't be that bad. Yes, Shoto answered her first question after a moment of awkward silence. I am trying for UA. I bet you'll do great. Rumi beamed. When are the exams? Tomorrow, Shoto answered. Rumi gasped. That's so soon. I thought they weren't until February. She asked. The recommendation exams are earlier, Shoto told her, so students who don't pass still have a chance. All fair enough, shouldn't you be training now? If you want to do your best. Rumi tried to encourage, but Shoto tensed at her words. Izuku glanced between them and to Keigo, who looked unsure. Glancing back to Shoto, Izuku reached up and brushed his fingers over the other's hair. Why you wanna leave? Izuku murmured to him. Shoto nodded a tiny nod that no one else really noticed. Izuku nodded back before floating forward. I've been helping him with last-minute study. Izuku lied he hadn't learned anything for 10 months. He might have been smart for his age, but there's no way he'd be able to help with content he'd never seen. We're going to go back now. Keigo gave him a look which Izuku caught before poking Shoto between the shoulders and making his way to his room. It's so big. Izuku gasped softly as he stared up at the gates of UA. I can't believe I'm really here. Shoto, can you believe this? Yes, Shoto shrugged. Endeavor driving me here is more unbelievable. Stop it, Izuku told him, hovering close so he wouldn't get walked through by other hopeful examinees. And stop talking to me, you're getting weird looks. I can't stop talking to you, Shoto told him, or I will probably panic and mess everything up. You won't. Shockin', you won't mess up. I believe in you. Izuku cheered. But you should probably go to the H hall before your tail. Oh, right, okay. Shoto took a deep breath to steady himself, before walking forward and trying to project an air of confidence. We can do this. Oh my goodness, Shoto, it's Present Mike. Izuku squeaked, waving his hands around in excitement from the empty chair next to Shoto, who went to respond, before Izuku slapped his hand through his arm. Don't talk to me. You'll interrupt him, SHH. He's so cool. Izuku, Shoto murmured as quietly as possible. I cannot properly hear what he's saying. Izuku stopped fanboying for a moment to stare at his friend, before realizing and curling up into a ball and silently rocking back and forth. Shoto thought it was okay, because the ghost still had that same giddy smile on his face as they listened to the hero explain the rules of the practical exercise they would be facing. So you're going to be in 4 teams. I wonder who you'll be up against. Shoto, everyone here looks really powerful. Izuku mumbled as they made their way outside amongst all the other examinees. Who knows? Shoto murmured back without looking over. I just need to succeed. Doesn't matter. Really? Izuku turned to face Shoto and floated backwards instead of next to him. That's all why you're here for? Shoto nodded. My dad will kill me if I don't. Oh, Izuku sighed. Well, don't just do this for him, okay? Why, you wanna be a hero too, right? I guess. Shoto sighed, before his eyes widened. Hey, watch out. Izuku jumped and turned just in time so as not to float straight through an unnaturally tall boy in a trench coat with a bright yellow tracksuit underneath. Izuku darted to hide behind Shoto to avoid the boy's intense stare as he turned to look at them, although his friend didn't seem to be doing any better. The tall boy then smiled, an awkwardly way too big to be a real smile, before speaking way too loudly. Oh hey, you're Endeavor's kid. Shoto just stared back, unsure what to say. He didn't know how to respond to that. Being Endeavor's son wasn't something he valued, and he'd rather other people not immediately associate him with the man either. Say something, Shoto, Izuku whispered. He's staring. Shoto said intelligently, his internal panic spiking. I'm sorry I wasn't talking to you. If you thought that was rude, someone was about to walk into you. Oh really? Awesome dude. Thanks for stopping. The tall boy grinned. And now Izuku thought it was a little more real. He's giving me a weird feeling, Izuku mumbled. He's judging you, just say nice to meet you and walk off or something. It was unnice to meet you, Shoto murmured, before sidestepping the boy and speed walking away as fast as he thought was appropriate. A last glance back at the boy left Izuku nervous. He was boisterous and loud, the exact opposite of Shoto, and he didn't seem to like him very much either. Izuku just hoped that the boy and his friend didn't end up facing off in the exam. Unfortunately, luck wasn't exactly a thing Izuku generally associated with himself. Apparently, luck didn't associate itself with Shoto either, because he had been paired with not only the loud boy, but also another scary-looking guy with blue hair and engines in his legs. He has engines in his legs, Izuku murmured, leaning closer to Shoto so he could hear his quiet murmurs over the crowd. Most likely a speed quirk P, probably not very agile th though. He's built like a car, so he's probably not good with corners O or bits WH where he needs to be nimble or balance, but he might be someone to keep an eye on if this race is about speed. Good to know, Shoto said back, nodding his head a little. I'll keep an eye on him. They watched as the first 3 groups did the course. Izuku couldn't help but excitedly mutter to Shoto about their quirks while they watched. All the people here were amazing. He couldn't believe only 4 of them would make it in. He just hoped Shoto would be one of them. Alrighty, Group 4, time to take your places, Present Mike yelled, making Izuku flinch as his mumbles about the girl who had won in the previous group were cut off. Looking over at Shoto, Izuku noticed that his friend had gone stiff with nerves. The ghost floated closer, trying to contain his urge to fret over his friend. Good luck, Shoto, Izuku said, instead of attempting to fuss over Shoto despite there not being enough electricity around right now for him to go tangible out on this field. Just do your best? Okay, you can do it. Shoto nodded with a frown, before moving to walk off towards the starting line. Izuku gave his friend the most encouraging smile he could with the best thumbs up he could manage. It was hard to make hand gestures when most of your fingers were broken. The race began with the sound of a klaxon and the 6 Horo hopefuls were off in a shot. It was clear immediately to Izuku who the frontrunners were. The tall guy from earlier had a wind quirk that let him fly over the majority of the obstacles rather than waste time on them. Shoto was a little behind, being unable to dodge the obstacles entirely, but he still had a huge advantage with his eyes. Not only an advantage to him, but a disadvantage to others, Izuku noticed as the engine guy slipped over because of the icy floor. There was a lot of cheering from the stands. Participants from the previous groups as well as some pros and parents who had come along to support their respective recommendee. Izuku made sure to distance himself from them. They were loud and Izuku definitely didn't want them to wave through him or something. He was certain Shoto wouldn't be able to hear him. His voice was just as quiet as it always was, but Izuku was cheering too. The moment the race was over, Izuku rushed to the finish line. The end of the race had been a blur of wind and ice and he hadn't seen who won. To Izuku's horror, though, the winner was announced seconds later. Number 41 wins by a hair. Present Mike screamed, his voice leaving Izuku's ears ringing. But the ghost didn't care about that right now. He needed to get to his friend. Shoto had lost. The wind guy was cheering with a beaming smile, obviously taking no notice of the boy standing next to him. Shoto stood there, head down with his fists clenched at his sides. And at that moment Izuku needed nothing more than to comfort his friend. Frantically glancing around as Wind continued to cheer for himself, his voice was starting to drive Izuku crazy. Izuku found nothing other than the 2 people in front of him that he could draw energy from. Izuku wanted to scream, tugging at his sheet and wishing for something. Shoto was still just standing there, unresponsive. Izuku had to do something. In his desperation to help, Izuku reached forwards, regardless of whether there was energy to steal or not. His hand phased through Shoto's wrist, but that feeling alone seemed to be enough to snap Shoto out of his daze. The boy's eyes snapped up to meet Izuku's empty ones. Shoto's were wide and a little glossy, full of dread and a fair amount of fear. I lost, Shoto whispered, barely loud enough for Izuku to catch. He's going to kill me. It's okay, Izuku told him firmly, pulling together all the dregs of confidence he could for Shoto. It'll be okay. We can do this. Everything will be fine, I promise. Hey, dude, are you good? Wind paused in his cheering finally and was now looking at Shoto in confusion. What are you looking at? Shoto turned away from Izuku to look at Wind in surprise. Izuku fixed the taller boy with a glare, though he couldn't be seen. Shoto stared for a minute before realizing he needed to answer. Sorry, Shoto said. I'm fine. Congratulations on winning. Thanks, man. It's great to see some great passion. You did awesome. I hope you still managed to get in. Inasa cheered, raising his fist for a fist bump. No hard feelings. Shoto stared at the raised fist in confusion, unsure what to do. He wants you to bump your fist with his, Izuku quickly explained, raising his own fists and knocking them together like this. At the quick explanation, Shoto nodded and returned the gesture to Inasa, who cheered with a grin. I have to go, Shoto quickly said, wanting to get away before this guy did anything else confusing. Congratulations again. And with those parting words, Shoto jogged away. Wind called a loud goodbye and was waving dramatically as Shoto went, Izuku floating close behind. It's okay, Izuku told him, trying to reassure himself as well as Shoto. Why, you did really well on the written exam, so if he did badly there's still a chance you could get in. And what if he doesn't? Shoto asked, looking down at the path leading away from UA as he walked. He won the practical, he'd have to get a terrible score not to get the place. Then there's always the regular exams, right? And hey, if you don't get in you can come live W with me and Keigo. I am sure he won't mind. Thank you, Izuku, Shoto sighed. Heyo Shoto, what's up? Keigo answered the phone 2 days later. The hero tried to hide his worry with a cheery tone while Izuku hovered over his shoulder, listening to the call. The question was answered with coughing loud, painful-sounding coughs, and a gasp before Shoto spoke. When he did, his voice was raspy. Hey Keigo. He broke off with another few coughs, before continuing as if it didn't happen. Was wondering if I could come and stay with you and Izuku for a few days. Of course you can, you're always welcome Shoto, Keigo reassured, before frowning. But are you okay? What happened? Didn't you get into UA on recommendations? Shoto coughed out. Dad was angry. Alright, don't worry kid. Izuku just zoomed away, so I'm assuming he's coming to get you, Keigo said kindly. Just remember, the apartment is always open to you. Wait, Izuku doesn't need to come, I'm fine, Shoto protested. Don't worry. Too late kid, he's already gone. Shoto arrived at the apartment 2 hours later accompanied by an angry ghost. Shoto looked utterly defeated and not to mention pained with every movement. Upon seeing the boy, Keigo immediately sat him down at the kitchen table and fetched his first aid kit to patch the boy up, all while Izuku was hovering nearby, keeping a watchful eye over Shoto as Keigo carefully applied burn cream and bandages to the worst of the wounds. To none of their surprise, Shoto slept over that night. Izuku gave up his unused bed to his friend, and Spirit spent the night at Shoto's side, watching over him vigilantly to make sure he remained okay. The next morning they woke up to a breaking news headline detailing how the number 2 hero had been hospitalized following a number of strange accidents within his own home that was currently being investigated for suspected criminal activity. In reality, a small ghost had been at Endeavor's house that night. He'd slammed a couple doors on the hero, maybe thrown a glass or two, and possibly pushed the large filing cabinet in Endeavor's office onto the hero. The hero had ended up with a fractured bone in his foot, many glass shards embedded in his back, and a good old-fashioned concussion. Izuku thought the hero had gotten off pretty lightly. When Keigo questioned Izuku about his involvement, the ghost just shrugged and called it karma. Hey, Shoto, Izuku asked tentatively, making himself known to Shoto, who turned to face him from where he was lying on the sofa browsing something on his phone. Is something wrong? Shoto asked immediately, putting his phone down and pushing himself up. I was just thinking about something you said at the R recommendation exams, Izuku said, fidgeting with his hands as he looked at the floor, and I wanted to bring it up because it was worrying me. What was it? Shoto asked, tilting his head in confusion. He couldn't remember saying anything Izuku might be overly worried about. The only things he said were things the ghost boy already knew about. Right. When I asked if you really wanted to be a hero, Izuku said, looking up at him, you said I guess. I was just wondering if being a hero was really what you wanted to do, or if it was just, forced on you by Endeavor. It was forced on me, Shoto nodded. You're right about that, whether it's actually what I want or not. I guess I don't know really. I never thought about it. Well, why don't you think about it now? Izuku tilted his head. Endeavor isn't here, and if he comes here I'll kill him, so you don't have to worry. Shoto stared at him for a moment. And Izuku was just beginning to think that he'd done something wrong before his friend practically deflated. Thank you, he said softly, relaxing into the sofa cushions. What for? Izuku asked, now even more confused. What was Shoto thanking him for? He hadn't done anything. Saying you'd kill Endeavor if he came for me. Shoto shrugged, and Izuku smiled. Well, I could, Izuku said, crossing his arms. I can take people's life force as energy like I do with the lights. I choose not to. I don't want to kill people, but I could if he came here. I'm so glad you're on my side. Shoto smiled, and Izuku brightened at the expression, happy that his friend was able to smile. So about being a hero, then? Izuku asked. Being a hero was always my dream. I always wanted to be a hero, but everyone told me I wouldn't be able to. I was wondering if you were the opposite, if you were always told you had to be a hero. Shoto thought for a second. Not really. I don't remember much from when Mum was around, but I do remember watching interviews on TV with her. When Dad wasn't there, I think I did want to be a hero. When I was little, I just didn't want to be like him. Izuku smiled, that same soft smile he always wore. That's good, Izuku said. Then, if you wanted to be a hero, then why are you so unsure now? I don't want to be like him, Shoto replied immediately, with no hesitation. I'm worried I'll become the same monster he is if I go down the path he wants me to. There was quiet then, for a moment. While Izuku contemplated his options, what should he say? How does he help? What kind of hero would you want to be? I wanted to be someone who could protect others, Shoto told him quietly. The kind of hero that everyone could look to for help. I wanted to be able to save my mum from my dad, and I guess save others from situations like mine too. That's an admirable goal. Izuku smiled. You don't need to worry about being your father. You're already nothing like him. You really think so? Why, you think your father would be here talking to a ghost about his problems? Izuku giggled softly, and Shoto couldn't help but smile. True, Shoto nodded. I think you should go for it, Izuku told him seriously. There's nothing wrong with trying, right? You think? Shoto asked. Really? Why, yeah. Izuku nodded. You're very powerful and you're not like your father. You're amazing, Shoto. You can do it. All right, I'll do it, Shoto said, turning to look away from Izuku. I can stay here, right? Until the entrance exams, at least. Oh, of course. Izuku nodded frantically. And I'll come with you too. For support. Shoto smiled and put down his phone. Thank you. Would you like to watch something in the meantime? Oh, okay. All right, kids, Keigo said, pressing a plate of toast into Shoto's hands. Take the toast. Shoto, you gotta have some food in you before the entrance exam. I'm alright, Keigo, I never eat breakfast. It's alright, Shoto tried to push the toast away before Izuku glared at him. Breakfast is good for you, Izuku told him. And Shoto sighed, taking the toast with a huff. Alright, now you two go. Go or you're going to be late. Keigo ushered Tame towards the door with his wings, though there was a playful grin on his face. I thought you wanted me to eat the toast. Shoto yelped in surprise. Eat it while you walk. Keigo yelled back. Good luck, Shoto. See you later. Okay, Shoto opened the door and took a large bite of the toast just for emphasis. Izuku quickly darted out of the opening into the hallway before Keigo shut the door. He's right, Izuku smiled. We should go, before we're late. Shoto nodded, unable to speak with his mouth full of toast as they made their way to the lift. There's so many more people, Shoto murmured, looking around at the crowd slowly making their way into the school building. It's okay, we can just go to the doors and go inside, Izuku said, trying to quell his own panic at the crowd of people. He didn't want them to both panic. I ignore them, pretend they aren't there. Get out of the effing way, someone yelled, roughly shouldering past Shoto and walking towards the entrance muttering curses. Shoto stared at the head of blonde spiky hair for a while, before shaking it off and turning back to Izuku, who was staring in the same direction with an empty look on his face. Izuku, Shoto asked him, are you okay? The ghost seemed to shake himself out of whatever thoughts he was having and nodded, balling his fists in the sheet he was wearing. Why, yes, sorry, let's go, the ghost murmured, floating towards the entrance. Shoto stared at him for a second. Something was wrong. He knew it before quickly following after, not wanting to be left behind. Despite the amount of people who had arrived before them, the auditorium was still surprisingly empty when they arrived. This hall must be big enough to fit a good few hundred people. Glancing at his card, Shoto located his seat and sat down with a sigh. This was going to be a long day. Shoto, look, it's Present Mike, Izuku whispered, seeming to recover from his bad mood as the voice hero appeared on the stage and began to welcome everyone. They'd seen him at the recommendation exams too, but he'd only been calling out the scores then not actually introducing the exam. Shoto nodded. You were a fan. Yeah, Izuku grinned. I used to listen to his radio show all the time. Yeah, Shoto chuckled to himself as the ghost threw his arms in the air and called out in response to Present Mike's call. The ghost turned and pouted at him. Come on, Shoto, join in, Izuku said, before turning back to the hero and starting to actually listen into the instructions they were being given. As the hero continued to explain, Izuku began to murmur ideas and Shoto made an effort to contribute with his own comments here and there. He didn't particularly care about the fact that people around him were beginning to stare. At least he didn't care until a boy closer to the front stood up dramatically. Excuse me, sir, the blue-haired boy called. Hey, that's the guy from the recommendation exams, Izuku pointed out as the boy went on to ask a question about the handout they had been given. Oh yeah, Shoto nodded, the one with engines. And you? The boy turned dramatically to point at them. With the mismatched hair. Me, Shoto asked with a tilt of his head. Did I do something wrong? Yes, you, the boy said loudly. You have been talking to yourself the whole time Present Mike has been speaking. It is incredibly distracting and I'd like to request you stop. If you're not taking this seriously, go. Distracted by the boy's speech, Shoto hadn't noticed Izuku zip from his side over to the angry boy. Leave Shoto alone, Izuku told him, though the boy couldn't hear, and smacked him through the arm. The boy yelped in surprise and fell back into his seat, and the people around him seemed to jump in surprise too. Izuku huffed and crossed his arms as he made his way back to Shoto. He's a meanie, Izuku told him. Don't listen. Thanks, Shoto nodded, keeping his voice at a whisper. I appreciate it. Arriving at the testing arena was anticlimactic. Izuku had spent the bus ride clinging to Shoto to make sure he wasn't left behind. But when they stumbled off of the bus into the crowd of students, nothing really happened. They steered clear of the engine boy who had unfortunately been assigned the same area and waited in silence for the exam to begin. Go, Present Mike called, and the crowd looked around bewildered. See, come on, Izuku called to Shoto. He said go. Shoto nodded and darted after him, everyone else hot on his heels. Robots appeared in front of them and Shoto encased the first few in ice before Izuku waved him towards an alleyway. Why, you're really powerful, Izuku told him. This test will be really easy for you, so what if I find you robots in the alleys so other people get a chance too? Sure, Shoto shrugged. I don't mind what we do as long as I get enough points to pass. Oh okay, come this way. I'll go ahead and find robots for you. Izuku grinned. Before zooming away, Shoto nodded and took off after the ghost in a run. The exam was spent taking on robots in the alleyways. Neither Shoto or Izuku had been counting points, but he knew he'd racked up more than enough to pass the exam even after stopping to save a few other participants from the robots. Shoto would have just continued to rack up points, but after Izuku was sure he'd gotten enough points, he had been guiding Shoto to people who needed help. Specifically, Shoto was still getting points from destroying the robots they were struggling with, but he was helping at the same time. As the exam was about to end, there was a crash and Izuku practically attached himself to Shoto's side in surprise before floating up. Shoto, get to the main road quirk. We gotta go, it's the 0-pointer, it's huge. Izuku told him, his eyes wide and his hands shaking. Shoto nodded wordlessly and turned, running back in the direction from which he could hear screaming. When he arrived on the main road of the fake city, Shoto could see the robot Izuku had been talking about. It stood at least double the height of the tallest building. Izuku let out a startled cry, and for a second Shoto thought he'd been hurt before remembering that wasn't something that could happen. When Shoto followed his gaze towards the pavement in the giant's path, he realized what the ghost was upset about. She's going to die, Izuku murmured, before rounding on Shoto, tears in his eyes. Shoto, the robot, she's stuck. We can get her out, Shoto said against his better judgment. He wanted to think that Yue wouldn't let her die, but the robot was awfully close to squashing her. And no, you go, Izuku told him. I don't want you to be hurt, I'll help her. But are you sure you'll be strong enough? Shoto, there's a giant robot. Though, the girl was panicking. Izuku could see it plainly in her face. She was tearing up and desperately scrabbling at the pavement in front of her in an attempt to pull herself free. She couldn't see him. Izuku pushed all his energy into his hands and hooked his fingers under the concrete. Closing his eyes in determination, Izuku pulled as much energy as he could from the massive robot that was still on the approach. It stuttered in its path, and simultaneously Izuku managed to lift the rubble just a little. The robot started to spark at the joins, and Izuku could feel his spectral body begin to itch with the static electricity collecting around him. The rubble lifted further. The robot crashed down and fell backwards with a huge explosion as all of its power was taken, and Izuku managed to push the boulder all the way off of the girl's leg. She scrambled away from the spot she had been stuck and turned, staring at him with wide eyes. Izuku met her eyes and realized, was she looking at him? With a look down at his hands, Izuku discovered that he was glowing a brighter blue than his regular aura, and the edges of his limbs looked hazy. His gaze snapped back to her when she spoke to him. She was speaking to him. What was even going on? Izuku could only stare at her. Her brown eyes were pretty, weren't they? And her hair seemed a little floaty. Maybe he should actually do something about this situation. Maybe it was because he took so much energy to move that rock. But how could she? He hadn't even registered what she'd said. Oops, are you okay? Izuku found himself asking before his mind could catch up. See, can you walk? Who are you? The girl asked after he broke the silence. I didn't see you come over and then you just appeared. I'm your fading. Wait, don't go. I am sorry, I can't. I don't know what's going on. This hasn't happened before, Izuku mumbled apologetically. She was right though. The blue glow was slowly fading back to normal levels. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. You saved me. Thanks. She grinned. Oh, you're welcome, Izuku said with a tilt of his head. Goodbye. It was nice talking to you. And then his glow faded back to normal and she glanced around as if to try and find him again. Izuku didn't have time to contemplate what had just happened. Instead, he dashed over to Shoto and asked him to go after the girl. Her leg was still hurt after all. Did you see that? She asked Shoto, as he supported her over to where Recover Girl was treating injuries. See what? Shoto asked. There was a boy. I think anyway, he helped me, but I couldn't see him for very long. I don't know if I'm going crazy. She sighed. He had like messy hair and a cloak. I don't. Please say you saw him too. I did. Shoto nodded, casting a confused glance back at Izuku, who made a gesture that he hoped conveyed that he'd explain later. He helped you. Oh, thank God. She sighed dramatically. I thought for a minute I was going mad. Did you see where he went? He's right here, Shoto said, looking past her at Izuku once again. On your other side. She can't see me now, Izuku informed. She could only see me for a minute. I'm not sure exactly what happened. Shoto nodded, looking back forward, leaving the girl thoroughly confused. Wait, what was that? You can still see him, she gasped. How come I can't? Long story, Shoto told her shortly. One I'd rather not tell to someone I don't know. Oh, she said. Sorry for asking then. I'm Chako Uraraka. By the way, Shoto Todoroki, Shoto returned, and the boy who helped you is Izuku. Izuku. She tilted her head before speaking to the space around them. Thank you again for helping me, Izuku. All uninjured students are now free to leave. The buses are ready to take all you little listeners back to headquarters. Present Mike announced over the testing arena. Your letter will arrive from 2 days to a week from now. Anyone who was injured, sit tight. Recovery Girl is making her rounds now. Wait, what was that? Oh right, okay, can Shoto Todoroki make his way to the main school building, please? Headmaster Nezu wants to speak to you. But don't you worry, listener. I'm sure it's nothing bad. What do you think the principal wants with you? Izuku asked, floating alongside Shoto as he stiffly made his way back to the school. I don't know, Shoto said, looking down. Maybe my dad called the school or something. I honestly don't see why he would. Izuku wrung out his hands. Endeavor doesn't have a reason. He might want to force me to come back to the house. He probably figured I'd be here today, Shoto pointed out. Izuku hummed. Well, if he's here and my offer still stands. Izuku nodded firmly, clenching his fists in front of him as best he could. When they finally reached the entrance to UA, one of the heroes was waiting for them in the doorway. She smiled at Shoto in a way Izuku didn't like all that much. That's Midnight, the R-rated hero. She can put people to sleep with her quirk, Izuku muttered. Why is she looking at me like that? Shoto asked in a whisper as she straightened up upon seeing him approach. I don't know, Izuku said quietly. Be careful. Hello there, Midnight purred, turning towards the entrance and waving her hand in a follow-me gesture. I'm here to bring you to Nezu's office, HM. I don't trust her, Izuku huffs. But she's a hero and works here. Shoto just nodded and moved to follow Midnight, and Izuku reluctantly followed after them. The school itself was like a maze. Izuku would love to explore here sometime, but now they were going to Nezu's office. They needed to deal with what the principal wanted before anything else. Here we are. Midnight smiled, clapping her hands together. Just head down that corridor. Nezu's office is right at the end. Good luck. With that, she offered them a wave and sashayed away back down the hall. Shoto turned to Izuku. We could run, Shoto said. We could, Izuku nodded, before turning to point at a discreetly hidden camera that Shoto would never have noticed. But I expect Nezu is watching right now. He'd know. Shoto just sighed and nodded, turning to continue down the corridor. Nezu can't be that bad. He runs a school, Izuku said, and besides, he's. Izuku stopped in his tracks and Shoto quickly turned to face him with a worried look. He's what? Shoto, he's not human, Izuku said. Well, I don't know what animal he is, but Shoto, he can probably see me. In what if he wants to see me? Izuku squeaked. I interfered in the exam. I helped you. What if? Oh no, I probably messed everything up for you. What if he disqualifies you? Because I helped. Izuku was curling in on himself, his hands shaking as he held his head while he continued to mutter incoherently. There were tears in his eyes and Shoto didn't know what to do. The last time Izuku had cried was when they talked at Christmas, and well, they were both like that then, and Shoto had no idea what to do about this. Izuku, Shoto called, trying to get the ghost's attention. Izuku, please listen to me. Izuku's frantic mumbling stopped, and Shoto took this as a sign that the ghost was aware enough to at least listen. Izuku, whatever happens here is not your fault, Shoto told him firmly. I still took down most of the robots, even if you pointed me in the correct direction. Nezu won't disqualify me. And if he does, well, there's always Shiketsu, or one of the other hero schools. It's not a huge deal, okay? Really? Izuku asked, his voice quiet and meek and haunting in a way it usually wasn't. You won't hate me. Why would I hate you? Shoto asked. I would have no reason. Izuku didn't say anything until they had almost reached the doors of the principal's office, where he stopped again and turned to Shoto. I am sorry for freaking out. Izuku, Shoto cut in, it's okay. And then the doors opened on their own. Izuku must have been right about Nezu watching them, at least. Speaking of Izuku, as soon as the doors opened, the ghost had darted to hide behind Shoto so fast that he barely saw him move. Nezu was staring at him from behind his desk, beady eyes staring into Shoto's intently. Shoto felt a shiver go down his spine, and he was pretty sure it wasn't because of Izuku. Shoto broke the silence. You wanted to see me, sir? Indeed I did. Nezu grinned as much as whatever animal he was could. Izuku thought it was a little creepy. Honestly, you did exceptionally well on the exam, but mainly I was curious about your little friend here. Izuku squeaked pathetically as he tried his best to conceal himself with Shoto's body. At this moment, more than any, he wished he could choose who he was visible for. Perhaps he should see if he could do that in future. He made himself visible to that Uraraka girl before, didn't he? So surely he'd just have to do the opposite. Quite the thinker, HM. Nezu spoke up, and Izuku immediately realized that he'd been muttering out loud. Please kill me, Shoto. Izuku murmured to his friend, quiet enough that Nezu didn't hear. You're already dead, Shoto whispered back. Izuku whined dramatically. Do not worry, Nezu said. I do not plan to penalize you or young Todoroki for what happened during the exams. Why don't you both come over here and have a cup of tea? Shoto glanced back at Izuku before moving to sit down in the comfy-looking armchair and taking the offered cup of tea. Izuku remained hovering, now without cover but a little more confident with the fact that Nezu wouldn't disqualify Shoto because of Izuku's help. No tea for you. Nezu tilted his head a little, gesturing to the second cup that Izuku hasn't even reached for. Sorry, Izuku mumbled. Tea. Taking down the 0p pointer took a lot of my energy. I want to save my strength for the journey home. That's quite alright. Nezu nodded, putting his paws together. I'd quite like to know how you did that actually, if you don't mind sharing. I have no records of you applying to be part of the exam. Izuku looked down at the floor, fidgeting with his fingers and hunching his shoulders a little at the feeling of the principal's intense stare locked onto him. My quirk at most people can't see me or interact with me so I didn't think it'd be a problem if I came and helped Shoto. Izuku said quietly, my quirk lets me take power from other things. I'm mostly electrical things but living things too and use it myself. I drained the 0-pointer of electricity and used it to rescue her. How fascinating, Nezu nodded. Well, as I said, I will not be penalizing young Todoroki for utilizing the help you offered. That's good. Thank you, Izuku nodded. I also wanted to inform you that had you been taking the exam, you would have passed it, Nezu told him, with a very high score. Might I add, you have quite a power. I do. Izuku stared wide-eyed before bringing his hand up to his chin and muttering in thought. But how would I have gotten points if I only took down the 0-pointer? All I did was watch Shoto's back. There would have to have been a second scoring system. That makes sense actually. A hero isn't just strength and there needs to be a way to assess other heroic qualities. But what? Smart too. You have found quite a friend indeed. Nezu addressed Shoto quietly so as not to interrupt Izuku's rambling. Shoto just nodded. Rescue, maybe. Izuku came to his conclusion, looking up at the principal for confirmation. Awarding points for rescuing and helping other students would make most sense. Correct. Nezu grinned. The help you gave to Todoroki along with saving Miss Uraraka would have pushed you into the top 10 candidates at the least. Why are you telling me this? Izuku said, confused. I don't understand. I wasn't taking the exam. Your name is Izuku Midoriya, correct? Nezu asked him. Izuku couldn't do anything but nod, stunned. You were pronounced dead at the scene by paramedics on May 16, 22XX. Your funeral took place a week and a half later, attended by your mother and the Bakugo family but no others. Before death you were registered quirkless, yet you are still here. Now tell me, was your death faked? Or are you still here by other means? Izuku's head was spinning, reeling from the info dump of his own death. It had really happened that long ago. There really had been a funeral, and Kaken had attended it. Izuku wasn't sure what was the most surprising thing in this situation. I had a funeral, was the only coherent thought that Izuku could push out of his mouth. You did. Nezu nodded. It's noted in the files of the morgue that it was a small, inexpensive affair, but a funeral nonetheless. You seem surprised. It's more than I expected. Izuku shrugged. To answer your question, I really am dead. I did die that day, but I'm still here. Obviously it might have been a quirk or my quirk, I don't know. My, that is fascinating. Nezu chirped, and Izuku was starting to feel more and more like a sample in a lab waiting to be dissected. Well, of course, due to your legal status, it would be impossible for us to take you on as a student. Izuku nodded. He could sense but though he had no idea where this was going. He'd never asked to be a student here. But as a hero school, I feel we would be missing out if we didn't allow you to be a student here. Of course, if that is something you also want. Nezu said. Shoto felt a little like they'd forgotten that he was here, so he simply sipped his tea and watched the exchange curiously. Izuku stumbled over words, trying to find the correct way to start a sentence, before giving up entirely and going with, I guess I have always wanted to be a hero. But I came to terms with that dream being unrealistic a long time ago. And how would I ever be a hero? Simple, Nezu said, clasping his paws. You may just join in Class 1A's lessons as you are. No official paperwork. I will award you for your creativity when it comes to haunting the heroics class, and you may learn things along the way. I must say it will be very entertaining to watch. Izuku laughed nervously, suddenly feeling a lot lighter than he had been before. I may have been planning to do that anyway, sir. Good. Nezu grinned. I wish you both good luck in the year to come. Izuku had been near silent since they got back from UA that day. Fayumi and Natsuko had been waiting for them when they got home and had helped Keigo to cook a celebratory dinner when Shoto announced that he had most likely passed. For the next week, Keigo had been subtly trying to get Izuku to open Opus, but the ghosts seemed to be adamant about staying silent. None of them could figure out what was wrong. It had been a week, and now Izuku was barely coming out of his room. Keigo thought it must be something that happened at the exams, but he just couldn't figure out what, and Shoto didn't seem to know either. He was fine during the exam, Shoto had told him when he asked. We talked to Nezu, and he seemed happy after that. I don't. No, it's all right, kid, Keigo had told him, before smiling and ruffling his hair. Hey Izuku, Keigo called, knocking on the door frame as he looked into the room. Izuku turned to look at him from where he had been hovering near the window. The ghost tilted his head, an invitation for Keigo to continue. Fayumi arrived with Shoto's letter just now. He's going to open it, if you want to join us. Izuku nodded and followed. Shoto gave him a soft smile when the ghost appeared. He was holding the letter in both hands. Izuku smiled softly back and moved to hover behind the sofa. Hello Izuku. Fayumi greeted the room with a wave and a smile. Izuku waved back. Even if she couldn't see, Shoto's letter arrived this morning. I managed to snag it before Dad could get his hands on it. An approving look was sent to her from the ghost and Keigo smiled. He looks happy, Shoto informed, but we haven't been able to get him to talk since the entrance exams. Oh, I see, Izuku, is something wrong? Fayumi asked. Izuku simply sighed, looking down. When Fayumi was met with silence from everyone in the room, she assumed that meant no answer. Perhaps if you would rather not talk, you could write down whatever's bothering you instead. There was a moment of stillness before Izuku nodded slowly and moved over to the coffee table. Fayumi watched as a pen was lifted, held thoughtfully in the air for a moment, before moving to write on a piece of abandoned paper. Don't know, read the paper, and Fayumi was left a little confused. She looked around at the other two in the room, but they both simply seemed happy that the ghost was communicating with her. Shoto had put down the still unopened letter in favor of hugging one of the plush cushions and watching Izuku with an odd expression on his face. You don't know what's bothering you? Fayumi asked. The pen was lifted again, before being put down, unused. He shrugged. Keigo translated, flopping down next to her. Fayumi hummed thoughtfully, putting a hand to her chin in thought. Did anything happen at the entrance exams to upset you? Saw someone, reminded me of before. The paper read. The pen paused in its writing, before starting again, but I was okay after. Don't know why I can't talk now. Has this happened to you before? Fayumi asked carefully. Not being able to speak after something upsets you, even if it's not immediate. Izuku gripped the pen tightly in his hand. The lights flickered and Izuku scribbled a quick yes before backing away from the paper as though it would hurt him. Since his diagnosis, Izuku had been a quiet child, simply because he had no one to talk to, but sometimes, even when he wanted to speak, the words just wouldn't come. The bullies had always had problems when he didn't scream or cry for help. And Izuku had wished he could just speak, scream in pain like they wanted him to so they would finally stop. Izuku, Shoto said, looking straight at the ghost. Izuku spun to face him, snapping out of his thoughts. You don't have to say or write anything you're not comfortable sharing, you know that. The ghost nodded, slowly, before looking at Fayumi, who seemed to be considering something. Izuku, I teach in an elementary school, Fayumi said, and as a teacher it's my job to look after kids, no matter their needs. Izuku curled in on himself, as though struck by her words, and suddenly he looked at her warily instead of the curiosity that had been there before. There was a kid in the class I was helping out in during my training. Fayumi continued. She noticed the worried glances from Keigo and Shoto, but she would persist in her story. She was selectively mute, which sounds almost exactly like what you're experiencing. It took over a minute for Izuku to reach for the pen to write again, his hand shaking the whole time. It does. Yes, Fayumi nodded. We can look it up later if you'd like. You're not mad. The handwriting growing ever more shaky wrote out slowly. Izuku was glancing from face to face, trying his best to understand. Everyone had always been mad before. Of course not. Keigo yelped. I'd never be mad at you for something like this, kid. Okay. I don't think it really matters, Shoto said bluntly. Who cares if you don't speak? Shoto, Fayumi hissed, worried her brother's bluntness would come off rude. Words are useless. Shoto shrugged in response. And besides, Izuku, you can just write if you need to, right? Izuku nodded, a small smile on his face again. He grabbed the pen and wrote thank you in big letters on the paper. Fayumi and Keigo smiled brightly, while Shoto nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment, Izuku floated over and nudged the unopened letter in Shoto's direction, reminding everyone of the original reason they were here. The attempt was as much to get Shoto to open his letter as it was an attempt to shift the attention away from himself. Oh yeah, the letter. Fayumi smiled. Open it, Shoto. Right? Shoto nodded, pushing the cushion aside and taking the letter again. Izuku watched with a smile as he delicately peeled open the envelope, knowing he would have torn it open as fast as possible if he had been in his friend's place. A projector, Shoto asked, looking over the disc in confusion. Play it. Fayumi grinned, excited. Shoto placed the disc down on the table and hit the play button. The disc brightened in a holographic screen, and on the screen appeared the number 1 hero in front of a bright background containing the UA logo. With the appearance of the number 1 hero, Izuku shrieked. Shoto jumped to cover his ears while Keigo yelped. Fayumi jumped, even though she hadn't heard the noise. She could still feel the cold chill that seemed to seep into her very bones though. Despite her ice quirk, she was sure she could see frost forming over the back of the sofa. Shoto switched off the disc as soon as he could reach it. The ghost had hidden himself behind the sofa, curled up tightly and shaking like a leaf, his eyes squeezed shut and hands covering his ears. Keigo didn't hesitate to jump from his seat to crouch down in front of the panicking ghost, tucking his wings behind him and holding out his hands, making his presence as unthreatening as possible. Hey Izuku, you have to breathe with me, okay? Keigo told him, his voice soft but stern. He's not here, it was only a recording, he can't hurt you here, I promise. Izuku shook his head frantically, gripping his hair in a fist as he shook. appearing silently. Shoto slid down the back of the sofa so he was sat on the floor next to Izuku. He stayed quiet as the ghost calmed himself down, and 5 minutes later, when Izuku seemed calmer, he took a deep breath. "I'm sorry," Shoto told him. "I didn't expect him to show up or I would never have opened it here. Me and Fayumi can go out to open the letter if you'd rather." Despite not needing to breathe, Izuku took a deep breath and shook his head. "No?" Shoto asked, confused. Izuku grimaced and wrung his hands in frustration, shaking his head, before reaching forwards and tapping on the floor, looking hopefully at Keigo. It took him a moment of repetitive tapping to understand what Izuku was doing. "Morse code." Keigo grinned. "You will never stop surprising me, kid." Izuku shrugged, before repeating his series of taps. "You want to see the message?" Keigo asked slowly, and Izuku nodded, setting his face in determination. "Are you sure?" Shoto asked. "I don't want you to be upset." Nodding firmly, Izuku finally uncurled himself from his ball and floated up. The pair followed him back to the sofa, where Izuku harshly jabbed the play button on the discarded disc. Fayumi jumped when the holographic screen lit up to show All Might once again. Izuku crossed his arms and glared at the screen as All Might began to talk. Shoto moved to stand with him, glancing at Izuku's face every few moments to make sure he was all right. "Congratulations, young Todoroki." All Might boomed. Shoto flinched. He was so used to being addressed by his first name that he'd almost forgotten he was associated with his father in that way, for achieving first place in the entrance exam. "How?" you asked. "Well, we had a second scoring system. Rescue points." Izuku looked almost smug as he said that, happy to have figured out that mechanism just after the exam. All Might didn't need to inform him of anything. He had already known that Shoto did amazingly too. "Not only did you come first in the amount of villain points, but you also dedicated a lot of your exam time to help others. Here's the leaderboard." When the leaderboard was put up on the screen behind him and the hero moved aside, Izuku allowed himself to feel even more smug to see that Shoto had managed to beat Kaken by almost 100 points, having scored 16 more villain points and 80 rescue points, which Kaken had, unsurprisingly, scored a big fat none. "I'm sure you're wondering, as well, why I am here doing the announcements." All Might grinned, and Izuku felt like crying again all of a sudden. "Well, that's because, what's that?" "Oh, we're out of time. My apologies. I suppose you'll just have to find out. For now, welcome, Shoto Todoroki, to your Hero Academia." The projector finished playing, and Izuku didn't hesitate to pick up the small device and throw it at full force through the open balcony door, glaring at the thing as it flew. As soon as it was gone, though, Izuku rounded on Shoto, his face taken over by the biggest grin the other had seen in a long time. Well done, Shoto," Izuku whispered, though it had the same effect as a cheer might. Shoto lit up upon hearing his voice. I knew why you did well." "Thanks, Izuku." Shoto smiled. "That means a lot, and if I see that bastard again, I'm gonna freeze him in an iceberg." Izuku couldn't stop the surprised giggle from escaping him. Thank you, Shoto." That W would be nice. Shoto and Izuku had disappeared off somewhere after they'd watched the recording. Keigo wasn't sure what they were talking about, but both of them had seemed happy, so he was pretty sure he'd succeeded in doing whatever older father figures do. In the meantime, the pair disappearing left Keigo alone with one of his kids' actual siblings. She was looking through the paperwork that had been forgotten in the envelope to confirm Shoto's admission to the school. As she looked at one of the papers, her face contorted into a grimace. Keigo decided almost immediately that he didn't like seeing her upset and moved to sit next to her, leaning over her shoulder to read what she was looking at. "They need a signature from Dad." Fayumi scowled in explanation, and immediately Keigo understood. "Damn, that sucks," Keigo sighed. "What if I signed it? I mean, Shoto is basically living here now." Fayumi chuckled sadly. "I wish that would work, but schools check these things and you don't actually have legal guardianship of him." "Oof," Keigo sighed. "What if you sign it? You're old enough and a relative." "That's a fair point, actually." Fayumi considered it for a second. "I'd have to look it up, though." "Well, here, go for it," Keigo grinned. Passing her his phone, Fayumi smiled and took it, pulling up Google. When she found the results, though, she sighed. Apparently not. Siblings can only sign if the parent is dead or the court has legally made the sibling the guardian to their other siblings. Fayumi sighed. "Well, then we're going to have to get the trash can to sign it then." Keigo rolled his eyes. "It shouldn't be too hard, right? It's a UA consent form, and that's technically what he wants." "You're right. I just don't want to have to talk to him." Fayumi sighed. "I can drop by to get him to sign it when I go home later, but hey, since Shoto's living with you now, you want to help me fill out the rest of this. It's all the sort of basic stuff, like home address and stuff. How about we go out and do this over some lunch?" Keigo winked at her. "I'll pay." Fayumi spluttered at the hero's forwardness. Hiding a blush with her hand, quickly she composed herself. "Sure, that sounds nice." "All right," Keigo chirped happily. Standing up, "I'll go tell Izuku and Shoto where we're going, and then we can head out." Fayumi nodded, gathering up the papers that she would need to fill out and leaving the ones Shoto needed to do himself on the table. Keigo knocked twice on Izuku's door before going inside to tell them that they'd be going out for a while. After they'd gotten the go-ahead from the two boys, Fayumi was airlifted from the balcony by a Keigo who was intent on showing off. Together they headed into the city towards the closest restaurant serving lunch. So, Izuku mumbled, attempting to start a conversation. He knew Shoto wasn't really a talker, and Izuku had barely started speaking again after that episode, which was apparently selective mutism and not just him being a freak. Good to know, so he wasn't quite sure how to start. So, Shoto returned. Anything interesting happen all week? Not really, Izuku shrugged. I remember that boy, W with the blonde spiky hair. The one who pushed past me at the entrance exam. Shoto asked, confused. He was just a random guy. Sure, Izuku had been a little weird for a minute afterwards, but Shoto thought that might have been because the guy was rude to him, but I think I don't know what. Izuku fumbled with his words before shaking his head and trying again. I knew him. You knew him? Shoto asked, surprised. Is that why you got upset? Izuku hummed softly. Why yeah, I knew him, and he's why I was upset. I think, the exam and Nezupi put it out of my mind for a while, but I've been thinking about it ever since. Who was he? Shoto asked softly, leaning forward a little. What did he do to you? A soft, sad-sounding chuckle left the ghost as he fiddled with the hem of his cloak, twisting it around broken fingers. I can't tell you that. Why not? Shoto asked, feeling more than a little dejected. They'd been so open with each other since they'd met. He made sure his feelings didn't show, though. I can't tell you until you promise not to try and get him expelled from UA. Izuku clarified. I can't mess W with him if he's not in UA. Shoto was confused now. But if he hurt you, and how do you even know he got in? They showed the results table. Izuku reminded him. I in the projection. Right, Shoto nodded. Feeling stupid, of course, you'd know his name too. Izuku nodded. So? You see, can't try and get him expelled. I won't, Shoto replied slowly. Promise? The ghost asked, leaning into his personal space. Shoto could feel the now familiar chill that came with the ghost, a chill that no longer bothered him. I promise I won't try to get him expelled, he sighed, looking into the ghost's eyes. He wondered what color they had been before he died. That was Kaken, Izuku mumbled. Kei Katsuki Bakugo. You mean the one who? Shoto trailed off slowly, not wanting to say it out loud and ruin the already bad mood, but the implication was clear. Why yeah, Izuku sighed. Please don't blame him. I don't think he meant it. That doesn't excuse. Shoto started, but he was cut off before he could continue. I said don't. There was a lot going on that you don't know about. Shoto stared at the ghost. How could he defend the boy who had told him to take his own life, even if he hadn't meant it? As Shoto, I can see you thinking. Izuku said softly. Shoto sighed. I just don't understand. Izuku sighed softly. Shouldn't tell you it's not my life to tell. He hurt you, Izuku. All those scars. I know, okay. Izuku shook his hands in frustration. But he was hurt too. He was just a child, an impressionable child. We used to be best friends, and then I didn't get a quirk, and everyone else turned away from me. We were four. Shoto, what would you expect from him? I don't know, Shoto said. For him to stand up for his friend instead of beat him up, maybe. Did you ever believe him? Izuku asked softly, suddenly switching to a different approach. Shoto asked, confused. I imagine Endeavor always told you that you'd be an amazing hero. Better than All Might, right? Izuku elaborated. Because that's what he wanted. Yes, he always said that. Still does, though not as much. Shoto said, confused. Where was this going? Did you ever believe him? Did you when you were too young to know better? Did you ever want what he was offering? Izuku asked. Did you think you could be an amazing hero? Because he told you so? Shoto was silent for a good long moment, before he let out a deep breath. Yes, Shoto said simply, ducking his head in shame. When I was very little, before I realized what he did to Mum and Toya. Don't be upset with yourself, Shoto. It's natural, Izuku comforted him, before returning to his warpath. Now imagine you never noticed what he was doing to your family. Just picture for a second where you would be, and now if you never realized he was wrong, imagine where you would be how you would be if you never stopped looking up to him, if you still believed him. Doing as he was told, Shoto tried his best to conjure the mental image Izuku was prompting him towards. If he'd never realized it was all wrong, then he'd be exactly what his father wanted, a ruthless machine like his father. He'd use his fire. He'd hurt people without mercy. He'd look down on people. Now he understood what Izuku was saying. Kaken never realized it was wrong, Izuku whispered when he saw Shoto come to the conclusion he wanted. Shoto just stared, open-mouthed. He never had a Toya to lose, or a Fayumi to take care of him. He never had a mum who would teach him how to love like yours did. All he had was the negatives. Our teachers boosted his ego so much it was unreachable. They never gave him consequences for his actions. As sometimes they'd even praise him for beating me up. You can't fault him for thinking it was right when he got positive reinforcement from doing it. Reeling, Shoto could only nod. He understood what the ghost was saying, even if he didn't like it. Just as Izuku said, he couldn't fault the guy for doing what he'd only been taught was correct behavior. His parents, they weren't much better. But opposite, Izuku sighed. From what I remember of his mom, Aunt Matuski, she was always putting him down. She would always tell him he wasn't good enough, or that he should have done better, and his dad never stood up for him either. So the ghost trailed off with a sigh, and Shoto waited silently. Something told him that the ghost had more to say. I know what Kakandi did to me was wrong, Izuku said softly. And I don't forgive him. I can't forgive him, at least, and not yet. But I can't really blame him either. I want to see how he is now, if he's better or worse, and maybe I can get some petty revenge for when he burned my notebooks too. I trust you, Shoto said. Eventually, I'll trust your judgment and leave him alone. Thank you, Izuku said with a sigh of relief. But will you be okay being around him? If you're coming to UA, he'll be there too, Shoto asked, before taking on as a second thought. And is there anything else I should know about him? I don't know, Izuku answered honestly. I guess we'll see. As for what you should know, just don't tell him you're better than him, and don't say my name when he's around. Got it? Shoto nodded. I'll be there whatever happens. What should I call you when he's around? You can just call me Ghost, or I don't know, Greenie or something. Izuku shrugged, tugging lightly at his hair. Why green? Shoto tilted his head in confusion. Nothing about Izuku was green, since he was monochrome and translucent. Only his red shoes were colorful. Oh, I kind of forgot. My hair used to be green, and my eyes too, Izuku explained. I see. Shoto stared at Izuku for a moment, trying to picture him with color. So you look like a broccoli stalk. Izuku squeaked and covered his face. I guess so. Before I was diagnosed quirkless, a lot of kids would tease me for looking like a broccoli. Humming softly, Shoto sighed. I don't think it's a bad thing. Can I ruffle your hair? What? Izuku yelped, looking up sharply. Why? I don't know, Shoto said with a shrug. It just looks fluffy. It does, Izuku asked, tilting his head before tugging at a strand of his hair. I never really liked it. Shoto couldn't believe that Izuku's hair suited him perfectly, and he could imagine that green looked good on him. How come? As I said, people would tease me. Izuku sighed sadly. You can ruffle it if you really want. Just avoid here. The ghost weakly gestured to his head above his left eye, the spot Shoto quickly realized that the blood on his face was coming from. He was immediately reminded of the fact that the ghost boy really had gone through so much. Izuku offered him a small, reassuring smile, before tilting his head so that Shoto could reach for his hair. The lights flickered when Shoto reached for him. Izuku's hair was just as fluffy as he thought it would be, even with the added chill that always came with touching the ghost. When he pulled his hand away, Izuku smiled at him. No one's ever done that to me before, the ghost said. It was nice. Your hair was fluffy, Shoto commented with a nod of approval, and Izuku beamed. That's nice now. Do you want to bet on how many times Keigo has tried to kiss Fayumi while they've been gone? Izuku changed the topic and Shoto spluttered. I personally think it will be at least 3. Alright kiddos, we're home. Keigo called into the apartment after flying Fayumi back up onto the balcony. Upon hearing his call, Izuku and Shoto came out of the spare bedroom together, both wearing what Keigo was pretty sure were mischievous expressions. Even Shoto, as expressionless as he usually was, had a small smirk on his face. What are you two up to? Keigo asked slowly as he followed Fayumi to the couch. How many times did you try to kiss her? Izuku floated up to him and asked. Keigo choked, blushing and stuttering, but the ghost's expression showed no mercy. He glanced around at Shoto, who was also looking at him expectantly for an answer, and Fayumi, who was looking at him in confusion. 4 times. Yes, Izuku grinned, throwing his hands in the air at the same time as Shoto sighed and muttered damn it through the hand he raised to his face. The ghost immediately zipped to Shoto's side. You owe me the next shiny thing you find. Were you two betting? Keigo asked, tilting his head. Both of them turned simultaneously to look at him, innocent expressions on their faces. Maybe. What's going on here? Fayumi spoke up, confused. Shoto turned to her with a sigh. Don't worry sis, I just lost a bet with Izuku. Anyway, how was lunch? Shoto deflected. Fayumi stared at him for a moment, before slowly nodding and setting down her bag, from which she pulled a wad of papers. Lunch was great. Keigo makes nice company, Fayumi smiled, and I've managed to fill most of these out. I've added myself as your emergency contact. I hope that's alright. Yes, that's alright. Thank you, Fayumi, Shoto nodded. I want to add Keigo as a second contact. Fayumi told him, if that's okay with both of you, of course, but I'll do that after I get Endeavor to sign it, so he doesn't know about it. That would probably be good, since I'm living here and all. Shoto nodded, before turning to Keigo with a worried expression. That is all right, right? I don't want to keep intruding. You aren't intruding, Izuku insisted. Having you here is nice. Yeah, kid, we're happy for you to be here, Keigo reassured. And I'd be happy to be his other emergency contact. Nice, Fayumi smiled, before turning back to the paper and separating a few out of the pile and holding them out towards Shoto. These two you'll have to do yourself, Shoto, your quirk registry form and hero costume submission. All right, I can do that, Shoto nodded, taking the papers. They need to be done for 2 weeks Friday. That's the deadline. Fayumi told him, I'll get this signed by Dad before them, tonight hopefully, just let me know when you're done with those, K. Shoto nodded, I'll text you. Thank you Fayumi, you're the best. You're welcome Sho. Fayumi smiled, putting the rest of the papers back in her bag. But I should probably get going. Need to get Endeavor to sign these and get home. Keep in touch, Keigo asked, batting his eyelashes at her. Fayumi rolled her eyes with a smile. Of course, she told him, bye Sho, bye Izuku. And with that final goodbye, she headed out of the door. Shoto flopped onto the couch to examine the papers Fayumi had given him to fill out. So I have to design myself a hero costume. Shoto asked the heir, how do I do that? I can't even draw or design costumes. I can help, Izuku said, leaning over the back of the sofa to look at the paper. I used to draw a lot when I took notes. I did diagrams and things so maybe I could help with drawing. And we could talk about the design together too. I analyzed heroes' costumes a little too. If you want. Of course, that would be helpful. Thanks, Shoto said, seeming embarrassed. I can barely draw a stickman. It's all good kid, Keigo grinned. I can't draw either. Anyway, I'm gonna make something for dinner. Anything particular you want, Shoto? As congratulations for getting in. Shoto said, confused. Something that's not burnt. Izuku burst out laughing. I'll do my best. Keigo rolled his eyes. You got a favorite food, kid? Cold soba. Shoto answered immediately. Keigo grinned. Awesome, I'll make that then, he said. You two have fun. Okay, so, how do we design a costume? Shoto asked, looking at the ghost, feeling a little helpless. Well, first of all we need to think about what you would need to support your quirk. Izuku said, your quirk is ice and fire, so we'd need. I won't be using my fire, Shoto interrupted, so we only need to worry about ice. Why? Izuku asked, turning to Shoto confused. Why wouldn't you use your fire in your hero work? You know I don't like using it, Shoto said, his face set in a glare. I don't need his power, I can be a hero with just my eyes. Izuku was silent for a while, just staring at Shoto until the others stared back, expression becoming more and more worried until Izuku finally spoke, slowly and quietly with a grave expression. I had nothing, no power, all my life, and I was willing to do everything I could to be a hero. And you're going to sit here and tell me you're going to chose to reject half of the power you got because he also has a fire quirk. Shoto's eyes went wide. Izuku And no, Izuku cut him off. What if you need it, Shoto? What if you come across a villain whose quirk lets them get more powerful the colder they are? Or someone who has cryokinesis? Or someone who is just cold resistant or strong enough to break your ice? Without your fire, what would you do then? I don't. I understand that it might be difficult, Shoto. I get Trum. I don't think I'd be able to use an explosion quirk if I magically woke up with 1B because one hurt me, but if you're going to be a hero you'll need to use your quirk to its full potential. Why your quirk is made to balance itself out. Without one half something would go wrong. I can't use his. It's not his, Shoto, Izuku said sternly. Your quirk does not belong to him. He doesn't control it or how you use it. Why you do. It's your quirk, Shoto, not his. Was all Shoto could say. He was stuck staring at Izuku in surprise. You're probably right. I'm an idiot, aren't I? No, you're not, Izuku told him. Why, you've just been through a lot. Thanks, Shoto said. I don't even know how I'd go about using my fire. I haven't really used it in years. Well, we can work on that. Izuku smiled. You set Endeavor's socks on fire, remember? Oh yeah, I did that, Shoto nodded. It would probably be better to start small and work your way up, so why you can control how much fire you produce. Aren't you afraid of fire? Shoto asked suddenly, turning to face the ghost. I don't want to upset you. I'm not afraid of fire, Izuku said slowly. Just explosions. There's a difference. Right, Shoto nodded. He looked back at the paper on the table, still currently empty. So costume, Izuku said, leaning forwards. Why you're going to want something heat-proof, but also cold-proof. You then need a way to heat and cool your body in case you overuse your quirk and run out of stamina. Of course you need protection and it needs to look nice too. Izuku tapped his chin as he spoke and Shoto listened with rapt attention. He knew nothing about this stuff. Knowing him, he'd just request a loose bodysuit and be done with it. Do you have anything you do or don't want specifically? Izuku asked after a moment, turning to face Shoto. Shoto said, trying to formulate his thoughts into coherent words. Well, I don't want something skin tight, and I'd rather it be fairly simple. Want it to be different from his. Izuku nodded. Oh okay, we can work with that. It not being skin tight would probably make it easier to integrate a temperature regulation system without it looking weird. The lights flickered as Izuku grabbed a pencil and a piece of scrap paper and began to sketch something. The lines were wobbly and the drawing was hardly up to any standards he had held himself to before he had well died. But it was still recognizable as a human being. Sorry, it's pretty bad. Drawing is harder than I thought. Izuku mumbled. It's better than anything I could do. Shoto shrugged, watching as Izuku sketched the basis of a costume. What looked like a jumpsuit that didn't fit tight to the human base Izuku had drawn underneath it. Alright, so you're going to need some sort of supply storage. Izuku mumbled. So you can store emergency medical supplies and stuff. We can think about materials later. What if we had capsules that hung from the belt? Shoto suggested. Like hanging cylinders. Shoto, Izuku said as he thought over the idea. Just picture what that would look like in your head for a moment. Shoto did so, and realized what Izuku was talking about. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, I think maybe a normal utility belt would be better. Izuku said with a small smile. And it would have more storage too, right? Shoto nodded. The pair spent the rest of the evening like that. They had taken a break for dinner and then ate cake. They had spent another hour working on the costume design, this time with some input from Keigo. After the hero had insisted they leave it for the night and come back the next day, they gathered on the couches to watch a film, chosen by Shoto because it was to celebrate him getting into UA, of course. Over the next few days they came up with the final design for Shoto's hero costume. A cerulean blue jumpsuit with white accents, a belt, knee-high boots, and some minimal decoration on the shoulders. They had labeled the diagram to indicate the protective materials Shoto wanted. They'd done some research and found a light but strong material that would be perfect, and Izuku and Keigo had come up with the framework of an integrated temperature regulation system. Thin pipes that would carry either heated or cooled water around his body to regulate the temperature, almost like a second circulatory system. The quirk registration form had been easier to fill out, only taking half an hour, and then they called Fayumi to tell her that they were done. By that evening, the forms had been sent on their way back to UA. In 2 weeks' time, you'll be in UA, kid. Keigo grinned. How do you feel? I don't know. Shoto shrugged. I guess I'm a bit nervous. Oh, come on. Keigo rolled his eyes. You'll have the best ghost bodyguard in all of Japan. What? Izuku yelped, covering his face with his arms, something he did when he was embarrassed. I'm not the best. I have to disagree. Keigo shrugged. Izuku squeaked. I'm glad you're coming with me, Izuku. Shoto told him. You make it easier not to panic. Well then I'm happy to come. I won't let you face this alone. Izuku cheered with a smile. Shoto smiled back. Perfect, Keigo said. Now how about we go out for coffee? Huh. Sure, Shoto said, while Izuku nodded. And after a hectic 2 weeks, the day finally arrived. The first day at UA, the first steps to becoming a hero. I can't do this, Shoto said, staring up at the door that was at least 3 times his height. Sure you can, Izuku said. You don't have to talk to anyone. You can just go to your seat if you want. What if people talk to me? Shoto said. What if they recognize me as his son? Why, you have the right to ask people to call you by your first name, Izuku told him, and if anyone makes you uncomfortable, I'll distract them. Thanks, Izuku, Shoto sighed, though there was a small smile on his face. Right door. Hey, called a feminine voice. Shoto whipped around to pinpoint the call, only to see the brunette girl from the entrance exam running towards him, her arm raised high in an overdramatic wave. Shoto let out a breath, glad it was someone he knew, even if vaguely, rather than literally anyone else. Hello, Shoto said once she'd stopped next to him. It's nice to see you got in. You too. She grinned. I was really worried after Present Mike said the principal wanted to speak to you. Oh, what's your seat number? I want to know if we'll be sitting together. You're like the only person I know here. Uraraka pushed open the door as she talked excitedly. Izuku followed her into the room, stopping in the doorway and looking around. There was barely anyone here yet, only a few students already sitting quietly. No one of interest seemed to have arrived. 18. Shoto answered her question as he made his way to his seat, putting his bag down on the table. A window seat? Nice. She followed him over with a sigh and stood in the aisle between desks. I'm seat number 5. Dang it, that means we're right across the room from each other. Uraraka pouted. Izuku glanced around, before reaching forwards and bapping one of the strands of hair that hung down in front of Uraraka's face like a cat might hit a string. The girl yelped in surprise. Izuku says hi, Shoto told her, and she gasped. Oh, that was Izuku. Hello. Oh my god, I was wondering if you'd be here. Uraraka grinned, full of excitement. It's good to see you. Well, I'll not see you, but you know what I mean. Oh, I should warn you, he doesn't want us to call him Izuku here, Shoto told her. Really? Does he have a nickname he'd rather go by? She asked, tilting her head. Shoto glanced around the room. It had started to fill up significantly now, and there was a ruckus being made in the middle of the room, the source being a pink-haired girl and a blonde with a lighting streak. The boy with engines for legs from the entrance exam was trying to defuse the chaos they were already creating. Dang it, he was here too. Shoto, can I have something to write on? Izuku asked, patting Shoto's sleeve for attention. Shoto nodded and turned to open his bag, pulling out a notepad and pen and handing them to the ghost. Uraraka watched with rapt attention as the ghost wrote on the paper and turned it around for her. Hey, it's nice to see you too. Izuku had written, I'm glad you got in. You can call me whatever you want. I guess I'll just call you Ghost, huh? Uraraka broke off, surprised when the notebook clattered to the floor. Izuku had darted to hide behind Shoto when the door slammed open to reveal an angry-looking blonde who immediately began walking with an obnoxious slouch right towards them. Shoto, Izuku whispered. It's all right, Shoto whispered back. You can leave if you need to. Oi, peeing cheeks, move, you're blocking my seat, Bakugo huffed. Uraraka startled and turned to face him even as she moved out of the way. Uraraka asked, offended. What's with the mean nickname? You don't even know me. Whatever. The blonde rolled his eyes and dropped into his seat, leaning his chin on his hand and staring adamantly out of the window, leaving all three of the others staring. Please, calm down, Izuku whispered after a moment of tense silence between them. Even with the background noise of the rest of the class still filing in, if that had happened before he would have blown her up or yelled at least. That's good, right? Shoto asked quietly. Why yeah, I'd say so. I'm gonna head over to my seat, Uraraka said, her cheerful smile returning. I don't want to get in trouble. See you after class, okay. All right, goodbye. Shoto nodded to her and she trotted across the room to sit down in her own seat. 5 minutes passed before their teacher arrived. During that time, the wind guy Shoto never had gotten his name from the recommendation exam showed up along with a few more stragglers. Before their teacher had shown up, Izuku had chosen to retreat to the ventilation system that ran above the room. The ghost had said he wanted to see what everyone seemed to be like and possibly work out who might be able to see him before he chose to reveal himself more openly. Unfortunately, the time Izuku got to observe Shoto's classmates was limited, as their teacher had announced a surprise quirk assessment test instead of having them go to orientation. During his limited time frame, though, Izuku had picked out 2 students he was interested in. There was a boy with an obvious bird mutation. His head was that of a bird, and a girl with long green hair who had features that reminded Izuku of a frog. Izuku wasn't sure yet whether either of them would be able to see him, but it was better safe than sorry. The quirk assessment test had gone smoothly enough. Izuku had hung around at the back of the gaggle of students and observed by floating high enough to look over their heads. In the end, Shoto ended up coming second, only because his fire-fueled throw couldn't outmatch someone who could create an air cannon. Momoye Arazu, the girl who created said cannon, came first and Bakugo came third. Izuku smiled. If he ever managed to become visible again like he did for Uraraka, he would definitely be asking her so many questions. In last place was a boy with balls for hair. Izuku was glad to see him expelled. The ghost himself had beach-slapped the disgusting kid at least 3 times during the test while he'd been drooling over the girls in their class. Izuku hoped that Aizawa would expel him from the school altogether rather than just to the general studies course. Regardless of mishaps with perverted boys, the day had gone almost without a hitch. Uraraka had met them after class and insisted she walk to the station with them. Izuku was happy to ramble on about all the amazing quirks his classmates had, even as they took the train and then on the walk back to Keigo's apartment. It had taken almost all evening for Izuku to empty himself of thoughts. The next day, though, would be much more interesting. Excuse me, Shoto looked up from his lunch to come face to face with the bird-headed boy in their class. They had chosen the seat furthest away from anyone else in the cafeteria to sit at, they being Shoto, Izuku, and Uraraka, of course. Whatever the bird boy Takoyami, Izuku was pretty sure his name was wanted. He definitely wanted to talk to them specifically. Why else come all the way over here? Yes, Shoto asked, putting down his chopsticks to properly address his classmate. You are Todoroki, correct? And Uraraka, if I am not mistaken from yesterday. Takoyami nodded politely. I am, though I'd rather go by my given name Shoto if that's all right, Shoto told him, before quickly turning to Izuku for confirmation that he'd done it right. The ghost shot him a thumbs up and a smile. That's me. Uraraka grinned. You're Takoyami, right? I really like your vibe, all dark and spooky-like. Why thank you. Takoyami nodded graciously. Now, I have decided that due to the ghost boy accompanying you both, I shall join your harem of darkness. Shoto choked on air while Izuku grinned. Uraraka went red. That is not what this is, Shoto declared once he'd saved himself. Please do not call it that. He's right. Izuku nodded, and for a moment, Shoto really believed Izuku was on his side. It's more of a polycule. Why, you can join us if you want. Wah, Shoto yelped. Izuku, you are not helping. What did he say? Uraraka squeaked through her flushed face, even as Takoyami sat down on the opposite bench, placing down his tray. The specter says that this is more of a polycule, which I can respect, and that I am welcome. Uraraka took a deep breath, before taking a sip of water and composing herself and speaking with a smile. It's nice to have you, Takoyami. Shoto, are you okay? Izuku asked, poking his friend. Shoto sighed and ran a hand through his hair. I'm fine, I'm totally fine, Shoto said. This is fine. I assume your name is Izuku, Takoyami said, addressing the ghost. Izuku nodded. Why yeah, but please don't call me that while we're in UA. I don't want the WR wrong people to hear. Izuku answered quickly. Why, you can just call me Ghost for N now. Alright, Takoyami replied. It is good to meet one from the spirit realm. Oh, I'm not anyway. Are you guys looking forward to Hero T training after lunch? Are we looking forward to hero training? Shoto repeated the question and Uraraka looked at him gratefully. She had been beginning to feel a little left out of the conversation. I wonder what we'll be doing. It'll probably just be an introduction into the basics, right? Uraraka said, twirling one of her hair strands around her finger in thought. Like some of us are gonna need to learn the basics of being a hero. They can't put us through something too harsh on the first day. That does make sense, Takoyami agreed. We will have to learn proper etiquette and practical skills before being put through actual testing simulations, of course. We will need time to familiarize ourselves with each other's quirks as well. You said it. Uraraka nodded, sending him finger guns over the table. Takoyami just nodded to accept the gesture. Shoto nodded. I don't think I'd be comfortable going all out on a battle trial without knowing what my classmates' limits are. I wouldn't want to hurt someone in training because I thought they would dodge faster or something. That is something I worry about as well. Takoyami nodded. Dark Shadow is powerful and could easily hurt someone if I do not ray her in tightly enough. Hello, said Quirk, popped up from under the table, giving the group a thumbs up. Hi, Uraraka gasped excitedly. Hello, Izuku waved. Dark Shadow immediately shot over and nuzzled her beak into Izuku's hand. The ghost gasped upon finding that his hand didn't phase through the shadow even when he wasn't tangible. Safe to say Izuku spent the rest of the lunch break petting Dark Shadow with a happy smile. She likes you, I am certain, Takoyami told Izuku as the now foursome made their way back to the one classroom together. Izuku spun around in excitement. Spending the lunch break with new friends had lightened the ghost's mood considerably, even when it hadn't been dark before. Izuku was looking forward to watching whatever heroics lesson Class 1 would be doing next. There was nothing Izuku could think of that would ruin his mood now. Izuku hummed softly to himself as the group found their way back to the classroom and made their way to their respective seats. It was already clear that Momo couldn't see him, and the replacement for the perverted Grape Beach hadn't arrived yet. So Izuku was comfortable to hang around in Shoto's orbit, and he was certain the other boy appreciated it. Is the teacher late? Shoto asked Izuku after everyone had shown up and the second bell, warning them that class was to start, had rang. Maybe they're running. Izuku didn't get to finish his sentence though, because at that moment the door slammed open, making the ghost jump, and when he saw who was in the door, I am here, entering the door like a normal person, and suddenly All Might was up to his waist in ice, because Shoto was out of his chair in a second. Izuku didn't even register this split-second reaction. Instead, he let out an ear-splitting shriek that startled anyone who could hear and dropped through the floor, leaving behind no trace of him being there in the first place bar a light sheen of frost covering most of the left side of the room, mixing with Shoto's ice. Everyone in the class stared at Shoto in silence. In merely 2 seconds, the boy had jumped from his seat into a battle stance and shot a wave of ice from his right foot right at their teacher. And what surprised most of the class most was that he meant to do it. If the look on his face was anything to go by, he had even looked a little smug, for the 2 seconds before Momo and Bakugo were also coated in a small sheen of frost. Young man, what is the meaning of this? All Might asked Todoroki, looking down at the mini glacier that trapped him. Shoto looked around, and then shook his head to rid himself of the ringing in his ears caused by Izuku's scream. It looked like both Takoyami and Tsuyu were staring at the spot Izuku had left from, both also shaken. Turning back to All Might, Shoto schooled his expression into his regular blank look. Sorry, Shoto said, with no sincerity behind the word whatsoever. I thought someone was attacking our class or something. All right, my boy, All Might said after a moment of consideration. I can let this slide, but please unfreeze me. Right, Shoto nodded slowly, stepping towards All Might and melting the glacier as he went. Once most of the ice had cleared, Shoto wrapped his arms around himself as he stood before their teacher, trying his best to mimic the way Izuku often tried to make himself look small and meek. Sensei, do you mind if I step outside for a moment? Your arrival spooked me. All Might looked almost constipated for a moment as he thought about whether or not to let Shoto go. Finally, his hero complex wanting to help Shoto outweighed his teacher mindset. There wasn't much of one wanting to begin the lesson. All right, my boy, but don't take too long. All right. Yes, sir. Shoto nodded before bolting out of the room. He knew his acting skills were god-awful, so best get out of there before someone noticed. Though as he left he noticed Takoyami giving him a head tilt while Dark Shadow gave him a thumbs up under the desk. Shoto assumed that meant they knew what he planned to do. Unfortunately, After 3 minutes of roaming the halls, Shoto realized that in a place like UA, he had absolutely no idea where on earth Izuku was. The ghost could have gone literally anywhere and the building was massive. All he really knew for sure was that the ghost had gone down rather than up. Because going down was easier than going up for Izuku, and Shoto knew it had basically been a subconscious action. And besides, if the ghost had gone up, there would have been ice on the ceiling too. Unfortunately, that still left 3 floors for Shoto to search, plus any basement floors he wasn't aware of. He could narrow it down, because he knew Izuku wouldn't stay for long in any room with other people in it, but even there was a lot of ground to cover. It didn't matter though, because Shoto was a stubborn person, a very stubborn person, and he would search this entire building if it meant finding Izuku. F. All Might's heroics lesson, his best friend was much more important than whatever All Might had planned. It took almost an hour, but Shoto finally found Izuku. He was almost glad for the ghost's ability to create ice when he was upset, almost because he hated it when the ghost was upset. Thankfully, the ice was there though, or Shoto probably wouldn't have seen the room in the dim light of the basement floors. Shoto felt like he shouldn't be here. There had been a keypad allowing entrance to the stairs down to UAS basement floors, but when he tried the door anyway, it had opened for him. Currently, he was on the 2nd basement level. He had been about to leave and go back up to search through the upper floors again when he spotted the sheen of ice glinting around a doorframe, tucked into the very back corner of the hallway. Some tiny supply closet, Shoto was sure. As he moved towards the door, he found the air dropped in temperature considerably, so much so that he had to light a fire in his hand just to counter the cold, even with his quirk. His feet crunched on the icy floor, the fire flickering and flaring dangerously in the cold. When he reached the door, he took the handle with his right hand, afraid it was cold enough to burn his left, and yanked on the door. At first it wouldn't budge, but after a while of trying, Shoto managed to pry the door open. It was a freezer for food storage. That explains the excessive cold. He had thought it was a bit much just for Izuku, though the ice outside was undeniably the ghost. It was light in here, a motion-sensing light activating as soon as Shoto stepped through the threshold, subconsciously warming up his left side to counter the cold and holding the small ball of fire close to his chest. There were tubs and crates filled with frozen food, but that wasn't what interested Shoto. Looking over the room quickly, he found that the ghost was nowhere to be seen, though there was another door on the opposite side of the freezer to the one he came in through. Quickly, Shoto made his way through to the next room. This room was even larger and somehow even colder. This freezer room seemed to store bulk items. It felt almost like an apocalypse preparation store. Perhaps that was what it was. As soon as the light in this room turned on at his entrance though, it began to dramatically flicker. Shoto brightened his fire to compensate for the flickering light. "Izuku," Shoto called, slowly making his way further into the room, looking between and around all of the industrial shelves, making sure to check the ceiling of this room. As he moved through the shelves, he became more and more unnerved, and not only because of the ever more chilling atmosphere. What on earth was UA planning for with all this stuff? The end of the world. It took around 10 minutes for Shoto to search the room, and he was beginning to shiver. The closer he got to the back corner of the room, the colder it got. His left side was probably hot enough to burn someone now in an attempt to even out his body temperature. He didn't feel warm in the slightest though. He could see his breath fogging up in a cloud when he exhaled, but he pushed through the cold to reach the back corner where, finally, he found his ghost. "Izuku," Shoto called out to him again, mostly just to let the ghost know that he was there. He didn't want to scare the ghost away again. It had taken long enough to find him. His friend was curled into the corner, shaking like a leaf. Somehow his injuries looked even worse now. Izuku wasn't looking at him, instead staring at his hands with lifeless, glazed-over eyes. There were shining tears dripping down his face, but not splashing on the ground, instead disappearing into nothing. Shoto approached the ghost as one might approach an injured animal, slowly, hesitantly, with his hands out in front of him so that Izuku knew he was no threat. Slowly, Shoto reached the wall and sank down it, sitting with his back to the wall next to where Izuku was hovering. The ghost still hadn't acknowledged him yet, and Shoto knew he wouldn't be able to stay here forever. He was shaking from the cold. It was even worse here next to Izuku. "Show. A tiny, hollow voice to his right, but in the silence of this massive room the sound echoed. Shoto's head snapped up to meet the eyes of the ghost, who was now staring right at him. "You're shaking." "It's nothing." Shoto quickly brushed off the boy's concerns. "I'm more worried about you. Are you all right?" Izuku trailed off, wrapping his arms around his knees. He looked up to the ceiling. "I didn't expect." "I know, neither did I." Shoto nodded. "What do you think this room is for, anyway?" It was a blatant topic change, but at the moment Izuku was still horribly upset, and Shoto didn't want to make it worse by talking about the issue right now, so perhaps he could distract Izuku with a question. The ghost took the bait gratefully, eyes scanning around the room as though for the first time. "It looks like storage, but so big," Izuku murmured, a far cry from his normal mumbling. Talking so fast he tripped over his words, but a step in the right direction, Shoto thought. Looks like it's all non-perishables, or frozen food, enough to feed a lot of people for a long time. I thought so too, Shoto said with a nod. I wonder what the rat is doing down here. Maybe he's paranoid. This looks like preparations for an apocalypse, or at least a long-term lockdown. Izuku mumbled. I wonder if there's more. There was a room full of generators that I found on my way here, Shoto informed. Backup power for the backup power, I think, and there was another floor I didn't get to explore too at least. What if it's a bunker? And maybe I should explore down here sometime. This is interesting, Izuku said, turning to Shoto with a smile in his eyes, though there wasn't one on his face. I don't think I'm supposed to be down here, Shoto admitted. There was a keypad on the entrance from the ground floor and then an even more complicated lockdown to this floor, but the doors opened when I pushed them, so he probably Nezu. Either he wanted you to find this or he knew you were looking for me. Nezu, right? Shoto nodded. How could he have forgotten? The principal of UA knew about Izuku too. A thought hit him. I probably should have gone to Nezu instead of searching the school for an hour. An hour. The shock seemed to snap Izuku out of his upset as he jumped into the air. What about hero training, Shoto? You're missing it. You're more important, Shoto said easily, than any hero training. It was probably just a beginner's lesson anyway. Doesn't matter. But Izuku protested, hands fluttering. You're a hero student. What if, Shoto, you're basically skipping class right now? You'll get detention. Don't care, Shoto shrugged. I'm not worth that. Izuku spoke quietly, but his tone was as impactful as a yell. You shouldn't get yourself in trouble for me. Maybe I shouldn't, but I will, Shoto told him, and you won't stop me. Izuku stared at him for a minute, before his eyes flickered to the ceiling and he tensed before relaxing again and settling his gaze to the floor. We should go back. It took Shoto a second to realize that Izuku meant back to class, back to All Might's class. What? Are you sure? Izuku hummed through pursed lips, face determined. You need to learn heroics. It's why you're here. I'm not going to get in your way. You aren't in my way, Shoto told him, brows drawn together in a frown. Why would Izuku think that? The ghost just shrugged, though, and Shoto sighed. Will you be oik with him? Because if you aren't, I'll freeze him again. Izuku stared at him, wide-eyed. Why, you froze him? Of course I did. I told you I would, Shoto told him, and it felt great. The tiny giggle that escaped the ghost couldn't be helped. Thanks, Izuku said softly. I'll be fine, I hope. All right, if you think so, Shoto said slowly. He doubted that Izuku really was okay with this, but he could also see that this was something he'd never win, so he may as well give in. Come on then. Perhaps I can show you the room with the generators on the way back. Thank goodness you are both safe. Takoyami greeted them when Shoto and Izuku finally arrived in the observation room. They had needed to make a quick detour on the way for Shoto to change into his brand new hero costume. All Might was too busy watching whatever was going on to notice them. Good, Shoto thought bitterly. Dark Shadow and I grew worried. We're okay, Izuku said, clutching at his sheet and eyeing All Might every few seconds. Sorry. It's quite all right. Here, how about I and Uraraka brief you on the lesson so far? Takoyami suggested, before Dark Shadow popped up to add, you can gaslight All Might into thinking you've been here the whole time. Good idea, Dark Shadow. Shoto nodded appreciatively, and thank you for the offer, Takoyami, it would be appreciated. The other nodded, before turning towards where Uraraka was standing a little further away. Takoyami and Shoto walked over to her while Izuku quickly hovered to follow, staying so close to Shoto's side that they were almost touching the entire way. Hurriedly, Takoyami and Uraraka explained the exercise to them both in hushed voices. Soon enough, Shoto got the gist of it as the match that was happening at the moment, the second to last match, finished up. Takoyami nodded to Uraraka. HWO had obviously been waiting to speak. All right, so when we drew lots at the start, All Might drew a lot for you since you were late, and you ended up on my team, which is pretty cool. We'll be the heroes, and I guess that means we'll be going next. Oh, that's good, Shoto nodded, happy to be working with someone he was familiar with. Who will we be against? Ada, Uraraka said, suppressing a shiver, and Bakugo. Well, Izuku's day just got a whole lot worse. Achako wasn't quite sure what was wrong. After she'd said Bakugo's name, the temperature dropped enough to leave the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. Shoto was grimacing, a deep frown that Achako was a little wary of, if she was to be honest. You're staying here, Shoto said firmly, turning to the side. Achako could only assume that he was talking to Izuku. She could get the details later. You've been through enough today. You can stay with Dark Shadow and I, Takoyami said, and Achako could feel the ghost's distress even if she couldn't see him. I'll take care of Shoto, don't you worry, Achako said, trying to lighten the mood with her enthusiasm. He'll need a big, strong woman like myself to protect him against the mean, angry Pomeranian. Shoto shot her an appalled look, but Achako could only grin as she felt the temperature rise a little. The spirit thanks you, Takoyami informed her, and now Shoto's glare was half-hearted. The final hero team. It's time for you to get out there. All Might called. That'll be us, Ochako said, trying to smile. Come on, we can win this. Yeah, Shoto said, a firm, determined look on his face. Ochako saw his eyes flashed with a fire she hadn't seen before. We will. I'm worried, Izuku whispered, as he floated close to Takoyami as they watched their friends prepare to enter the building. You don't think Shoto is going to win? Takoyami asked. And no, I think he'll win, Izuku sighed. I think he's going to do something really stupid. Why would you think that? Takoyami asked. Even as Dark Shadow nudged Izuku's side, Izuku smiled and petted the shadow, thankful for the comfort. He hates Kabi Bakugo, Izuku whispered, and he had this look in his eyes. So, what's the plan? Ochako asked as they approached the building. That frown was back, and Ochako thought maybe he and Bakugo had some kind of grudge. I'm fighting Bakugo, Shoto told her firmly, leaving no room for argument. But the exercise, Ochako protested, confused. If I lead Bakugo away from the bomb, you'll be free to take down Ida and complete the exercise, Shoto said simply. Hard glare now fixed on the building as they waited for All Might's signal. What has gotten into you? Ochako asked, rounding on Shoto with her hands on her hips. This exercise is about teamwork. We should be doing this together. I distract Bakugo, objectively our biggest threat, leaving Ada open for you. Once I've taken care of Bakugo, I will return. And if you haven't yet taken down Ada, I will be able to help you, Shoto said. I'm only taking out the biggest threat to our success. Ochako glared at him, holding his gaze. Somehow she could tell this wasn't about the exercise at all. There was something bigger going on here, between Shoto and Bakugo and probably Izuku too, if she put all the pieces together. Unfortunately though, there was nothing she could do about it now, and ultimately Shoto was right. It would be easier to get the bomb with only one opponent in the way. Do you have a better idea? Shoto asked her, raising an eyebrow. Ada's quirk gives him engines, right? Uraraka said thoughtfully. If Shoto was going off on his own, she may as well make this easier for herself too. Yes, Shoto nodded, watching her expectantly. So if you freeze the outside of the building, it'll be real cold and Ada's engines might malfunction. My dad's car doesn't always work properly when it's icy out, so I'm thinking maybe. Uraraka said. And if you freeze the outside of the building, it'll be dimmer inside too, so we'll have the upper hand of surprise attacks. Slowly, Shoto nodded just as they heard the signal through their earpieces. Immediately, Shoto went up to the wall, placing his right hand against it and allowing a thick layer of ice to spread. From the point of contact, a thick wall of ice encased the entire building, the only exit left being the front door. Ochako glanced around, shivering a little. She didn't particularly like how skin-tight her hero costume was, but she couldn't deny that it was probably better insulation for a situation like this. All right, let's do this. Uraraka cheered as they headed into the building. That was a good move, Izuku mumbled as he watched Shoto and Uraraka enter the frozen building. Takoyami glanced over to him. How so? Neither of the villain's quirks work well in the cold, Izuku said, fiddling with his fingers as he talked. Bakugo's quirk works by igniting his sweat, and he sweats less in the cold so he can't produce as powerful explosions, and Ida has engines. They might stall in the cold. That is a fair assessment of our classmates. Takoyami nodded. However, they are hero students. I am sure they are still able to fight. Izuku nodded frantically. Why, yeah, of course. They've just been put at a disadvantage here, and if Shoto does something stupid then, what is it you suspect he will do, anyway? Takoyami asked, curious, as they watched their friends search the first floor quickly before moving upstairs. I think he's going to go after Kaken Bakugo, Izuku mumbled. Takoyami nodded, and they turned back to the screens. Bakugo and Ida were arguing, it looked like, in the room with the bomb, while Shoto and Uraraka were quickly getting closer to them, making quick work of clearing the lower floors. Izuku flinched as Bakugo let off an explosion, even on screen without audio, in Ida's direction, before storming out of the room. Izuku followed him across the cameras all while Ida drooped in the bomb room, obviously upset that his partner had left him. Typical Bakugo. The ghost stiffened as he watched Bakugo appear at the end of the hall. Shoto and Uraraka were currently heading down. Dark Shadow wrapped herself around Izuku's waist, forcing him to relax. They watched as Shoto yelled something to Uraraka, who headed off down a different hallway as Shoto shot a glacier of ice right for Bakugo. Even with the cold, Bakugo blasted the ice away with an explosion, more powerful than it should have been with the temperature. Izuku flinched again as he watched his old bully walk towards his best friend in that same stance he'd always used, with his hands out in front of him. Usually explosions would be popping in his palms, but right now they weren't. Izuku could assume he was conserving sweat because of the cold. Bakugo had always been smart. Izuku was terrified for Shoto. Even though he knew his friend could stand his ground, he had stood up to much worse, after all. Izuku watched as Shoto shot more ice, trapping Bakugo's feet to the ground. The blonde leant down and blasted the restraint. Shouldn't that have injured him? Bakugo wasn't blast resistant in the rest of his body, but it didn't before running at Shoto and throwing an explosion-powered right hook at his face. Izuku flinched, thinking the punch was going to hit, but Shoto ducked at the last second, twisting to kick at Bakugo's ankles. Bakugo stumbled back but didn't fall. He went in for the hit again with his right fist, but at the last second switched to his left, landing a punch to Shoto's stomach. Izuku cried out as his friend gasped, eyes going wide as he flew backwards into the wall. The fight continued for almost 5 minutes before the pair devolved into yelling at each other. There were tears on Izuku's face, but he didn't have the strength to wipe them away. In the end, Bakugo raised one of his gauntlets and pulled the pin, ready to fire. He said something that had All Might stiffening. "Young Bakugo, I forbid the use of that move. You could kill him." All Might yelled over the intercom, and for just a second Izuku froze. He watched Bakugo yell something. He felt Dark Shadow let him go, but it was all in the background. All Izuku really knew was the thought playing on repeat in his head. I have to get to Shoto. His ability to travel through walls got him to the building in an instant. A second later he was in the hallway, facing down his childhood friend for real. Izuku let out a yell that was less so of fear and more so of rage. How dare Bakugo? How dare he attempt to use a lethal move on Izuku's friend? How dare he do such a thing? But Izuku wasn't just mad at Bakugo. Even as the lights flickered, as Izuku rushed forward and pushed Bakugo's gauntlet with all his might so it aimed for the ceiling and not his best friend, Izuku realized he was mad at Shoto too. Shoto had been the one to go after Bakugo in the first place. Shoto made this more than a training exercise. Shoto initiated this fight. Bakugo cried out in surprise as his arm was thrown upwards and the explosion destroyed the ceiling of the building. The boy threw his arms over his head to protect from the raining debris, and Shoto did the same. Izuku looked over at Shoto then. The other was staring at him with wide, worried eyes, and Izuku turned away, floating through the wall and heading back towards the training room. Everyone was yelling about how Uraraka had used the rubble from the blast to defeat Ida and take control of the weapon, and now Recovery Girl's robots were making their way to collect Bakugo and Shoto. Izuku hid himself in the corner, watching Uraraka and Ida return, and watched as All Might crowned her the MVP of the match. Yaorazu explained that Uraraka was MVP for the way she came up with a good plan to take down the villains even with an uncooperative teammate, and followed that plan through to the end, even when it looked like it would be difficult to win the match. Uraraka was blushing but beaming at her first ever win. Izuku couldn't help floating over and batting at her hair to let her know that he was happy for her. She grinned even more after that. As the students headed back to class to get changed, review the lesson, and move on, Izuku slipped away towards Recovery Girl's office. He really needed to talk to Shoto about what happened out there. Unfortunately, though, when Izuku arrived at the nurse's office, the only one awake was Bakugo. Izuku was certain Shoto hadn't been knocked out, so he must have fallen asleep while he was here or along the way. If Shoto was badly injured, there would be hell to pay for both of them. Izuku would make sure of it. At that moment, though, All Might and Recovery Girl came through the doors. Izuku squeaked in surprise at the entrance and darted to hide around the side of Bakugo's bed the furthest from the doors. Great, Izuku thought bitterly. The two people he never wanted to see again, all in the same room. Upon seeing that Shoto was sleeping, All Might deflated. Izuku let out a small gasp, seeing All Might's skinny form for the first time since then. The ghost looked to Bakugo, who barely spared a glance. Wasn't this supposed to be a national secret? Something was up here. Izuku was sure of it. He was even more sure when All Might came over and clapped a hand on Bakugo's shoulder, and Bakugo didn't attempt to explode the man, All Might or not. "Young Bakugo, are you all right? I hope you aren't injured too badly," All Might asked. "Nah, I can take some weak idiot like half and half." Bakugo rolled his eyes. Izuku glared and couldn't help the urge to slap Bakugo for the insult. The ghost grinned as he shivered. All Might let out a chuckle. "I'm glad, young man, but do you have any idea why he went after you in such a way? He planned to fight you from the beginning. I would also like to know what happened at the end. With that blast, you certainly weren't aiming for the ceiling." "No clue, never seen him before." Bakugo shrugged. "The FR froze the building. I could barely use my quirk, even with the enhancements. I went overboard at the end, but I dunno what happened. It was like something pushed me." The apology went unsaid, but it hung in the air. How weird. Bakugo never apologized, even in spirit. "And also enhancements." "What enhancements?" "Not much we can do about that, I'm afraid." All Might sighed, before dropping his voice with a glance at Shoto, still sleeping soundly. "Even with one for all improving your capabilities, there are still limitations, nothing that can't be overcome with training, I'm sure." "Yeah, well, maybe if my bones didn't effing break when I used it I'd be able to," Bakugo huffed, before muttering under his breath, "I bet the nerd would know what to do with this city quirk." "What was that?" All Might asked, leaning in with his hand cupped around his ear, a comical gesture. Izuku was too busy jumping as high as the ceiling at Bakugo's words to notice. Surely he couldn't be talking about him. Bakugo wouldn't still be thinking about him. No way. Nothing, Bakuo basically growled. I didn't say anything. Well, Recovery Girl interrupted. You're free to go back to class now if you feel better. Bakugo nodded with a huff, ripping the blanket off his bed and stomping off towards the door. Somehow, though, Izuku could tell it wasn't quite the same as it had used to be. I'll be sending Todoroki back once he's woken up. All Might, you should be heading back to the teacher's lounge, HM. Recovery Girl tapped All Might on the back of the leg with her cane and he nodded, turning and heading off in the same direction as Bakugo. Izuku stayed where he was, floating in the air staring at All Might's back, and then the door he had gone through once he was gone. Recovery Girl shivered. It sure is cold in here, she murmured to herself. I could have sworn I shut the windows. Izuku shook his head, snapping out of his daze. He thought over what All Might and Bakugo had said. What was one for all? And what were the enhancements Bakugo was talking about? The ghost's first thought was drugs. He knew that quirk-enhancing drugs existed, but the Bakugo he knew was too stubborn and self-righteous to ever think about cheating like that. So that meant it had to be something else. All Might and Bakugo were aware of it, and with the circumstances he was sure Recovery Girl was too, but Shoto wasn't. They had checked to make sure he was still sleeping before having the conversation. A secret then, but what? With a sigh, Izuku filed that information away for later. It was obvious that he didn't have all the pieces to put the picture together just yet. Izuku was sure he'd have to do some more snooping to find out more. But for now, Shoto looked to be waking up. It was time for them to talk. Shoto blinked his eyes open slowly, taking in the bright lights of Recovery Girl's office. Had he really been tired enough to be knocked out by her quirk? His injuries hadn't been that bad and he could have continued that fight if Izuku hadn't intervened. With the way it was going, he probably would have won even. Within 5 seconds of him opening his eyes, the ghost himself had filled his vision, eyebrows tilted downwards in a frown. Okay, so Izuku was upset with him. That was understandable, to be honest. Izuku, Shoto mumbled. What's wrong? You went after Kaken, Izuku told him. All Might said so, and Yaoyorozu called you an uncooperative teammate. The ghost wasn't stuttering. And that fact unnerved him more than the ghost's words did. Not saying anything for a moment, Shoto glanced around the room. No one else was here right now. He assumed Recovery Girl was in the adjoining office. So, Shoto said it was a battle trial. Yeah, you were supposed to be working in a team with your Araka, not going off to fulfill your own vendetta against Kaken. Izuku told him. I told you not to blame him, didn't I? Not blaming him doesn't mean I don't still hate him for what he did to you, Shoto said, keeping his voice low. Izuku's frown deepened. Going after him like that? Izuku trailed off, before sighing. It makes you just as bad as him. You shouldn't stoop to his level. Now he's going to know something is up. A minute of silence later, Shoto sighed. Izuku was right. As usual, going after Bakugo and attacking him like that, as satisfying as it was just what he'd expect Bakugo himself to do to someone he didn't like. Taking out his frustration through violence. It sounded like something Endeavor would do too. Immediately, Shoto deflated, any fight he had about the topic leaving him. I'm sorry, he mumbled. I just heard I was going to be fighting Bakugo and I get it. Izuku sighed. I don't want to be angry with you. I don't like being angry with you. There's something else I should talk to you about too, but that can wait until we're home. For now, Recovery Girl should be back soon. Nodding with a sigh, Shoto flopped back onto his pillow. I'd rather you not be angry with me, either. Izuku smiled softly and nodded, just as the door opened with a dull thud. Recovery Girl shuffling in. Oh good, you're awake, Recovery Girl said. Here, take some gummies and get back to class. You've missed about half your class, dear, so head back quickly. Shoto nodded wordlessly, swinging his legs out from under the covers and standing up before taking the offered gum. Together they headed back to class and Shoto found he couldn't focus, spending the rest of the time staring at the clouds going by out of the window. Hey Keigo, Izuku asked softly, floating over to the hero. It had been a while since they got back from UA and Keigo had been on patrol, but now he was home and Shoto had retreated somewhere to complete some homework. What's up? Keigo asked, twisting to look at him while still tending to the shop-bought chicken nuggets that he was meticulously placing on a baking tray. Is something wrong? Izuku fidgeted for a moment, wondering if he really should go to Keigo about this. The hero could probably do some good snooping around being one of the top heroes, but also, it was a secret, and definitely not his to tell. Oh well, it was All Might's fault for not checking for ghosts before he had his conversation. I overheard something today, and I was wondering if might know anything about it. Izuku said softly. Keigo opened the oven door with a feather and placed the chicken nugget tray inside, kicking it shut before setting a timer on his phone. I'll do my best, kid, Keigo smiled. What did you overhear? Did you know what one for all is? Izuku asked. I overheard All Might talking about it with Anyway, I think it's a secret so I probably shouldn't have told you about it, but never heard of it. Keigo shrugged. But I'll do my best to find out. A secret about All Might? Sounds interesting, to be honest. Izuku nodded. I think Kaken is involved too. I want to know what's going on. Who's Kaken? Keigo asked, tilting his head. Izuku stared back. He had told Keigo about Kaken, hadn't he? Had he not? Had he really only told Shoto? Kaken was someone I used to know. He was. Izuku glanced away. He wasn't nice to me, but he's in 1A, and we used to be friends when we were really little, right? Keigo nodded. Not pressing any further, I'll do my best to find out about your secret, kid. It'll be like a secret spy mission. What are you two talking about? Izuku and Keigo jumped, turning to face Shoto, who had appeared in the doorway. Izuku overheard All Might talking about some secret. Keigo grinned. Really? Shoto asked. When? They were talking in Recovery Girl's office. Before you woke up, Izuku mumbled, gripping his sheet. I was going to talk to you two about it, but you're here now, so I was listening to your conversation anyway. Shoto said bluntly. I found a secret today too. Seems UA has a lot of secrets. It's only the second day. Keigo laughed. What did you find, Shoto? An apocalypse bunker in the basement. Shoto shrugged. Izuku giggled. Honestly, doesn't surprise me. Keigo huffed. Sounds like something Nezu would have, too. Oh, and we're in a polycule now, Izuku added. Shoto rounded on him. It is not a polycule, Shoto told him. Keigo laughed. Yeah, it is, Izuku protested. There's 4 of us. So polycule. We're just friends, Shoto argued. So what I'm getting is that you two made friends? Keigo asked, attempting to unravel whatever this conversation was. Why yeah, Takoyami and Uraraka, Izuku smiled. And I want to invite Frog Girl to our polycule too. Frog Girl? Keigo tilted his head, becoming more and more confused by the moment. Sui, she's in my class too. Shoto sighed. She can see Izuku too, but she hasn't approached us yet. Keigo laughed, ruffling Shoto's hair as he walked past to get back to the oven. You two sure are popular, aren't you? I wouldn't say that. Shoto sighed. I think it's just Izuku. I'm awkward. You made friends with Uraraka. Izuku protested, whacking Shoto on the arm. Stop being mean to yourself. I think half the class may think I'm crazy. Shoto raised an eyebrow, and Yaoyorozu thinks I'm uncooperative. I mean, Izuku trailed off. You kinda were. Shoto sighed, ducking his head in shame. Hey, at least the crazy wind guy hasn't tried to talk to you yet. Izuku tried and Shoto couldn't help but huff a laugh. Class rep, Kaminari said, before the class burst out into chatter. People talking over each other. We should decide this by a vote. Ida spoke up, standing up and yelling over the chatter. Everyone quieten down. Everyone will just vote for themselves though, Kirishima said with a shrug. Then the person who gets more votes will surely be qualified for the job. Or you could just say we aren't allowed to vote for ourselves, Shoto said, repeating Izuku's comment to the class. Everyone stared at him for a moment and Shoto suppressed the urge to shrink into his seat. That is a good idea, Yaoyorozu said, standing up and producing a box from her arm before producing paper slips and beginning to hand them around. If everyone writes down their vote on a piece of paper, I will go around and collect up all the votes in 5 minutes. You got it, Kirishima grinned, giving her finger guns after taking the paper handed to him. The room fell quiet as everyone scribbled down their nomination. As they were voting, Shoto discreetly handed a spare slip of paper to Izuku so he could cast a vote too, and when Yaoyorozu came around to collect the slips, he made sure to slip Izuku's into the box as well. Alright, so we counted up the votes. Yaoyorozu shifted awkwardly at the start of the class. I am glad that most of you took this seriously. What do you mean? Kirishima asked, tilting his head. 6 votes appear to be joke votes. Yaoyorozu sighed. 4 of them go to an unnamed ghost and 2 to a variant of Todoroki's imaginary friend. Those are all for the same person. Shoto spoke up in absolute sincerity, as Uraraka tried to conceal her laughter in the opposite corner. Not joke votes. But who on earth are they for? And there are 20 votes here. And only 19 of us. Who submitted to? The ghost, Uraraka piped up, obviously. All right, Yaoyorozu said. Well, seeing as someone who may or may not exist can't exactly be our president, perhaps we can come to a compromise. What compromise would you propose? Takoyami asked, sitting up a little straighter. If it's all right with everyone, since I got the second most votes, I could be president, and the ghost can be vice president, she suggested. I know this may sound like a ploy to become president myself, but it's all right, Shoto said. The ghost is fine with being vice president. He said he didn't really want the position anyway. All right, well then it's settled, Yaoyorozu said with a smile. I will be class president and the ghost will be vice representative. Why did you vote for me? Izuku yelped as soon as they were free to leave the classroom for lunch. I am not even officially part of the class. They don't even know I exist. You'll be fine, Kiro, said a new voice, startling the group. I voted for you too. Something told me it was the right thing to do. Whoever you are, you seem like a good person. Thank you. Why, you're Tsuyu Asui, right? I'm Izuku, but you can just call me Ghost, please? Alright, Ghost, please call me Tsuyu. Kiro, mind if I sit with you guys? Welcome to the Polycule of Darkness. Takoyami nodded to her as he set down his tray. Izuku giggled and nodded to her while Shoto facepalmed. I am not letting that catch on, Shoto said. The Polycule of Darkness thing. Uraraka questioned, because sorry to tell you this, but it's already caught on. Tsuyu watched them as she took a bite of her food. Are you for dating? Hey, Shoto sighed as he turned towards the source of the voice that had cut Uraraka off. He had managed to avoid talking to the wind guy and Asayurashi apparently for the whole of the first week. Now the guy was heading towards their table, accompanied by none other than Bakugo and Kirishima. This would be fun. At their approach, Izuku shot from where he had been hovering behind Shoto and barreled into Urashi, phasing through the guy but successfully stopping him in his tracks. The spirit does not seem to appreciate your presence, Takoyami stated, looking up at the intruders at their table with an unreadable expression. Sorry for the intrusion, Kirishima yelped. Bakugo wanted to talk to you guys. I'm not sure why Urashi is here. I just wanted to say hey, Urashi said. It's a bummer you didn't make it in on recommendations, man, but hey, you're still here, congrats, and I like your enthusiasm. To try again after you didn't make it is the spirit of a hero. You want to be friends? Shoto said awkwardly, glancing around at his group for help. Sorry, Uraraka tried awkwardly. Your aura is too bright, Takoyami mumbled. Right, sorry, I'm not gonna try and intrude on you guys or anything. Urashi yelled, just wanted to make sure we were on good terms. Saya let her friends. But that he turned and headed off back towards his own table, though Bakugo and Kirishima made no move to follow him. After a moment of tense silence, Kirishima elbowed Bakugo in the side and the blonde jerked forwards. Look, I dunno what I've effing done to you, or whatever, he started, staring straight at Shoto, or why you came at me like that in the battle trails, but you're effing strong and some sit, so you're my rival now, properly. What? Shoto couldn't help the words leaving his mouth. Rival? That's what I effing said. Bakugo rolled his eyes, before extending a hand, so you wanna be effing rivals or not? Shoto stared at Bakugo's extended hand for a moment, before looking around, eyes finding Izuku's. The ghost was watching them with a mix of worry and curiosity etched onto his pale face. Slowly, Izuku nodded at him and Shoto let slip a small smile before reaching to shake Bakugo's hand. Just as the small group had begun to settle down after the intrusion to their table, though, an alarm began to blare. Izuku jumped and fell through the table, though fortunately he managed to catch himself before he fell through the floor. Somewhere in the cafeteria they could hear someone yelling about a level 3 security breach. This was bad. I am going to see what's going on, Izuku said, tugging Shoto's sleeve. Be careful? Okay. We will. Shoto nodded firmly. Izuku smiled and nodded, before zooming away. Alright, let's go. It turned out that the intrusion was just the press. By the time Izuku found the source of the problem, Aizawa and Mike were already wrangling the reporters and the police had been called. Izuku followed the teachers until the reporters were shooed out the gates, which looked like they'd been disintegrated. That surely wasn't normal. As he stared at the dusty remains of the previously impenetrable gate, a sense of foreboding washed over Izuku. Something was really wrong here. He wasn't sure how or what, but something was up, and it wasn't good. Izuku thought he should probably investigate that feeling. Gut feelings were usually fairly good at predicting bad things. For that reason he whipped around, leaving the teachers to their whispered conversation, only to come face to face with Nezu. The principal held his gaze for a moment and Izuku stared back, unblinking. Nezu was the first to relent. Izuku didn't actually need to blink. As a ghost, his eyes didn't get dry or uncomfortable if he didn't. Nezu blinked twice at him, before glancing over at the gate. Izuku shrugged, before shaking his head. Nezu nodded minutely, before heading towards the other assembled teachers, and Izuku took the chance to dash off back towards the school. Izuku flew through the corridors, keeping his eye out for anything that seemed weird or abnormal. He still felt that sinking feeling, and he needed to find out what it was. The teacher's lounge was deserted when he arrived as expected. All the teachers were either doing damage control from the press or wrangling the frightened students. That was probably the reason whoever had attacked the school had let the press in. A distraction. The teacher's lounge seemed to be the real target. That much was obvious from how trashed it was in the room. Aizawa-sensei's desk especially had been upturned onto its side, drawers yanked out of their holders and papers strewn over the floor. Most of the other desks were similarly trashed, but the only one even nearly as bad as Aizawa's was All Might's. Either someone was looking for something in here, or they were having a temper tantrum and wanted to cause chaos. Or both. What the hell happened here? Someone asked. Izuku whipped around to see that Snipe and Cementos had been the first to return. Looks like someone threw a hissy fit in here. Snipe answered him, moving over to his own desk to begin sorting out the strewn paper. Cementos sighed and did the same as Nezu arrived at the door, flanked by Aizawa, Mike, and Midnight. So the media was a distraction, Nezu said immediately upon entering the room. Izuku began to subtly help out in clearing up the paper. Seems like it, Aizawa huffed. I wonder what they were looking for. Are those papers floating? Midnight yelped and Izuku dropped the papers he was holding. You think the culprit is still here? No, Nezu told her, that's just the ghost. You too. Aizawa sighed dramatically, facepalming. My class elected this effing ghost as their class president. That's lovely, Nezu said with a grin. I'm sure the ghost appreciated it. Now, I would like you all to collect up the papers and report anything that you find is missing to me. Right on. You got it. Mike grinned, heading over to his desk. Izuku smiled softly as the teachers got to work, before allowing himself to sink to the floor. It was still lunch, so Izuku headed off to relocate his friends. It was just the press, Shoto informed when Izuku found them again. Sat around in the classroom even though there was still 10 minutes until the afternoon classes began. I got trampled for nothing. Izuku patted Shoto's arm with a sigh and Kaminari, who was sat across the room with Mina, Zero and Kirishima, jumped out of his skin when the light started to flicker violently for a moment. Takoyami snorted back a laugh. Those in the light do not understand the true power of the darkness, he said softly. Why yeah that, anyway, it wasn't just the press, Izuku told them. The gates were disintegrated and the teacher's lounge was destroyed by someone looking for something. Really? Shoto's voice dropped to a whisper. What for? I don't know, but Izuku sighed. Looking down, Aizawa-sensei's desk was the most torn up. So either they were after him, Kiro, so you started, or they were after us. Takoyami finished his class. Kiro, we need to be careful then, right? Suyu said, this is the kind of thing they won't announce to stop us from freaking out. Why yeah, we should not freak out, Izuku said, and then keep an eye out. Today we'll be going on a field trip, Aizawa announced, tiredly holding up a card reading rescue to one of UAS off-campus facilities. The USJ. Really? SH2 whispered to Izuku, so soon after that break-in. Yeah, hi. Have a bad feeling about this, Izuku mumbled back. Me too, Shoto nodded. I think I would rather avoid this trip. Yeah, I know it's important to hero training and all rescue is really important, but something feels wrong, Shoto said. We can learn rescue another day. Todoroki, stop talking to yourself, Aizawa said with a glare in his direction. You have the choice on whether or not to wear your hero costumes on this field trip. Now go get changed. I want you all on the bus in the next 10 minutes. You go get ready, Izuku told Shoto. I am going to go and talk to Nezu. All right. Shoto nodded, pulling his bag onto his shoulder and heading over to walk with Takoyami and Uraraka. Izuku headed in the opposite direction, floating through walls towards Nezu's office. When he arrived, Nezu was busy brewing a pot of tea. Izuku waited to speak until he was noticed. Welcome to my office, Midoriya, Nezu greeted him, and Izuku jumped upon hearing his family name. Izuku, please, Izuku whispered. Principal Nezu, I wanted to talk to you about the USJ trip class 1 are going on today. Nezu hummed, pouring himself a cup of tea, and gesturing to the chair opposite his desk. Izuku looked at it for a moment, before simply crossing his legs underneath himself in the air where he floated. Nezu chuckled, before sipping his tea. What is it you wish to discuss? Well, with the break-in yesterday and the teacher's lounge being trashed, are you sure it's best that we go on the trip? The villains could be planning to attack, Izuku explained. All Might will be there, Nezu responded, as will Eraserhead and 13. They will take care of any incidents if they happen to occur. I don't trust All Might, Izuku responded, as calmly as he could, and Aizawa-sensei and 13 can only do so much. Would it not be smart to at least send backup or some more protection? Most of my teachers are teaching, Nezu informed him, but he was typing something on his laptop. I'll request anyone who is free to come along with your class, if you are that worried. It seems that Present Mike is free for the duration of the trip. I can request he join the class. Does that seem sufficient? No, Izuku thought, though outwardly he simply nodded. He probably wouldn't be able to get much else from the principal beyond that anyway. Good, then you may go and rejoin the others, HM. And don't worry too much, UAS security system is top tier. We will be notified if anything unauthorized were to enter the USJ, Nezu informed him. Izuku nodded, not quite believing a word the principal said, before allowing himself to drop through the floor and fly through the building, arriving back at the car park just in time to find one boarding the bus. It seemed that Aizawa had just headed inside to go and find their extra supervisor. Any luck, Kiro? Suyu asked him quietly. Dressed in her hero costume, Uraraka stood beside her, a nervous smile on her face. Present Mike SH should be joining us, Izuku mumbled, fiddling with his cloak, but I I'm still nervous. He didn't reassure me. And all I might isn't here, Shoto said with a glare as Tsuyu whispered what Izuku said to Uraraka. The Ahole didn't show up. Hey now Todoroki. Inasa appeared behind them. No need to be so rude about our number one, huh? Kinda reminds me of something Endeavor would say. For a moment, Shoto looked like he was about to attack Inasa. But instead he took a deep breath. All Might hurt a very close friend of mine. Forgive me for not liking him very much. What your friend do? Inasa said, and Shoto glared. Izuku hovered beside him, waiting to see if he would need to act. He must be a villain if All Might went after him. A small uproar was heard then. Takoyami sighed in disdain while Dark Shadow yelled at him with her shadow fists clenched. Tsuyu said a soft "How dare you" while Uraraka gasped audibly. Shoto simply stared for all of 2 seconds before he was right in front of Inasa, jabbing a finger into his chest and repeating Tsuyu's sentient just a little louder. How dare you? Shoto almost yelled. He's been through so much. How dare you assume shit like that? Izuku isn't a villain and he never will be. All Might hurt him because he had dreams that didn't fit into the perfect mold of society. All Might hurt him by being the reason he and then someone else had pulled Shoto away from Inasa. Because now Bakugo Katsuki was pinning Shoto to the side of the bus, hand smoking but not burning and an unreadable expression on his face. What the F did you just say? Bakugo said slowly. Shoto stared wide-eyed but didn't go to provide an answer. After a few long seconds of silence, Bakugo shook him roughly by the shoulders. I said, what the F did you just say? Answer me, you half-and-half bastard. It's not your business, Shoto spat. An explosion popped from Bakugo's hand then, and Shoto flinched. If I heard what I thought I effing heard, it is my goddamn business, Bakugo growled, voice almost calm. Now you're going to tell me or? What the F do you care? Shoto said, a frown on his face concealing so much more emotion. You didn't give a shit when he was alive, why the F do you care now? Don't you dare tell me what I do and don't give a shit about, Bakugo said, shoving Shoto hard into the side of the bus. I've known the F-er for 15 years, since we were effing babies. Don't you dare tell me I don't give a shit. Shoto shoved him back, hard, and Bakugo stumbled, before fixing Shoto with a stone-cold glare. I don't think bullying someone day in and day out for the last 10 years of their life constitutes knowing them at all, Shoto said bluntly. The slowly gathering crowd of one students gasped. Do you even know anything about him at all? What's his favorite color? Food. His favorite color's green. Effing obviously, Bakugo rolled his eyes, and he always loved those stupid All Might ice creams. His favorite color is red, Shoto glared, stepping closer to Bakugo, and his favorite food was katsudon. One more chance, who's his favorite hero? Bakugo grinned, rolling his eyes. All Might? Duh. There was an audible crack as Shoto's fist connected with Bakugo's face. The blonde hit the floor with a thump, clutching his bleeding nose and staring up at Shoto with unmasked surprise. Shoto was glaring back, fist still raised from the punch. Kirishima broke from the crowd and ran over to Bakugo, who tried to wave off the redhead's fussing. Dude, I think you broke his nose, Kirishima said, looking up at Shoto. But Shoto didn't register him, instead taking another step closer to Bakugo. His favorite hero is Hawks, Shoto spoke through his teeth, not All Might. Shoto, stop it, Izuku cried, moving to float in front of his friend, holding out his arms in some attempt to defuse the situation. It's okay. I don't care what he says, you don't need to protect me. Izuku knew that he really shouldn't draw power from the bus. It didn't have much and he'd surely break it before too long, but he did it anyway. The ghost wrapped his arms around his friend, hearing the bus creak distantly. He tried hard not to take any more energy than he needed for the physical contact with Shoto, mostly out of fear that Bakugo would see him like Uraraka did. Shoto had tensed up at first, before relaxing slowly and letting out a deep breath. Izuku kept a hand on Shoto's shoulder until he heard a crack and the engine behind them shorted out, making half the class yelp. Shoto took a deep breath before addressing Bakugo. I apologize, Shoto told him. I let my emotions get the better of me. I should not have hit you like that. Yeah, well, you effing broke my nose, Bakugo mumbled, hand clenched over his nose to try and stop the flow of blood. Kirishima sighed before helping the other to his feet. I'll take Bakugo to recovery girl. I don't need taking, I can effing go myself or whatever, Bakugo grumbled, but lent on Kirishima anyway. The redhead smiled before helping Bakugo away from the bus. What the hell happened here? The class was right to pale as Aizawa came back from wrangling Present Mike. This would be the opposite of fun to explain. The battery is busted. The bus driver sighed, shaking his head. Dunno what happened, must have blown a circuit. We won't be going too far today, unfortunately. Aizawa-sensei sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. His class were standing in a neat line off to the side minus Bakugo and Kirishima, who had apparently needed to go to the nurse after Todoroki broke Bakugo's nose. He was glad they were being quiet. He wasn't aware of the full story yet. He'd wait to talk to both Bakugo and Todoroki during their shared detention until later today. What you're saying, Aizawa sighed, is that we aren't going to the USJ. Not today, you're not. The bus driver nodded. I'd say grab a different bus, but I think the third years have a whole year trip today, so you're out of luck, sorry. Yeah, whatever. Aizawa shook his head. Fine, Mike. Could you tell Nezu about this sit? I am going to put this class through hell here. Oh, sure boss. Mike grinned, throwing him finger guns before running off. All right, Hellions, you're going to go back to the classroom and you're going to sit there in silence while I work out what other facilities are free at the moment, Aizawa said. When the class just stared at him, he activated his quirk quickly, unless the rest of you want attention as well. Needless to say, the class didn't hesitate for much longer. There's no one here. A raspy voice yelled out into the empty space. It echoed a little around the dome. Sensei said All Might would be here with a class, and I would get to kill some people and get some loot. Or XP at least. Come on, an empty dungeon. Really? Now, Tamura Shigaraki, Kirigiri sighed, just about done with his ward's video game talk. There is still hope. Perhaps the class simply got held up and are late to arrive. The muscle they had brought the extra villains, they had to back them up and take care of other heroes who might show up milled around the courtyard, grumbling about the lack of action after their dramatic entrance. Just admit it, Kirigiri. You got it wrong. There is no final boss here. The documents we stole must have been faulty, Tamura cried, stomping his feet like a toddler. That may be true, but regardless. Hey boss, one of the low-level thugs yelled from the courtyard. There's no one here, so how about we smash the place? Call it a warning for future Sid to come, huh? Tamura was about to yell and disintegrate the guy for even thinking of speaking to him, before stopping to consider for a moment. The stupid hero brats and their big boss teachers hadn't shown up. Why shouldn't they cause a little destruction in the meantime? They wasted the villains' time for not being here. After all, they should get a taste of their own medicine. Sure, Tamura said, a grin spreading across his face. That sounds like fun. Tamura, Kirigiri, spread the new orders. We're going to destroy this facility until it's unrecognizable. Tamura grinned, showing all his teeth. He turned to the monster beside him. Namo, destroy. I think it may be a stroke of luck that you were unable to go to the USJ today, Nezu told Aizawa, after summoning the teacher to his office during the lunch period. The rat knew he wasn't taking Aizawa away from his food. The guy ate nothing but jelly pouches. In fact, he was slurping on one right now as they talked. Why's that? Aizawa huffed, rolling his eyes. My students missed out on a valuable training session. More like they missed out on possibly being attacked by dangerous villains, Nezu corrected. Aizawa stopped slurping. What? There was an attack on the USJ this morning. We can't tell exactly what happened. The villains hijacked the security system and cameras during the event, but the aftermath was devastating, to say the least. The USJ will take weeks if not months to rebuild, Nezu said. I can assume from the timing that they were after your class. The teachers or students, I cannot be sure. But this, as well as the recent breach in security, makes it clear that extra measures will need to be taken to improve the safety of our students. So my class will have to have a substitute facility for rescue training. Aizawa asked. I'm glad they didn't end up hurt. I think whatever effing higher power broke our bus. It was the ghost, Nezu helpfully informed. Speaking of, actually, the ghost came to warn me that he felt something like this might be on the horizon just this morning. Perhaps I should have made more of an effort to listen to our spectral friend. Aizawa stared at him for a long moment, before concluding that he really didn't want to press the matter. Yeah. Okay, anyway, my class is going to be badly set back in their training with the USJ out of commission, now and in future. Indeed. But don't worry, Vlad King's class will no doubt suffer the same fate. And I'm sure you and 13 along with the other teachers will be able to come up with a suitable substitute without too much hassle, Nezu said with a nod. Now, I would also like to know what happened with the two students you put in detention, HM. From what I can gather, Bakugo and Todoroki were arguing. Before Todoroki punched Bakugo in the face and broke his nose, Aizawa sighed, dragging a hand down his face. I know I'm supposed to stay impartial as a teacher, but I can't help but think that both of them have something more than a classroom rivalry going on. You are correct, of course, Nezu told him, but I fear you will dislike their reasoning for their behavior. It's the ghost again, isn't it? Aizawa sighed dramatically. Yes, indeed it is the ghost again. F this, Aizawa said empathetically, before turning on his heel and walking out of the door. Hey Keigo, Izuku said softly, approaching the hero from behind. Fayumi was over again, which was becoming a somewhat regular occurrence, but she was catching up with Shoto at the moment. Izuku didn't really mind. Yeah kiddo, something up? Keigo asked immediately, twisting around in his chair. There's been some things that I haven't told you. Izuku mumbled softly, fiddling with his fingers as he always did, about me and about school and stuff. Well, you don't have to tell me anything, Keigo quickly reassured. But if you want to, I'm all ears, kid. Well, Izuku glanced around, before he sighed and practically deflated like a balloon. It had all started when I was diagnosed. Quirkless, Keigo sat almost perfectly still as Izuku recounted his life up to this point. The ghost had needed to pause on some parts, ones about Bakugo, mostly, and some about his mother. But Keigo did his best to be patient, and eventually, by the end of an hour, he knew the full story. Halfway through Izuku's tense retelling, Fayumi had returned, only to be dragged back to Shoto's room when he realized what was going on. The intrusion had taken a minute for Izuku to get over, before forging ahead with his story. By the end, Keigo wasn't sure what to do. Now I see why Shoto gets into fights with that Bakugo so often. Keigo sighed. Izuku jumped, and then his expression hardened. I didn't tell you so you could get him mad at Bakugo, Izuku said firmly. He's getting better. Yeah, Keigo said, after you died. At least he got better, Izuku protested. He could have gotten so much worse. And now he has whatever he has going on with All Might and actual friends. Dying was the best thing I could have done for him. The lights flickered dangerously as Izuku's voice rose at the end. Keigo stared wide-eyed. You really think that? Keigo asked slowly, staring up at Izuku with wide eyes. He waited for Izuku to respond for a moment, but the ghost turned away. Izuku, do you really think you had to die for him to change? What Izuku started, but his words were interrupted by a hiccup mixed with a sob that tore through his throat. What other option was there? He was a terrible person. It wasn't his fault, but he wouldn't listen to me, a worthless nobody, and no one else was going to tell him that it wasn't okay, so I had to show him. Is that really the reason? Keigo asked slowly. Something told him that wasn't true, but he really wanted to check. Is that why you did it? To prove a point? No, Izuku replied with a quiet yelp in surprise, raising his hands in defense. Never, I wouldn't, but I guess it was a bonus. A bonus, Keigo said sadly. Calling it a bonus makes it seem like a good thing. Maybe it was, Izuku replied simply, before turning away and dropping through the floor. Keigo shivered as he stared at the spot the ghost had left from. The room was cold. The coffee shop that Fumikage stood in front of seemed to be crowded, but not overwhelmingly so. It was dark but warm in terms of decoration, and he could smell the scent of coffee and spice wafting from the open door. A logo broadcasting the name of the cafe was printed beautifully on the clean window glass, which glittered in gold and silver font that glimmered in the sunlight, though limited by the thick awning that was strung over the outdoor tables, where a few guests sat to drink their coffees and converse. Fumikage quickly double-checked his phone to make sure he was in the right place before taking a deep breath and heading inside. Once inside, Fumikage was immediately overwhelmed by an even stronger smell, a mix of tea and chocolate and cream overshadowed by the stronger smell of coffee. He could feel dark shadows stirring within him. Though she knew she couldn't come out here, she was excited about the forthcoming gathering that would take place in just under 10 minutes. Of course, Fumikage had arrived early, and had already sent a text to the Polycules group chat promising to save a table for their gathering. True to his word, of course, Fumikage silently ignored the bar for the time being and headed up the stairs to the additional seating. It would be less busy on the second floor, meaning their group would be much more comfortable. He and Tsuyu, of course, because they would receive less odd looks due to their obvious mutation quirks. Shoto and Izuku, who were both averse to social situations anyway, would not attract as much attention. And Uraraka, who, while being the most outgoing and brightly shining member of their group, still had her reservations when it came to strangers, especially those who chose to judge her based on her sometimes more obvious lower social class, and those judging her friends as well. Fumikage concluded that an out-of-the-way upstairs table would be more comfortable with all of them, and settled himself at a larger table with 5 of them attending. They'd need one, and made sure to place down his bag to save the seat in case he needed to stand for any reason. He decided that he would order a drink once his friends had arrived, and, while waiting, decided to pull his phone charger from his bag to plug the device in at the plug on the table. Whilst the device was charging, though, he made sure to send a text to his friends to let them know he had arrived. Ebony Darkness Dementia Raven way greater than I have arrived at the establishment and henceforth acquired us a suitable seating arrangement. Top tier Broke Beach greater than Osomi. Tai Toko, you're the best lesser than 33. I'm almost there. 5 minutes away. D. AC unit greater than good. Izuku and I are on our way. We will be arriving shortly. Kermit greater than also Amwa. Kiro, I'll be there soon. Ebony Darkness Dementia Raven way greater than good to know. I shall see you all soon. Heide, Takoyami. Fumikage looked up from where he had been playing Word Crush on his phone as he waited to see Uraraka sit down at the table he had saved, quickly followed by Shoto sliding into the corner seat and Izuku choosing to hover on the seat beside him. Takoyami nodded in acknowledgement while Dark Shadow snuck under the table to greet Izuku. We met on the way in, Uraraka said as she tucked her bag under the table, answering the silent question as to why they had arrived together. So Tsuyu hasn't arrived yet? Not yet, no. However, since you 3 have now arrived, perhaps 2 of us could go and order drinks whilst we await Tsuyu's arrival, Fumikage suggested, placing his phone face down on the table. Shoto nodded. You and Uraraka can go first, Shoto said, waving them off. Uraraka fidgeted with her fingers, looking down at the table and radiating awkward energy. Oh, well, I wasn't going to buy anything, so I'm happy to stay here and guard the table if you guys want to go. Uraraka shrugged, practically fighting to keep a smile on her face. Shoto shook his head. I have a better idea, Shoto said firmly, pulling his phone and a platinum bank card out of his pocket. I'll get all your orders and go and buy them with this. Wait, really? You'd do that? Uraraka asked, wide-eyed. Yeah, why not? It's just coffee, Shoto said, waving his card around. Dad has way more money than he deserves anyway. Buying coffee won't hurt, he won't even notice. This is Endeavor's credit card, Fumikage said thoughtfully, looking at the signature on the card. Endeavor is your father. He's a jerk, Izuku said, speaking up for the first time. Shoto lives with me and Keigo now. Boo, but we got Endeavor's credit card so we could waste his money on dumb stuff like coffee and in shiny rocks. Fumikage stifled laughter as Shoto repeated what Izuku had said for Uraraka, who ended up having to stifle giggles as well. Endeavor, a jerk. I never would have guessed, Uraraka said dramatically, putting her hand to her forehead in a mock feint. Honestly, with his attitude, I'm surprised he's even managed to keep the number 2 spot. Shoto was smiling now. Fumikage could see the small motion creeping across his face, and then, even with the small amount of joy Uraraka's words brought, something deeper was afoot there. All right, Tsuyu replied. She sighed. She's running late but gave me her order. Shoto said, pressing some things on his phone and typing something in before handing it to Fumikage. Just write down your order and I'll go get them. Fumikage nodded, taking the phone offered to him and typing in his order, before handing it over to Uraraka to type in hers. She seemed hesitant in doing so, but in the end started typing. At one point, she paused and looked up as well. Hey, would it be alright if I ordered something to eat as well? I haven't eaten anything today and I'm kinda hungry. Uraraka laughed awkwardly. Shoto smiled. Go ahead, choose a few things we can share maybe. Or I'll just order whatever looks nice when I'm down there as well. Shoto shrugged. I'm happy to spend more of his money. Shoto didn't quite realize how big their order was until he was called to pick it up at the counter and found himself struggling with 2 trays worth of drinks, snacks and cakes. Luckily for him, it was at that moment that Tsuyu walked into the shop. Would you like some help with those, Kiro? She said, a teasing smile on her face as she took one of the 2 trays from him. Thank you, Shoto said, letting out a relieved sigh. We're all sat upstairs. Follow me. This is so much food, Tsuyu commented as they made their way up the stairs. I didn't realize we were having a party, Kiro. Uraraka hasn't eaten today, Shoto shrugged, so some of it is for her, the rest is for us all to share. Tsuyu nodded. I'm glad none of us will be going hungry, then. Hello everyone. Uraraka looked up from what seemed to be an intense game of Snap between the 3 remaining occupants of the table to wave to Tsuyu, only to have Izuku place down a card and yell out Snap, taking his own and Uraraka's pile before she even turned around. Damn it, Uraraka sighed. You'll get it, Takoyami reassured, reaching to awkwardly pat Uraraka's shoulder. If this makes it any better, we brought the food and drink, Shoto said, sliding back into his seat and letting Tsuyu take the seat on Izuku's other side. Uraraka immediately brightened and stood up to pass out the drinks and grab her food whilst Tsuyu took charge of sharing out the rest. Would you all enjoy a game of Uno with me? Takoyami asked, holding up a double pack of Uno cards and gesturing to the pack that was still littering the table from the abandoned Snap game. So, what do you guys think about the sports festival? Tsuyu asked, as she placed down a green 2 on the ever-growing pile. The sports festival had been announced on Friday. They had been supposed to go to the USJ, and they'd spent the rest of the day training vigorously for it. Aizawa's punishment. Now it was Sunday, and they had yet to talk about it. God, I'm nervous. Uraraka laughed, brushing a hand through her hair. The sports festival? Everyone's going to be watching, and heroes will be deciding who to sponsor. I really hope I do well. I'm sure you will, Shoto said with a shrug of his shoulders. Izuku agrees. You're really strong. They'd be idiots to not sponsor you, Kiro, Tsuyu said, putting a finger to her chin. Takoyami nodded. I, on the other hand, am not worried about the event, Takoyami confided. I have been training hard, and Dark Shadow is confident, which in turn makes me so. Man, Uraraka sighed. Sometimes I wish I had a sentient being who followed me around and gave me advice and confidence boosts. Izuku stuck his tongue out at you, Tsuyu said almost immediately, a giggle on her lips. Uraraka burst out laughing. Sorry, Izuku, but it's true. I wish I could see you, she sighed, before taking a large bite of one of the pastries that Shoto had bought for them. Izuku nodded with a sigh, and Shoto quickly translated his movements. So, what do you guys think the events will be? Shoto asked, changing the subject. I never really paid attention when we watched it in the past. Well, usually the first event is a challenge. A lot of people usually seem to get knocked out in that round, Takoyami said. The second round is usually teamwork. Uraraka said, pumping her fist. I don't know what the limit on the teams will be, but maybe we can work together. That would be great. If we could, Kiro, Tsuyu said. We have powerful quirks, and we work well together too. I'd like to help if I can too. Izuku said, I'll be like a spy. Takoyami laughed, covering it with a cough. We will be glad for your assistance. Yeah, absolutely. Uraraka pumped her fist. Let's win this thing. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.